This is why I wrote the book, Suno Music Production. And I'm going to run through a few high-level mindsets with you. In the first chapter, I talk about my conversion, how I went from being resistant to Suno to understanding that AI is just a tool if you use it as such. And that means always being curious and always pushing boundaries, pushing the envelope as far as you can. Never being satisfied with a first take, but always looking for more and always looking to bring the best piece of you into the mix. There must be that identity. Now, this is where we are going into the logic of music. Being a musician, you need to ask the question, does this reflect my musical taste and abilities? You see, a lot of people are scared of Suno, but they're scared of Suno because they ain't done their homework. I ain't scared of Suno. You kidding me? Suno can replace me? No, it cannot, because I constantly do my homework. I constantly do my research. In order to be a grandmaster in Suno, you need to be able to pinpoint precisely, dictate or craft the prompt, audio, text that will enable Suno reproduce what exactly you want. Not leaving it up to chance and saying, well, I guess Suno will give me a great beat. No, no, no. You as a beat maker or a musician can already craft those things with your DAW or with your keyboard or with your MPC, with your guitar, with your bass. You can create the vibe you want. And that pinpoint precision is what will make you a Suno grandmaster. If you are not able to effectively carve a killer prompt that will make Suno go on overdrive, then you ain't started. You will not be a Suno grandmaster. You will always be at the mercy of what Suno gives you. But if you're able to bring your brilliance, your genius, to pinpoint precisely, craft an audio prompt of excellence, I call it a prime beef prompt. When you give Suno a prime beef prompt, Suno goes into overdrive, it becomes mad, and it wants to outdo what you're asking it to do. So it delivers above and beyond, or in many instances, on par. And this is the difference between prompting like a producer versus prompting like a listener, like someone who is at the mercy of Suno. You see, if you write a song, that's great. But what about your unique specific taste to get Suno to comply? That, my friends, cannot be done with textual prompts alone. I hate to break it to you, but musicians have an unfair advantage because they are superior sonic sculptors in the realm of AI music. Of course they would have to be. They've spent years trying to perfect their craft so that they can play and move people. You see, this is why I get upset when I hear musicians say, well, Suno's going to replace. I'm like, which planet are you from? What musician are you if you think Suno can replace you? It means you ain't done your homework. So let me make that clear. And in the book, I share a lot of these ideas. I share a lot of my epiphanies that I've had with Suno. So I want to make it very clear. The next level of Suno usage, it goes beyond just prompts in text. You got to add the audio. And I'm not just talking about the melody, because in the last episode, I sang a song and Suno took the song and it created the chordal taste. Yeah, that's all well and good. But to go to the next level, you got to have these elements: melody, harmony, rhythm. And then you got to go down into the text to ensure that it is as compliant as can be with the audio you're feeding in. You got to think about the vocal texture. You got to think about the instrumentation. You got to think about the spatial distribution of the elements. This is taking it up a level. This masterclass is for the musician who understands chordal theory, rhythm, and structure of music in general. Okay? So, the best way to get Suno to speak your language is to feed it. And that's what I love about Suno putting the ability for us to create our custom models. Oh my goodness. Let me show you my steps in creating my custom model. Follow me into Suno and let me show you what I used and how I did it. I took the work that I had put into my Handpan album. And this is about 1 hour of me playing. I'll play a little bit of it for you. You hear those birds in the background? Welcome. So you get the idea, okay? I took 1 solid hour of my handpan playing, chopped it into pieces, and created a custom model. That's right, a custom model in Suno. And by the time I was done, Suno gave me better than I can even imagine handpan, spatially panned sound that blew my mind. Let me show you how I did it. When you get into Suno, over here in Advanced, you'll find that you have the ability to click on that drop down arrow at the top to either be in version 5.5 or to create a custom model. See that? Create a model based on your uploads. It'll cost you 100 credits. And that's what I'm going to do right now. So we're going to hit the plus sign, and it's going to come up with this. And I'm going to name this model Handpan Fill. You can see we have all of these slots, and we can just use a bulk upload and drag everything in there all at once. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm just going to drag all 6 of the handpan playing clips into these slots. So now I've got all my files selected. I'm just going to hit open, and that is going to load all 6 slots in Suno. We'll give it some time to load. Sometimes loading can be a bit temperamental. It doesn't always work, and you need to be persistent, trying over and over again. But the moment you see these stop moving, then you know that you have been successful. So let's give it a little bit more time and wait for those hoops going round and round to stop. And then we know we have succeeded. All right, I'm pretty much all done now. That's it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, now we're done with the loading of the handpans. We are going to go ahead and hit Create Custom Model. We're working on your custom model. Your model is being built in the background. We'll let you know when it's done. All right, let's hit Got It, and we'll come back and see what Suno is up to. So when the splash page closes, we come over here and take a look at the top where we had 5.5. We now have Handpan Fill Custom. We have that hoop going round and round again. And this is really just showing us that it's cooking. When it's done cooking, that hoop spinning will come to a standstill, and you'll be notified that your custom model is cooked. So we'll give it a little bit more time. And while this is happening, I will begin brewing a prompt, because obviously I'm going to use this model to create some music. So I have an idea of what I want. I want to hear that same tone, same timbre of my handpan, and I want it against a background of waterfalls and birds, just like you heard. I just didn't have a big waterfall, but I was by the river, so I want some more water movement. I want it to be major 7th chords, major 9s, minor 7th, that feel. So I'm going to prompt for that feel, and when this is cooked, I'm hoping I will be able to recreate music based on my work. You see, so I don't have to play the handpan every moment. I want to create something new. And the same for all the other instruments. The cool thing is it's my playing. You see, it's more personalized, that it's learning from you and creating from you. So that stigma of, well, you're stealing, it's pretty much defeated when you think of it. So
let's give it a few more seconds and let's see what Suno does. All right, seems like Suno is done. So what we're going to do, again, don't forget, it's the top. You always want that set. And we're going to select Handpan Fill.
So, my friends, you have seen how to create specific taste. Now, let me turn on my keyboard here because I want to show you how to combine your custom model along with specific melody. So what we're going to do right now is create in Suno right here. Let's go to create and let's go here. What do you see? Handpan Fill. We're going to select that. And now I am going to craft the new song to my taste using my cloned handpan. And then I'm also going to find an instrument that will be as close to a handpan as possible so that when I play it, Suno will get the memo, okay? I could use a vibraphone, for example. I could use that, but I'm going to prompt for a handpan. You get what I'm saying? So watch this. We go to audio, we go to record, we hit record, and I will begin playing what I want the handpan model to do. All right, so you heard the melody. We're going to select instrument stem. We're going to hit continue. Look, all the work has been done for me because I've crafted the model based on my unique handpan sound. So when I finally get into Suno like this, all right, and we're just going to say instrumental right there. When it comes to the style, okay, we're going to go over to advanced. And again, we're going to say instrumental just in brackets like this. And when it comes to the style, remember, we want handpan fill, which is selected. And we're going to say a relaxing melodic handpan sound with emphasis on a spatial, well-panned mix, crisp with natural sounding light reverb. Okay, now this is going to get me close to what I'm looking for. Okay, I'm just going to call it down here handpan. And let's crank up that audio influence a little bit, style influence up. So we got two things going. We got our handpan fill model, we've got our melody, and let's go ahead and hit create. Sit back and watch the magic as your model does the work for you. You've already put in the work. You don't need to do anything else other than wait for greatness. Let's listen to it. doesn't that sound awesome? Let's check out the second one. All right, so you are hearing a custom model and a rather customized prompt. Now I'm going to go a step further. I'm going to say instrumental, and I'm also going to put here solo handpan to further guide Suno to excluding other instruments. And down here, I've also put in no drums or other instruments. Okay. I'm going to crank this a bit down into the 20s, leave the style up, and let's see if we can get Suno to comply. And, sometimes it requires multiple iterations to get Suno to do exactly what you're looking to do. I encourage you not to be discouraged if Suno at first disobeys, but keep trying with different prompts. As you can see, that exclusionary prompt to exclude it from doing what it did before, like adding drums, sometimes you have to do that. All right, let's listen to what Suno has done with this prompt. Honestly, that wasn't bad at all. That was right in the direction that I was looking for. I wanted to be in that space. I wanted to get that handpan sound without a whole lot of other interruption, and it works pretty well. So I am happy about that experiment. So again, my friends, whatever you're trying to do, remember custom models are big. Your custom prompt is important. Melody, harmony, rhythm. You need to control those to get Suno to absolutely conform to what you want. If possible, get a vocal texture that is exactly like what you're looking to create. And then use that to get Suno in overdrive to do a cover based on that. Or sing, if you're able to, in that range, in that timbre. Or find a musician who can do that and who will agree to you using that work to effectively prompt Suno. These are ways to get Suno to get into overdrive and do exactly what you're looking for. If you take a look at my instance of Suno here, you can see I have guitar boss, I have handpan fill, and I have fill piano, and they are all different custom models that give me exactly what I'm looking for. I'll give you one more example. Let's do guitar boss, okay? As usual, I come over to my keyboard to give it a prime beef prompt. You got to give it exactly what you want. See? Now, if I had my real guitar, I would have done it with my real guitar, because for this guitar boss model, I used electric guitars. I used my Les Paul guitar. I used my Yamaha classical guitar. And those form the real sound that I am about to get. But just for example, let's hit audio and record. And all Suno needs is to understand the melody that I want my custom model to interpret. So watch this. All right, so you heard all of that going in. I'm going to go ahead and say song demo, full song, instrument stem. I hit continue. Let's skip this. And when Suno is done, it says overwrite lyrics. Let me say overwrite. I'm wondering, sometimes when Suno decodes what you've done, there could be value in what it has put in the lyrics. So over here we have nylon string acoustic guitar enters. I mean, it could tell, even though I was on a keyboard, what it was. And this is how you work as a producer. You're trying to get the instrumentalist to do exactly what you want. And sometimes you just got to come with the exact blueprint, melody, chords. Now, I didn't have any drums in there, but it knows that I was syncopating a bossa nova rhythm. Isn't that crazy? Suno is crazy, yes. So now we have the styles, we have the instrumentation, and I really don't need to do much else because my model knows what it was trained on, and it's going to deliver just that, okay? So I could put in anything that I feel is lacking. I could say fretless bass, because I want a fretless bass sound, fretless bass, earthy and organic sounding drums, and everything else is cool. All right, you see it says the guitar uses a dry, close mic'd production. Now, one thing you can learn from this, so you heard when I was recording, it didn't sound like it was going directly in, but the truth is my audio is going directly into Suno in this example. Let's name it Bossa Nova model. Hit create, and off we go. And by the time it's done, I know I'm going to get something great. Let's listen. So you might wonder, why is there a flute? Well, again, Suno perceived this as a flute, which is why you got to look into some of these lyrics that Suno puts in. Because really, I could have gotten rid of all of this and just said lead instrument, nylon string acoustic guitar. So this main theme, Suno was dreaming up something that I didn't want. I should have just left nylon string acoustic guitar, syncopated bossa nova rhythm, and I'll just say main instrument. So where I have instrumental here, I could have just said acoustic guitar, nylon string acoustic guitar, main instrument. Because Suno will obey down to the instrument. And I'm glad that we're doing this because you can see the level of specificity in the text will also steer your final output. Okay, so you got to look out for all these elements. So we're going to do this again and say model 2. But that was pretty cool with the flute. I liked that. Here's the second version of that. Let's listen. That actually does sound really nice. Although I wanted a guitar, not a flute. Let's listen to this correction. All right. This is also another very good lesson because you also got to look at what Suno gives you for the style. Now, did you notice it snuck in a flute? The flute performs a melodic lead. So the flute was buried in more than one place. And even though my model is just guitar, Suno examines everything you fed it. Model, the instruments, and every command. So what I should have done is gotten rid of that. And yeah, that will give me what I want without any other instruments interfering. You see, and then you can go to the next level down here and you can say no flute or other lead or other wind instruments. You know, since that was the real issue. And here we go. Model 3. Every component matters. The minutia that you might have overlooked. Because if you want just a guitar as a solo instrument and you're hearing something else, it means that there's some other component telling Suno what to do. And you got to find out what that is. All right, let's listen. Now the image is a guitar in the sun. Let's listen. All right, my friends, that is the lesson for today. Musicians, you got to attack the prompt with specificity. You got to remember that you have an advantage. Your ability to sculpt sound gives you that competitive edge when you use Suno. To get the best output, make everything as close to what you are imagining as possible. Because I get a lot of people saying, Phil, how do I get Suno to do this? Suno isn't obeying me. It's not doing exactly what I want. And I'm like, did you feed it a prime beef prompt? And if the answer is no, then nothing will help you. Honestly, no matter how good you are at prompting text, if you are not prompting audio, you will always be subject and at the mercy of Suno. No, you want to be in the producer seat. You want to be like Quincy, telling the tool what to do, not the tool deciding everything for you. Suno is brilliant, but there's a place for pinpoint precision. Thank you for joining me today, my friends. Let's take it out with that hot bossa nova. It's almost bordering on samba, but here we go. Welcome, my Sunolins. How are you doing today? We're going to go into the world of Suno in a very different way because many of you are not aware of the sheer production power that this tool has. You thought Suno was just a music tool? Well, now we're going into the world of drama production. And to do that, we're going to jump straight into Suno and go into the create mode. Now, here's the trick. In order to spur Suno's drama production in full swing, we got to use my secret sauce, Phil's Movie Magic. You can find this in the comments below, and you can also find this in my YouTube store. So let's jump into Phil's Movie Magic. We're going into the section called Epic Life Drama, okay? Let's go into Epic Life Drama, and we're going to choose something different. We're actually going to do this in custom mode. So as opposed to choosing any of these, we are going into custom, and we're going to type in a prompt, and this prompt is going to be a fun drama production. Frustrated creator is fed up of the big three record labels bullying Suno in court. So I'm going to take this last piece, and I'm going down here. This is going to be R&B mixed with classical. We're going for that operatic / R&B feel. And where it says add your touch, we're going to put this other piece down here. And we're going to hit generate life drama production. Okay, now this is a tool that I have built to put Suno in overdrive. It is going to give people roles. It is going to give people parts. We're going to have multiple voices, and it's going to be absolutely epic. So now it's done based on the very unique way I have built this tool to take Suno in overdrive. And we're going into Suno. Okay, so where we have lyrics, we're going to paste this in. And this Suno master prompt, we're going to take this and we're going to put this into our styles section. And in more options, we're going to crank up our style influence, and we're going to call this free Suno. Now, I have done all the heavy lifting for any user of this tool. You can also tweak as you will, but there's really no need to do that. Let's go ahead and hit create, and you might have a few iterations just to see the direction that Suno will take it. My tool plus Suno gives amazing results. If you didn't already know, let me make it clear that I am Suno's biggest supporter, not by weight, but I absolutely love Suno as a tool. Its musical intelligence is bar none, and that's why I wrote the book, Suno Music Production. The biggest thing about using Suno in overdrive is to know what you want and be able to prompt it and to have an opinion for your music. And that's why in this book, I teach mindset first. and then I go into technicalities and other things. And there are a few flow charts and images that show how you can use Suno. Next level. All right, let's jump in and listen to this fun production called Free Suno. Here we go.
They say the big three got their suits on lock tight. But here I am, a creator, tired of this corporate fight. UMG and Sony, why you brawling with my soul? Every lawsuit a punchline, every letter a toll. Wanna know what's deeper? It's not just the cash, it's the art that's buried beneath your legal trash. Oh look, my phone's ringing. Let's see who it could be. Is it creativity calling or an attorney? Ooh-wee.
Hey, it's WMG, we're on your side today. Those other two
just hogs in the pantry. Hey! Hogs in the pantry, swine with no class. They're weighing us down, trying to make art go fast. So what's a creator like me supposed to do? Drown in a sea of papers, forms, and fees. Dope beats in my heart, rhymes in my head, but they'd rather fight battles than help me get fed. But you know what? I'm tickled. I'm not alone in this mess. Even a hog knows the joy of a creative success. Thought you could crush me, thought you could steer me, but here I stand, can't you see? I'm not dreary. Let us creators create. Leave the money fights at the gate. UMG and Sony, listen to my plea. Stop hogging the pantry. Let us be free. So next time you argue in the court's cruel light, remember that the music, that's our birthright. While you beef like toddlers, we're painting with sound. So let the creators roam free. Let love abound. Yeah, let us create. Let us create.
That was epic. Next.
They say the big three got their suits on lock tight. But here I am, a creator, tired of this corporate fight. UMG and Sony, why you brawling with my soul? Every lawsuit a punchline, every letter a toll. Wanna know what's deeper? It's not just the cash, it's the art that's buried beneath your legal trash. Oh look, my phone's ringing. Let's see who it could be. Is it creativity calling or an attorney? Ooh-wee. Hey, it's WMG. We're on your side today. Those other two, just hogs in the pantry. Hey, hey, hogs in the pantry. Swine with no class, they're weighing us down. Trying to make art go fast. So, what's a creator like me supposed to do? Drown in a sea of papers, forms, and fees. Boo-hoo, dope beats in my heart, rhymes in my head, but they'd rather fight battles than help me get fed. But you know what? I'm tickled. I'm not alone in this mess. Even a hog knows the joy of a creative success. Thought you could crush me, thought you could steer me, but here I stand, can't you see? I'm not dreary. Creators create. Leave the money fights at the gate. UMG and Sony, listen to my plea. Stop hogging the pantry. Let us be free. So next time you argue in the court's cruel light, remember that the music, that's our birthright. While you beef like toddlers, we're painting with sound. So let the creators roam free. Let love abound. Yeah, let us create.
Okay. Suno fights back. Well, let me just give you a very quick run through of this Phil's Movie Magic tool. You can make mind-blowing stuff. Like if you look at this, right here we have the ability to create based on this public domain stuff, right? If you wanted to create based on Romeo and Juliet, Midsummer's Night Dream, Othello, just you name it, Hamlet, I've got all of these options, and you can create very dramatic scenes. If you're at the point where you feel, I don't even know what to do, you can always randomize some of these options, okay? And then let's go back. This is epic life drama for life situations. So if you wanted to write along any of these lines, you could just choose any of these and you could randomize whatever musical genres, or you could intentionally pick like I did. And you just hit generate, it will generate output. You can download that and save that and use it in multiple ways. Let me give you one other example. So for those of you who want to write like a Bible drama musical, if you will, you can use this tool to do that. And you can base it on any of these. You know, I know a lot of people said, well, I tried putting this into Suno and it didn't work. Well, not in this case, right? Because let's choose by character and story. Let's say I wanted to write something about Abraham, for example. And the specific story, let's say Sodom and Gomorrah. Everyone knows that story, right? I just choose whatever I want. I choose the musical style, maybe opera, and a number of characters. I can choose a number of characters and the scene length. And creative direction, make it humor and serious at once. Okay, and I just go ahead and hit generate the scene. I have engineered the way this works with multiple voices and the musical genres in such a way that it will deliver a seamless prompt that you can just take. You don't need to do any other work. You just need to wait. See, it's taking its time because crafting a prompt of this nature is quite intense. For a human, this would take hours to do, but I've made it so simple. So let's remove that. Let's remove this. Let's go ahead and put this new one in just for demonstrational purposes, okay? And let's see. So we've got a number of things you could use. This is for visual. Like if you wanted to, you know, make this a movie, you could take this and put it into like VO3 and actually get a movie alongside it, but we're not going to do that. We're just going to take the genre, the style prompt. So we're going to take that out. We're going to leave everything else. And then we're going to put this in styles. And we are going to up the influence of the style. Okay, that's cool. And we're just going to call this Sodom and Go. And just go ahead and hit create. And again, this is a done for you tool. Now, the thing about putting Suno into this mode, could you write everything out, type everything out on your own, or just try to wing it with other tools? You could, but it won't be as composite as this Phil's Movie Magic will enable you to do. And some of you who have subscribed to Phil's Movie Magic, if you're so inclined, if you don't mind people listening to your work, you know, just put a link below, or let me know whether I should go to your channel and get a particular video, and I'll put it down below so that other people can see your handiwork. But let's just listen to a little bit of this so that you get another feel for what this tool can do. Let's go.
Oh Lord, how can it be that the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah lie steeped in wickedness? Shall the just be swept away with the wicked? Behold, Abraham, thou faithful servant, we come to deliver judgment upon these cities, for their sins have reached unto heaven. but thy prayers may yet avail. If but 10 righteous souls can be found within, mercy shall be granted. My Lord, what if there be 50 or 40? Spare them! Surely the Lord shall not destroy the righteous with the wicked. For 50 righteous we shall spare the city. O Lord, let not thy servants speak in vain. What if 45 should be found, or 30? A city of such great potential, spare it, I pray. For thy sake we shall relent, should 30 be discovered. And if 20, if even 10 righteous souls can be unearthed, spare it! As thou hast spoken, Abraham, for 10 righteous, the city shall be saved. Now know this, Abraham, the cities cry out, our mission nears its end. Let hope guide thy heart, for the time is nigh. May the heavens remember mercy.
Absolutely ridiculous. I'm telling you, my friends, Suno can be put in overdrive, drama production. Imagine taking this and dramatizing it. So this tool goes beyond just a musical prompt tool. It's able to bring vivid ideas through your use of the tool, and you could cast people into these roles if that's your thing, right? And you can use it in any genre, any field, life drama, biblical drama, the classics, the Shakespeare and all that kind of stuff. You could go absolutely nuts with it. I have a cinematic prompt builder as well. For those who want to go more into the imagery of it, it will help you build prompts that you can use in OpenArt and other tools. I also have a sound effects engine. So if you're looking to generate certain sounds, the prompts that you craft to do that in Suno, I also have that here. I also have an image prompt generator. So if you wanted to get the right view, the right look, you could use my image prompt generator. And lastly, we have VO3 scene generator, purposely for VO3, that will give you a crafted prompt for whatever you're trying to do, and mind over matter, which is just utter chaos, just ridiculousness. So if you had a loss for ideas, this tool will give you some ideas. So I just did a randomized prompt generator. AI gods worshipped by ancient civilizations, or dreams that become physical objects, or memory as currency in the afterlife, just crazy stuff. And this will give you like out of this world ideas for music, for video. So I call it Phil's Movie Magic. If you wanted Suno to bring a movie to life, this would be it. All right, my friends, that brings us to the end of our 4th episode of Suno Masterclass. This kind of stuff, nobody else teaches it here on YouTube except your buddy Phil. Hit the like button, subscribe, and if you want Phil's Movie Magic, just follow the link below. It's very straightforward. The moment you get it, you're going to get access to Phil's Movie Magic, and you're going to be able to begin creating. And if you want me to listen to any of your creations, send them to me. All right, my friends, thank you for joining me. Let's take it out with another fun one. Now, this one that I'm going to leave you with is going to be a Shakespearean one. We're going to William. William is going to give us something here, and I've already done Macbeth for you. Let's see. How about, I think we've done Romeo and Juliet. Let's do the Merchant of Venice, and let's generate something orchestral blended with, now rock. That would be epic, wouldn't it? Orchestral rock. That's going to be fun. All right, let's check it out. We've got our lyrics, we got our style. We're going to hit generate or create, and this is it. Okay, my friends, thanks for joining me. I'll see you next time.
The Merchant of Venice, Act 1, Scene 3. 3,000 ducats, well, I cannot give thee less. For scrouring on my labor, I will pay thee, if you will lend me this much. I am too old to learn, and thou art glad of this. If you will not, I must give you a toll, a pound of flesh, my bond. If it be not for your bond, then think on me with compassion. Maybe we shall meet again in time, but the bond holds firm, your life for your wealth. Then I would wager all of my gain for a chance perhaps to be saved from this shame. We will seal this bond.
Welcome, my fellow creatives. Today, I'm going to teach you how to make beats with AI. To make beats with AI, you need to be ready to use your voice, your body, your hands, table, any surface. Whether you've got an idea or no idea, you can conveniently approach the AI tool and begin to have fun. You could use your mouth, you can clap, you could bring in a drum kit, you could bring in a miniature drum kit, or you can go to musicspiration.com and you can use my drum machine. But to get straight into it, I want to begin to use some of the things that you're seeing on the screen right now. We can use chest, tummy, clap, voice, anything. So let's jump straight into Suno. Jumping straight into Suno, as usual, you know we got to hit that create button. And once you hit the create button, the fun begins. Hit audio, hit upload or record in this case, and just begin recording any drum beat that comes into mind. When you're done with your idea for the rhythm, you can say it's rhythm percussion. You can also say it's an instrument stem, just to give an idea, sample, and let's just go ahead, hit continue, skip, let's get straight into it. And here we have the option of going to musicspiration.com. Go into AI prompt tools. It's free for my subscribers. So if you have not subscribed, please do. The next thing we're going to do is we are going to go into musical prompt generator. You can look there and see if you can get some lo-fi hip hop if that's what you want. It's kind of chilled and relaxed. It's somewhere around 80-ish. Let me just go up to 90. It's going to know what to do. And melody, I could just say simple and catchy if it does want to add that. And I don't want any reverb. Instrumentation. You know, when you hit this and you get your prompt, when you go back into Suno, you can say drum machine MPC hip hop beat. Now, I want it to add some other things, so I'm going to say, I don't want it to be lo-fi. I'm going to say syncopated, and I could get rid of all this. I could say just punchy, crisp, electric drum sounds. Okay. The rhythm is a straight and driving rhythm. We've already said what it is, so we get rid of that. Now we're going to combine two powerful things. Textual prompts along with the syncopation that I gave it vocally. We're going to turn this up. So this is meant to be a negative prompt, and sometimes it works and other times it doesn't, but it's worth trying. Okay, with that done, and with my original beat, I cranked it up. I'll crank it up to maybe in the 40s, because what I'm trying to avoid is it realizing, oh, it's a vocal. I don't want it to give me vocal percussion. I want it to be as realistic as possible, like a real drum sound, okay? Even though it might not. But anyway, let's go ahead and hit create. We are going to get something that we can work with. You know, my goal is not to get the picture perfect sound just yet, but it's something that we can take, we can massage, and we can work with it. All right, so let's listen to what Suno has done. All right, not bad. It got the vibe I was looking for. And you know what to do with this? Well, if you like it, you can always remix it. You can take it to Suno Studio, and you can do all sorts of stuff with it. There are many things you can do. You can edit it, you can split it. Now, right now, it's coming with a lot of stuff. Take a look over here. You see where it says Open in Studio. Let's go back to edit. Okay, you see where it says Open in Studio. I'm going to click Open in Studio, and I'm going to show you what you can do to get this track cooking. All right, so you have an option, single track, multi-track. Let's go ahead and hit multi-track, and let's see what Suno does, because Suno is going to take all that stuff and it's going to put it into different tracks in the GAW, the Generative Audio Workstation. So now, when it's come in, we have the option of playing a solo instrument. So all we're going to hear when it's done rendering, we just listen to just that flute or just that brass or bass or just those drums. And that's the trick. You can take that stem out of Suno Studio and you can work it in your DAW however you like. You can save it in Suno. You can use that as a stem to build on. See? All right. So you might notice Studio is looking a little bit jazzy. It's got these divisions that are more evident. But let's mute everything else and just play the drum solo so we can check out what it's done. All right, that's about it, my friend. So assuming I wanted just this drum beat, I could right click and I could just hit download wave like that. Just like that. Download the wave. And this will download to my desktop or to my downloads. And then I can bring this in without anything into Suno and reuse it. I could also take this to my DAW and I could lay things on top of it if I wanted to. And that's generally the idea for how you would manipulate these sounds, because I know a lot of folks say, hey, I just wanted a drum beat. Why am I getting all these other instruments? What should I do? You just keep splitting down whatever you get into stems. And once you get to the stem you desire, just export it. So now let's go back into Suno itself. So we'll click on Create. And now I'm going to bring in just that drum loop, and you're going to see what else I'm going to do with it. So we'll hit Audio. Then we're going to hit Upload. And it's uploading. And what you see here, it's asking, I'm just going to say Instrument Stem, Rhythm Percussion, Continue, Skip. And when Suno is done, you'll have just the drums. And if you wanted to build on that, you could. You could take that one drum stem, and that's it. So that's beat number one. And I took the time to do this so that you can see the process of taking it into Studio and splitting it. But you can also split stems in many other tools. You can do it in Fader. You can do it in your local DAW. You know, there's so many things you can do with that. But as far as expanding on the drum sound itself, all you need to do is remix. So if you wanted to use that drum sound, you could do remix, some additional content like lyrics. Maybe you wanted it to be in kind of like a chilled out rap. You could put in some lyrics like this. So now we've got some lyrics in. We can actually demand that Suno gives us that beat to the max. I'm going to go ahead and hit Create. And you're going to hear that same beat being included in the song. So if you ever want to create a song with a beat that you like, once you get the beat as you want it, you can then prompt with the lyrics, with the style, to get what you're looking for. Let's check out a few bars of this one.
Yeah. Suno is the bomb. Yeah. Suno is the bomb, let the haters cry. Cause we gonna support Suno to the end of time. No stress, not vexed, in fact, no contest. I refuse to be phased or even depressed. Those sucker big labels wanna be in charge, but the people got power. We building up large, new waves, new tools, new sound in the art. Independent voices all playing it smart. We don't need permission to create what we feel. Turn a phone to a studio, that's really the deal. Ideas in the tracks and the vision is real. Now the future in your hands and you set the seal. Keep it raw, keep it true, let the music unfold. Every beat that we drop got a story retold. From the young in the room to the vets in the cold. Everybody in the game got a sound to uphold. No limits, no gate, just a lane that we carve. Every line that we write got a bite, got a spark. From the day to the night, from the light to the dark. We've been building up heat, now we're making our mark. Yeah. Yeah.
That was cool. Here's another.
Yeah. Suno is the bomb, let the haters cry. Cause we gonna support Suno to the end of time. No stress, not vexed, in fact, no contest. I refuse to be phased or even depressed. Those sucker big labels wanna be in charge, but the people got power, we building up large. New waves, new tools, new sound in the art. Independent voices all playing it smart. We don't need permission to create what we feel. Turn the phone to a studio, that's really the deal. Ideas in the tracks and the vision is real. Now the future in your hands and you set the seal. Keep it raw, keep it true, let the music unfold. Every beat that we drop got a story retold. From the young in the room to the vets in the cold. Everybody in the game got a sound to uphold. No limits, no gate, just a lane that we carve. Every line that we write got a bite, got a spark. From the day to the night, from the light to the dark. We've been building up heat, now we're making our mark.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Using Suno as a creative tool, from beatboxing it, you can even drum it, whatever you want. Now I'm going to give you some very rapid ideas for how you can get a beat using some unconventional items. Let's jump back into Suno. So I've shown you how to use your mouth, snaps of the finger, and so on. But now I'm going to show you another tool that some of you might have forgotten about. We're going into Musicspiration, but we're not going to use it the regular prompting way. We're going to go to my idea lab. This again is free to all you awesome people. We got a kick drum, we got a snare, we got hi-hats closed and open. So what I'm going to do is record this beat, although I'm going to use the analog, and I'm going to activate it by recording it. You see record there at the bottom right. Okay, So let's go ahead and let's record. When you're done, you hit the stop recording, and this gets saved to your downloads. We're going to take that file that has been saved to our downloads, and then we're going to go into Suno, and we're going to give it a prompt. Now, before we leave here, let's go back, because now we can actually go grab a prompt while we're here. And we're going to hit the AI prompt tools. We're going to go to, let's do supersizer. Let's see what we've got here. We got hip hop. Let's go some trap, children relaxed. That should do. And vocals. Let's see if we decide to do that. But anyway, let's just generate it. Okay. Now we're going to go back into Suno. We're going to delete what's there, because this is from scratch. And now we are going to upload the audio that has saved to our downloads. So what you want to look for is Neon Session. Double click on that. That is going to upload to Suno. It's called Neon Session. That's what it saves as. We're then going to say instrument stem, rhythm percussion, and as usual, skip. When Suno is done with its business, you're going to see the track there, and we're going to do something very similar to what we did the first time. So let's give it some time to upload. All right, and now it's done, and let's listen. All right, so we've got this, and we got our trap prompt, remember? Okay, and we don't want a whole lot of reverb and stuff. We can just say vocals, okay? And then up here, where we have lyrics, we're gonna put some lyrics. Ooh, a wonderful day. Chillin', say, come what may. Okay, very minimalist approach. And we're just going to duplicate these a few times, because all I'm looking for is an idea that I can take and I can build on. So if I get a sample from this that I like, I can again take it into Studio. I can process it a bit. I can take it into a DAW. I can chop it up a bit. I can bring it back into Suno in a variety of ways. So one of the things I do want to get here is those 16th, or I'll say 30 seconds, hi-hats, syncopating, oh, like crazy, sweet, melodic, minor feel. Just a few extra crumbs of prompts. All right, this, we'll put this up. Oh, there's definitely something else that we can put in here. Off-timed syncopation at random times. So while I have what I put in, I want some additional sauce sprinkled in, and I got to request it. Okay, now we're going to just say neon session drums. All right, I'm going to hit create, and we're going to wait for Suno to cook this, give it a few moments. So this is just a warning that Suno is still doing this crazy contains copyrighted lyrics. Take a look. What is copyrighted here? That's the question I have to ask. But, you know, since it's playing up just when I thought it was behaving itself, ooh, a wonderful day. Why is that copyrighted? But I mean, that's Suno right now, and you know, sometimes you have to deal with those things and make sure that it doesn't mess around with your creativity, you know. So I'm going to hit create again, and if it doesn't allow me for the same reason, then I might just have to change my lyrics completely. But I'm glad this is happening, because you can see that even those of us who've been using Suno for a while, we get these obstacles, and just don't take it personal. You know, you saw how I just changed the lyrics on the fly. What's the big deal? They came from me anyway. All right, here we go. Check it out.
Wonderful day. Ooh, hey, wonderful day. Wonderful day. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh, hey, wonderful day.
Now, while Suno did its work, I got carried away by cranking my beat up. And because I didn't deliver the 30 seconds, and I'm giving Suno an audio prompt, it's not going to give me the 30 seconds I'm looking for with my audio cranked all the way up there. So I got to reduce the influence so that Suno just takes the tone I gave it and uses something else. And I'm going to keep reducing the tone to ensure that I get what I'm looking for if I truly did want that trap beat. So let's go ahead and do a second one, and we'll see if it makes any difference. And again, the tempo that you're prompting Suno to deliver also has a hand in what the final output is. So we could prompt all night until we get what we're looking for, but we also have to reduce the influence of the audio we put in if we're truly serious about getting something like a 30-second note trap beat.
Wonderful day. Wonderful day. Hey. Wonderful day. Yeah. Wonderful day. Hey. Wonderful day. Wonderful day. Hey. Wonderful day. Wonderful day. Yeah. Wonderful day. Hey. Wonderful day. Wonderful day. Hey, wonderful day.
Now, this is a lot better. It's giving me those 30 seconds. And if I want anything different, I got to prompt it. And I can keep going on and on prompting. But I guess you get my point, right? Whatever you want, you have to prompt in the audio if you're giving audio. If you don't want the influence of the audio to overshadow, you got to reduce it. Okay, let's do one more simple experiment. And this is going to be just prompting for drums without anything else. So we're just going to use this. Now that we've taken away the audio, we've cranked up the style. Now look at what is going to happen. I'm going to put this in brackets. I'll say just trap drums. And it might give you some other stuff, but that's okay. Let's just go ahead and hit create. And this is prompting for a beat without bringing in yours. The only risk in doing this is what you end up getting might be very different from what you initially thought of if you had an idea. But if you didn't have an idea, hey, just be the curator, go through, the stack of drum beats and choose one that works for you, and then you can build on it. If Suno gives you additional instruments, you take it into Suno Studio, you strip it, you take that stem, and you can actually split that stem even further. But let's check out what Suno did. One of the quickest ways of making a beat with AI is using your body, your voice, your hands, any surface, or bringing in ideas from your DAW or from your keyboard, or maybe even using a real drum machine. There's so many ways you can get the sound of choice. So with or without an idea, you can start in AI. If you have an idea, record it immediately. Don't lose it. Hum it. Could be beatbox. It could be tapping, clapping. Capture the shape. And then your recording becomes the anchor. And then your text prompt builds the world around your idea. The output is faster. It's more personal. It's more specific. Now, if you don't have an idea yet and you want to make something, start with a genre or emotion and era. Just go to musicspiration.com, find a prompt, generate a fast, maybe 3 to 5 variations, no attachment, and let the output inspire your idea. Pick one, and then you can build on it from there. You can record your response, and you can hum back whatever you hear. There's so many ways, okay? With an idea, without an idea, the sky's the limit, but you have to start from somewhere. Your body is the beat machine. As you saw me in this video, mouth rhythm, right? Mouth bass. You can also do chest, you can clap, you can use your table as I've shown in other videos. You can bring in small hand percussion, or you can use the keyboard as the drum machine in musicspiration.com to get what you're looking for. The trick is to capture whatever you're able to generate, frame it, build your text prompt around it, upload the prompt into Suno, use Musicspiration, generate whatever you can, and then you can begin layering it. You can evolve with text prompts, or you can even use other instruments. You can introduce other instruments. Musicspiration.com is one place. Phil's Playground is another. The beats that you can generate in Phil's Playground will have more secret seasoning because I go a little bit deeper in how those generate prompts. Musicspiration.com is ideal. It's fantastic for beginners, even intermediate. It'll help you frame a text prompt that you can take back into Suno, and you can build that mindset of layering by using text prompts from Musicspiration. I have very easy prompts all the way to more advanced stuff. So body, capture, frame, generate, layer, release. The AI doesn't replace your musical instinct. It amplifies it. Even when you allow the AI go first, you take the output and you build on it. That's the general idea. Now let's take a look at this prompt real close. So sweet melodic minor feel, let's take that out. The mood is chills, let's take that out. Lead melody, let's take all that stuff out. Now watch this. Dirty, aggressive drum kit in your face. Let's take out the bass part that says smooth, deep sub bass. Okay. And then that's pretty much it. That's going to give you something more aggressive. We can say high energy, sometimes unsettling, syncopation. Okay, we're giving it a lot of instructions, but it's all part of the illustration. Now let's sit back and see what Suno's going to give. So check this one out. So that sounds a little bit melodic and friendly. Now compare that to what we're going to get out of this next prompt. You get that in your face dirty sound. All right, let's check this next one. right, my friends, that's all we have for today. I hope it made a lot of sense because all you need to do is take this beat, take it into Suno Studio, or you can even just take the wave out to whatever DAW of choice, split it into stems, and you can create whatever you want with it. Thank you for joining me today on Suno Masterclass. Thank you for the suggestions. My friend who suggested doing a masterclass on the drum creation, the beat creation. I hope you found that to be helpful. You got any questions, or maybe you want to share your own ideas, drop them in the comments below. I'll see you next time. Thank you very much, and bye for now. Welcome back, my friends, to Suno Masterclass. The last time we met, we went over some beats in Beat Baron 1. This is Beat Baron 2, where I'm going to show you the power of using automated tools to create your beats. It does the heavy lifting for you, and you may not need to think as much because the heavy lifting has been done. So let's jump straight into Phil's Playground. We have a couple of engines we're going to use today. We've got the trap, we've got the hip hop, and we got so many options. We've got everywhere from early days all the way to current. We've also got the opportunity of randomizing. So assuming you wanted something in the, let's say, golden era, right? All you do is come down here and the prompt is generated based on the selection. But there's some things that you might be particular about. You want to make sure those make their way into the final prompt. For example, I'm very particular about my hi-hats. So hi-hat energy, I want those 30-second note rolls. I want, what else? Machine gun hi-hats and stuttering hi-hats. I'm like a kid in a candy store. I don't even know which one to choose anymore because they are all good to me. Triplet patterns, the whole 9 yards. I get crazy about the hi-hats. Okay, so I'm going to choose those. What else? It'll be interesting to hear some of these very far out sounds. Orchestral elements for sure. I got to have some dark cinematic strings, some cello. Let's go for some quiet. And then talking about vocal, let's go for some heavy auto-tune. That's okay. It's trap. Whisper vocal. Oh, mumble flow. Yeah. Look, I just love trap, and all of these elements, I wanna hear them. And I trust Suno's gonna coordinate them well. So I'm just gonna choose copy, and boom, we're gonna go into Suno. We're going to dump this in styles. Half the battle's been done. Actually, majority of the battle's been done. Because you know what I could do? I could just say, give me an instrumental and let me ponder on this. And if it really hits me good, I can come back and write a song with whatever it gives me. See, that's the workflow. So we got instrumental, and we're just going to go ahead and hit. I know I did choose some elements that have voice, come to think of it, but Suno knows how to handle it, right? Suno's going to give me vocals at the appropriate place. Hopefully it won't overdo it. I'm just going to hit trap 1, boom, create. And this is where we sit back and listen to the brilliance of the tool. Check this out.
So you saw that it was very minimal because I chose an instrumental idea. All right, let's check out the second one. So very unique because I chose certain things that I wanted to hear and it provided them. And honestly, all you would have needed to do was to go into Suno Studio with it, like I showed you in Beat Baron 1, and you can just chop it up, do whatever you like, increase the EQ if it's too dull, and you can just mute all the other instruments and you can take just that one wave file and export it out. Okay. So the right way to do this, if I was really going to spend time on it, is to go through all the selections and choose what you will. But I'm using randomize to jumpstart my process. And I'm looking for it to randomize till I can get something that has, oh, I just missed Atlanta Classic because I'm going so quick. All right, let's look for Atlanta Classic. It's coming. All right, now I spent some time selecting what I want. It's a done for you system. All you do is come in here, just replace. There's really no need for you to do anything else other than just rename what it is. If you're keen on a particular feel, you can prompt that in. I'm just going to say minor. I'm going to wait for it to render and let's listen. This beat is too hard. I think I'm going to use it. Let's check out the second one. That's too hard. I can't play the rest of it. That's sick. All right, check this one out. So you get the idea. I mean, you can cook some pretty ill beats, especially with Phil's Playground. For those of you who are members and you're into this kind of music, go in there, do what you need to do. Now, I've been doing a lot of contemporary rhythms and stuff, but let's not forget, we got a crazy Latin music prompter here, equally crazy. And if I just randomize, it's going to choose, as you can see, right? It's going to choose, and I could get some pretty cool drums. All I do is come down here, generate prompt, copy to clipboard, right? Go back into Suno. Watch this. It is so simple. And I could say instrumental drums only. I wish. It's not going to do it, but at least I'm going to guide it to give me minimal instruments. All right, I'm going to go ahead and hit create, and I'll show you what you can do with the drums that you get from a prompt like this. Let's give it a few seconds. All right, I've renamed them Latin. Let's check them out. Here we go. Okay, so obviously some of the vocal prompting crept in there, but let me show you what you could do, right? If you liked that, you click on these three dots over here, right? You hit edit, or you hover over edit, let's make it smaller, and then when it has finally completed its render, you're going to see open in studio. Click open in studio, select multi-track. Suno is going to take all of this stuff, all the music, it's going to put all the instruments into studio, and then you can mute whichever ones you don't want to hear, and you can go for just that drum sound. All right, let's check these drums out. So I've muted everything else, and I've just left drums and percussion. So after taking whatever you like from studio into Suno proper, you now have your drum beat, and you can add whatever you like to it. You can just remix, as simple as that. It will sing to whatever beat you request. Suno will. So I'm just going to go ahead and hit create. And this is where I rely on the brilliance of Suno. I don't worry too much, especially if I'm in experimental mode, because sometimes I don't want to do all the work of, thinking melody or chords. Sometimes I want to do that after Suno gives me something. So I can take whatever Suno gives me and I can just go to town with it. Let's listen. All right, my friends, that's it for today. I hope this gave you some additional ideas you can take back to your process and have a blast. Thank you for joining me. I'll see you again soon. Bye for now. Welcome, Sunolins. What's about to go down in August is no small deal, except they get to a settlement. And I'm talking about Suno, Sony, and UMG. And in my mind, I see a court scene playing out. So we got to go into Phil's movie magic and have some fun. This masterclass is really all about fun. Okay, we're going to click on this and we're going to hit custom. And then I'm going to put in a very well thought out idea. It's still in its very raw form.
It is such a long idea, I cannot go through the entire thing. But if you care to, you can hit pause and you can read everything on the screen. This is just bananas. But it's pretty much an idea for the lawsuit. And I just did voice to text. I have all this crazy stuff swirling around in my head. I'm hearing what Suno would say. I'm hearing what a dementia patient would say. I'm hearing what Spotify would say. I'm hearing what someone who is disabled would say. And all of that is going to be used in a court of law. And we're going to have fun with it. To get this feel, I'm thinking the primary genre would have to be something classical or operatic. So let's go ahead and choose. Yeah, let's go ahead and choose orchestral or classical. Classical. Let's blend that with some orchestral. And third option, I would have just said cinematic. And come to think of it, I don't have that in my options. So let's see, the closest thing we can get to that, and I don't want to make it too rock. I'm just going to leave it, and then I'll prompt it in Suno. But this is giving me ideas. Okay, my own special touch, add humor and heart and intelligence. And you do know that I've got this voice to text thing that I can use. For those of you that didn't see the first demo, I don't need to type in. That's another good thing about this. Make it such that the listener has an absolute blast listening to this piece. All right, hit stop. And I think we're ready. I think we got a monster prompt now. This is gonna be crazy. We're gonna get quite a dollop of fun. And let's wait for it. It's taking its time. When you see that thing spinning, you know that it's generating some real life drama. Ooh, okay. So here we go. Okay. All right. Okay, well, this is looking very interesting. I might take this and do a little bit more magic to it, but let's jump into Suno now. And I'm actually quite happy that it did capture the cinematic idea there. So we've got this master prompt. Let's take it. Okay, so there is the style prompt, and let's put in this unbelievable array of lyrics. I've massaged it a little bit, but we're going to crank up that style influence all the way up in the 90s. And we're just going to call this The Trial. Some of you haven't seen my movie magic. You are going to have your mind blown. Let's hit create. Let's give it some time. And this is going to be a lot of fun. All right, my friends, the time has come to have some fun. Let's go ahead and listen to these drama productions. As you can see, we got a very robust output, about 6 minutes. Let's check this out.
Gather now, a court is called. A question shakes the world. Who owns the song? Who owns the sound? Who owns tomorrow's dream? We built these halls, we signed these stars, we carried music through the ages. And now this machine arrives, feasting upon the work of giants. The future races toward us, yet we must know what is creation, what is imitation. The trial begins. say I stole? Did not every musician learn from masters who came before? Did not Mozart hear Bach? Did not Lennon hear Elvis? Did not every student become a teacher? Why is learning sacred when a human does it, but forbidden when a machine does the same? Are we to tax the future? Are we to shackle invention? While we argue here, the world moves on. China builds, open source communities build. The river does not stop because lawyers debate the current. The river flows, the river flows. Why be enemies? Why build walls? Why not collaborate? Why not create new gardens instead of guarding old ones? Your Honor, reality sings a different tune. We have agreements, we have partnerships. If AI were poison, no one would touch it, yet millions listen, millions create, millions engage. The audience has spoken. The audience has spoken. Perhaps AI is not the thief. Perhaps it is the goose that lays the golden eggs. I come before this court, not as a corporation, not as a billionaire, not as a label. I come as a creator. I had songs inside me, songs trapped behind walls, hands that could not play, a voice that could not carry. This machine became my instrument. It gave me arms where I had none. It gave me strength where I was weak. It gave my imagination a doorway. A doorway. Some days I lose pieces of myself. Memories drift away like leaves in the wind. Yet music remains. With these tools I create. I remember, I smile, I live inside melody. Tell me, must hope be put on trial too? We came seeking justice, but perhaps there is another truth. We are not strangers to technology. We built Walkmans, we built cameras, we built consoles. Innovation is our blood. We cannot be left behind. We have invested, we have researched, we have dreamed the future will arrive, whether welcomed or not. And yet artists matter, their work matters, their sacrifices matter. We cannot abandon them, nor should you. The artist is not my enemy. The artist is my purpose. Not enemies, not enemies. Enough! I have heard fear, I have heard hope, I have heard innovation, I have heard protection, and I have heard humanity. The future cannot be imprisoned, nor can creators be forgotten. The piano did not destroy music. The microphone did not destroy music. Recording did not destroy music. Streaming did not destroy music. And perhaps artificial intelligence will not destroy music either. So I offer no victory. I offer wisdom. Go work together. Build together. Protect creators. Reward innovation. Create a future greater than either side imagined alone. We will create. We will innovate. We will build. We will collaborate. Let the music flow. Let creators thrive. Let technology serve. Let
All right, my friend, that was like an epic production. And I was trying to flip the images as the words were going by, went by so quickly. But I hope you enjoy that. Let's listen to the second production. And you let me know which of these productions actually hit it out of the park for you. All right, here is the next one.
Gather now, the court is called. A question shakes the world. Who owns the song? Who owns the sound? Who owns tomorrow's dream? We built these halls, we signed these stars, we carried music through the ages, and now this machine arrives, feasting upon the work of giants. The future races toward us, yet we must know. What is creation? What is imitation? The trial begins! How can you say I stole? Did not every musician learn from masters who came before? Did not Mozart hear Bach? Did not Lennon hear Elvis? Did not every student become a teacher? Why is learning sacred when a human does it, but forbidden when a machine does the same? Are we to tax the future? We to shackle invention? While we argue here, the world moves on. China builds, open source communities build. The river does not stop, because lawyers debate the current. The river flows. The river flows. Why be enemies? Why build walls? Why not collaborate? Why not create new gardens instead of guarding old ones? Your Honor, reality sings a different tune. We have agreements, we have partnerships. If AI were poison, no one would touch it. Yet millions listen, millions create, millions engage. The audience has spoken. The audience has spoken. Perhaps AI is not the thief. Perhaps it is the goose that lays the golden eggs. I come before this court not as a corporation, not as a billionaire, not as a label. I come as a creator. I had songs inside me, songs trapped behind walls, hands that could not play, a voice that could not carry. This machine became my instrument. It gave me arms where I had none. It gave me strength where I was weak. It gave my imagination a doorway. A doorway. Some days I lose pieces of myself. Memories drift away like leaves in the wind. Yet music remains. With these tools I create, I remember, I smile, I live inside melody. Tell me, must hope be put on trial too? We came seeking justice, but perhaps there is another truth. We are not strangers to technology. We built Walkmans, we built cameras, we built consoles. Innovation is our blood. We cannot be left behind. We have invested, we have researched, we have dreamed the future will arrive. welcomed or not. And yet artists matter, their work matters, their sacrifices matter. We cannot abandon them, nor should you. The artist is not my enemy. The artist is my purpose. Not enemies, not enemies, not enemies, not enemies. Enough. I have heard fear, I have heard hope, I have heard innovation, I have heard protection, and I have heard humanity. The future cannot be imprisoned, nor can creators be forgotten. The piano did not destroy music. The microphone did not destroy music. Recording did not destroy music. Streaming did not destroy music. And perhaps artificial intelligence will not destroy music either. So I offer no victory, I offer wisdom. Go work together, build together, protect creators, reward innovation, create a future greater than either side imagined alone. We will create, we will innovate, we will build, we will collaborate. Let the music flow. Let creators thrive. Let technology serve. Their audiences decide. Let every voice be heard. Let every memory sing. One song, one future, one humanity. One song, one future, one humanity. The future is not man or machine.
Well, my friend, you heard it. It's an idea, it's a concept, and who knows how everything is going to turn out in August. But we can dream and we can project intent and let our minds race. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, smash the like button, and I'll see you next time. We only did one prompt, and I think it nailed it. I think I have my favorite, but anyway, let's take it out with this.
Gather now, a court is called. A question shakes the world. Who owns the song? Who owns the sound? Who owns tomorrow's dream? We built these halls, we signed these stars, we carried music through the ages, and now this machine arrives, feasting upon the work of giants.
Welcome, Sunolins. What's about to go down in August is no small deal, except they get to a settlement. And I'm talking about Suno, Sony, and UMG. And in my mind, I see a court scene playing out. So we got to go into Phil's movie magic and have some fun. This masterclass is really all about fun. Okay, we're going to click on this and we're going to hit custom. And then I'm going to put in a very well thought out idea. It's still in its very raw form. It is such a long idea, I cannot go through the entire thing. But if you care to, you can hit pause and you can read everything on the screen. This is just bananas. But it's pretty much an idea for the lawsuit. And I just did voice to text. I have all this crazy stuff swirling around in my head. I'm hearing what Suno would say. I'm hearing what a dementia patient would say. I'm hearing what Spotify would say. I'm hearing what someone who is disabled would say. And all of that is going to be used in a court of law. And we're going to have fun with it. To get this feel, I'm thinking the primary genre would have to be something classical or operatic. So let's go ahead and choose Yeah, let's go ahead and choose orchestral or classical. Classical. Um, let's blend that with some orchestral. And third option, I would have just said cinematic. And come to think of it, I don't have that in my options. So let's see, the closest thing we can get to that, and I don't want to make it too rock. I'm just going to leave it, and then I'll prompt it in Suno. But this is giving me ideas. Okay, my own special touch, add humor and heart and intelligence. And you do know that I've got this voice to text thing that I can use. For those of you that didn't see the first demo, I don't need to type in. That's another good thing about this. Make it such that the listener has an absolute blast listening to this piece. All right, hit stop. And I think we're ready. I think we got a monster prompt now. This is gonna be crazy. We're gonna get quite a dollop of fun. And let's wait for it. It's taking its time. When you see that thing spinning, you know that it's generating some real life drama. Ooh, okay. So here we go. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, this is looking very interesting. I might take this and do a little bit more magic to it, but let's jump into Suno now. And I'm actually quite happy that it did capture the cinematic idea there. So we've got this master prompt. Let's take it. Okay, so there is the style prompt, and let's put in this unbelievable array of lyrics. I've massaged it a little bit, but we're going to crank up that style influence all the way up in the 90s. And we're just going to call this The Trial. Some of you haven't seen my movie magic. You are going to have your mind blown. Let's hit create. Let's give it some time. And this is going to be a lot of fun. All right, my friends, the time has come to have some fun. Let's go ahead and listen to these drama productions. As you can see, we got a very robust output, about 6 minutes. Let's check this out.
Gather now, a court is called, a question shakes the world. Who owns the song? Who owns the sound? Who owns tomorrow's dream? We built these halls, we signed these stars, we carried music through the ages. And now this machine arrives, feasting upon the work of giants. The future races toward us, yet we must know what is creation, what is imitation. The trial begins. How can you say I stole? Did not every musician learn from masters who came before? Did not Mozart hear Bach? Did not Lennon hear Elvis? Did not every student become a teacher? Why is learning sacred when a human does it, but forbidden when a machine does the same? Are we to tax the future? Are we to shackle invention? While we argue here, the world moves on. China builds, open source communities build. The river does not stop because lawyers debate the current. The river flows, the river flows. cannot create new gardens instead of guarding old ones. Your Honor, reality sings a different tune. We have agreements, we have partnerships. If AI were poison, no one would touch it, yet millions listen, millions create, millions engage. The audience has spoken. The audience has spoken. Perhaps AI is not the thief. Perhaps it is the goose that lays the golden eggs. I come before this court, not as a corporation, not as a billionaire, not as a label. I come as a creator. I had songs inside me, songs trapped behind walls, hands that could not play, a voice that could not carry. This machine became my instrument. It gave me arms where I had none. It gave me strength where I was weak. It gave my imagination a doorway. A doorway. Some days I lose pieces of myself. Memories drift away like leaves in the wind. Yet music remains. With these tools I create. I remember, I smile, I live inside melody. Tell me, must hope be put on trial too? We came seeking justice, but perhaps there is another truth. We are not strangers to technology. We built Walkmans, we built cameras, we built consoles. Innovation is our blood. We cannot be left behind. We have invested, we have researched, we have dreamed the future will arrive, whether welcomed or not. And yet artists matter, their work matters, their sacrifices matter. We cannot abandon them, nor should you. The artist is not my enemy. The artist is my purpose. Not enemies, not enemies. Enough! I have heard fear, I have heard hope, I have heard innovation, I have heard protection, and I have heard humanity. The future cannot be imprisoned, nor can creators be forgotten. The piano did not destroy music. The microphone did not destroy music. Recording did not destroy music. Streaming did not destroy music. And perhaps artificial intelligence will not destroy music either. So I offer no victory. I offer wisdom. Go work together. Build together. Protect creators. Reward innovation. Create a future greater than either side imagined alone. We will create. We will innovate. We will build. We will collaborate. Let the music flow. Let creators thrive. Let technology serve. Let audiences decide. Let every voice be heard. Let every memory sing. One song, one future, one humanity. One song, one future, one humanity.
All right, my friend, that was like an epic production. And I was trying to flip the images as the words were going by, went by so quickly. But I hope you enjoy that. Let's listen to the second production. And you let me know which of these productions actually hit it out of the park for you. All right, here is the next one.
Gather now, the court is called. A question shakes the world. Who owns the song? Who owns the sound? Who owns tomorrow's dream? We built these halls, we signed these stars, we carried music through the ages, and now this machine arrives, feasting upon the work of giants. The future races toward us, yet we must know. What is creation? What is imitation? The trial begins! How can you say I stole? Did not every musician learn from masters who came before? Did not Mozart hear Bach? Did not Lennon hear Elvis? Did not every student become a teacher? Why is learning sacred when a human does it, but forbidden when a machine does the same? Are we to tax the future? We to shackle invention? While we argue here, the world moves on. China builds, open source communities build. The river does not stop because lawyers debate the current. The river flows. The river flows. Why be enemies? Why build walls? Why not collaborate? Why not create new gardens instead of guarding old ones? Your Honor, reality sings a different tune. We have agreements, we have partnerships. If AI were poison, no one would touch it. Yet millions listen, millions create, millions engage. The audience has spoken. The audience has spoken. Perhaps AI is not the thief. Perhaps it is the goose that lays the golden eggs. I come before this court not as a corporation, not as a billionaire, not as a label. I come as a creator. I had songs inside me, songs trapped behind walls, hands that could not play, a voice that could not carry. This machine became my instrument. It gave me arms where I had none. It gave me strength where I was weak. It gave my imagination a doorway. A doorway. Some days I lose pieces of myself. Memories drift away like leaves in the wind. Yet music remains. With these tools I create, I remember, I smile, I live inside melody. Tell me, must hope be put on trial too? We came seeking justice, but perhaps there is another truth. We are not strangers to technology. We built Walkmans, we built cameras, we built consoles. Innovation is our blood. We cannot be left behind. We have invested, we have researched, we have dreamed the future will arrive, whether welcomed or not. And yet artists matter, their work matters, their sacrifices matter. We cannot abandon them, nor should you. The artist is not my enemy. The artist is my purpose. Not enemies. Not enemies. Not enemies. Not enemies. Enough. I have heard fear. I have heard hope. I have heard innovation. I have heard protection. And I have heard humanity. The future cannot be imprisoned, nor can creators be forgotten. The piano did not destroy music. The microphone did not destroy music. Recording did not destroy music. Streaming did not destroy music. And perhaps artificial intelligence will not destroy music either. So I offer no victory, I offer wisdom. Go work together, build together, protect creators, reward innovation, create a future greater than either side imagined alone. We will create, we will innovate, we will build, we will collaborate. Let the music flow. Let creators thrive. Let technology serve. Let audiences decide. Let every voice be heard. Let every memory sing. One song, one future, one humanity. One song, one future, one humanity. The future is not man or machine.
Well, my friend, you heard it. It's an idea, it's a concept, and who knows how everything is going to turn out in August. But we can dream and we can project intent and let our minds race. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, smash the like button, and I'll see you next time. We only did one prompt, and I think it nailed it. I think I have my favorite, but anyway, let's take it out with this.
Gather now, a court is called. A question shakes the world. Who owns the song? Who owns the sound? Who owns tomorrow's dream? We built these halls, we signed these stars, we carried music through the ages. And now this machine arrives, feasting upon the work of giants.
Suno is a great tool, but in order to get the most out of Suno, we got to use Suno the right way. You see, a lot of people use Suno just as a prompt tool, and it's more than a prompt tool. It's also not just a DAW. Prompting is where most people stop. Directing is where you begin to shape the emotional and textural intent. But to get into the pro zone, my friends, you got to go into producing. And this is where you're using language to control rhythm, dynamics, and space, along with audio. At the end of the day, an experienced musician might find more success getting exactly what they're hearing. Why? Because they will use precision and control through chordal prompts and audio prompts. And I've always said, if you're looking for specificity with Suno, it might be a good idea for you to find a musician who can take your ideas and translate them into an audio prompt, and you'll be glad that you did. Suno is very good at atmosphere, vibe, arrangement, sketches, genre bending, and fast iteration. But what Suno is bad at is exact BPM matching. Like if you want to play to a metronome without deviation, Suno will find it hard to do that. When it comes to specific melodies on command, tight lyrical meter, as though you were reading from a manuscript as a musician, Suno is not great at that. But let's look at how Suno actually thinks. Suno thinks in a particular way. You need to understand that Suno doesn't read your prompt like a human reads instructions. It weighs every concept, and I taught this in the very first session. When you combine multiple genres, the model doesn't split the difference. It creates a tension between them. A jazz metal fusion isn't half jazz and half metal. It's something born from the clash, and that's what we need to realize. Also, instrument hierarchy, if you write
jazz piano trio with drums, bass, guitar. Well, the model gets confused about what's supposed to be in front. So be aware that AI is great, but AI still has shortcomings. See, I call this that you're seeing on the screen the 6-layer prompt stack. Every great Suno prompt hits most of these layers. You don't always need all 6, but the more layers you consciously include, the more intentional your output will be. Genre, the world we're in, funk, neo soul, jazz fusion, right? You start from that point. Then you think about era. What decade does it feel like? Is it 1970s funk? Is it 2000s funk? And then think about instrumentation. What is the lead instrument? Don't list everything, but focus on what is absolutely important. Then emotion, what does it feel like? Euphoric, triumphant, melancholic? And think about production texture. You could talk about analog warmth, tape saturation, and these terms are quite helpful. So I encourage those of you who are not musicians to not accept defeat thinking, oh, I'll never learn music, I'm too old to do it. No. You understand that we have musicians, but we also have sculptors, sound sculptors like engineers. There are a lot of engineers that don't play instruments, but their ears are impeccable. And you can be one of such people if you train your ears to listen to music. Begin listening with headphones on. Begin going through a journey of genres from blues and funk and rock and disco and neo soul and jazz and country. I love all the genres, classical, nothing is off limits. The more music you listen to, the better your palette is going to get, so that when you work on your own stuff, you'll be extremely versatile. Vocal direction, who's singing and how? Do we have a gritty male lead? What about the breath of the singer? Is that filtered into the microphone? And other things like that. So, when you consider all of these ingredients, my friends, the output is absolutely tremendous. So, if you're building the prompt, remember these levels need to be present. All the way from level 1 to level 6. Or combining all of them into the 6th component, which is everything together. This is how you need to think when you approach Suno. There are more advanced techniques when it comes to Suno, and this goes into bracket prompting. I'll be showing you a little bit about each of these things. Most people don't know when you use custom mode and write your own lyrics, you can use bracket tags to tell Suno exactly where each section is. Verse, chorus, bridge, outro, and it pays attention, and this is how you control song structure. You can also use weighted prompting. The model reads left to right, and it weights earlier tokens heavier. So if you write 74 BPM piano ballad with emotional female vocal, you've opened with a technical spec, and the emotional instruction gets buried. You need to flip that. Emotional female piano ballad, 74 BPM, intimate recording. Same words, but different priority. Also, negative space. The biggest mistake advanced prompters make is trying to specify everything. Suno is a creative system, and it needs room to make decisions. If you specify the kick, the hi-hat, the bass line, the rhythm guitar, the fills, the melody, the tempo, and the lyrics, it's just trying to check boxes. Leave gaps, and it will surprise you. After all, it has a lot of training. Prompt chaining, this is how you build a full song. Don't try to generate 4 minutes in one shot. Generate, say, a 1-minute section, and then you can use the power of extending in Suno. You can even take it to Suno Studio if you experience, and you can draw it out that way. And on each extension, you can slightly evolve the prompt. You can add a modulation or change the emotional descriptor. And that's how you build that arc. My friends, as I said in the beginning, sometimes all that I've shown you is well and good, but you need an audio prompt to put Suno into the right direction on overdrive. I've found that to work for me. Let's talk about groove engineering. This is the part that very few people will talk about, and this is where the difference between AI music and real sounding music lives. It's in the groove. I go so far out to ensure I get the groove I want. Groove is the relationship between rhythm instruments. It's not just the tempo. It's, as we call it in music, the pocket, right? It's the subtle push and pull between the kick, between the bass, the hi-hats, and every great funk record you've ever heard has this. Most AI music may not, because most people don't know how to ask for it. Now, I'm going to tell you a secret I've learned, my friends. The best way to get groove in Suno is to prompt it with audio. If you can mimic how you want that drum sound to be, how delayed you want it to be. So as opposed to, no, you may want with some swing, or you might want there's a kind of swing. And when you add the bass to it, it just becomes absolutely sick, for lack of a better word. Musicians know what I'm talking about. You got that stank face because the pocket is decadent. And that's what locked in groove is all about, right? You tell the system you want a locked in groove like that. This is where we also talk about swing. As I just demonstrated, there was some swing in it. It's the looseness of 16th note timing, or you could say swung 16th notes, or laid back feel. These tell the model to push slightly behind the beat. And this is what gives real funk and jazz and neo soul its character. Next, we talk about syncopation. It's the accents on the unexpected beat, the and of the beat, like 1 and 2 and 3, not the beat itself. Syncopated rhythm guitar is one of the most effective prompts you can use for funk. I'm always using that word, syncopated. You can also talk about ghost notes. Ghost notes are whisper quiet snare hits between the main backbeat. They make the snare feel alive. And honestly, if you don't have a friend who's a drummer, a good drummer, you better find one, because they can teach you a lot. I've learned a lot from my friends who are drummers, and it also impacts my work that I do on workstations and in Suno. Polyrhythm. Layer in a conga pattern over a 4/4 groove creates rhythmic depth, the kind that makes you bob your head to the music, right? Layered percussion triggers this. Now, if you want to get an idea of what this sounds like, I encourage you to look into my latest Neo Soul recording. It's called Neo Soul Boss. You'll hear a lot of this swinging attitude in the music. And for those of you who are so inclined, it will give you an idea of what Suno can do. So we have bad groove prompts and elite groove prompts. Here's a bad groove prompt, for example. It's very pedestrian. Upbeat funk song with drums and bass. Very generic, and there's no pocket instruction, no rhythm texture, no error energy. But if you use this, 1970s funk, that immediately puts Suno in the right direction and it gets excited. Punchy kick 1+3, snappy snare with ghost notes, tight hi-hat, syncopated bass with slides, like boom, those kind of things. Clavinet chops on the upbeats. You see, one of the problems that a lot of folks have is they know what it sounds like, but they don't know how to describe it. And honestly, if you just worked a little bit in understanding which instrument is which, what am I hearing? And you put on a headset and you're hearing things from left and right and you're able to describe them, you will be a great Suno prompter because you'll know exactly how to say what you want. Let's talk about vocals, right? That may sound a little bit iffy. Well, vocals are where AI music lives or dies, and most people make the same mistake. They over-describe the performance and under-describe the feeling. Now, imperfection is counterintuitive, but it's everything. What do I mean by that? Well, this is the very first piece. Do you know that having vocal imperfections makes your music sound more authentic? Slightly raspy and natural vocal fry. If you tell the model to introduce the micro imperfections that make a voice sound human, you will get some pretty amazing results. Perfect AI vocals, that's the giveaway. That's how everyone knows, oh, that's AI. But if you put in some imperfection, oh my gosh. Now, conversational. Suno's default is to oversing. It defaults to a kind of earnest musical theater energy. In fact, in the early days, I would prompt Suno. I would have people say, yeah, Phil, it sounds good, but those high registers, can you sustain those for like a straight 5 minutes in a normal song? Is that how it works? And I began realizing, yeah, people know. People know. So when you are prompting, understand that conversational delivery is one of the most powerful resets that you can apply in Suno. I always talk about being a minimalist when I write. I use minimal. I'm very conservative when I write songs because I realize that less lyrics is best. Because if AI wrote the song for you, most times the lyrics are so verbose. Tons of lyrics. Dense lyrics are only going to force the AI to rush. White space is phrasing space. So when you leave white space between the empty lines, you give the vocal room to breathe, to linger, and to add natural phrasing. Ad-libs can be fun, but again, if it's overdone, it could be problematic. You can call these ad-libs riffs and runs. So the single detail is that ad-libs behind the final chorus is the kind of thing you'd hear on any classic R&B or soul record. Explicitly prompting for it signals to the tool, whatever one you're using, especially Suno, that you know this genre and it responds accordingly. We also have in the world of gospel, lots of you have been asking me to put out some gospel instruction. Well, I will eventually. But in gospel, we have that call and response, and you can actually put this into Suno as well if you didn't already know. The gospel call and response and tight background harmonies creates ensemble depth. Most AI songs feel thin because they're one vocal with no conversation. If you put this in, it fixes it. So there's a lot that you can do for the vocals. Now, coming to workflow, a more advanced workflow would be to generate using the 6-layer stack, generate 2 versions, and change one variable at a time, right? make sure you're observing what is working and what is not. And then you can extend. You can also extract stems and you can put it into a DAW and you can get so much mileage out of it. One of the questions that I was asked a few days ago is, Phil, well, all this stuff is all well and good, but can you monetize it? Are you kidding me? You absolutely can monetize your music. Now, I really want to make it clear that you don't need to copyright every single song you make in Suno. That will cost you a lot of money. I mean, one song costs between 40 and 60. I'm not sure what the exact number is now. I did a copyright of 10 songs a few weeks ago. I always do them in batches because it's $80 if you're doing them in batches of 10 or so. So if you are doing just onesie, twosie copyrights, that doesn't make sense. That's one. And secondly, you are likely to not need to have copyrighted those songs, because if you wrote the lyrics and you have the evidence of all that, they're yours. You only need that stuff when you're going to a court of law. And the idea about needing to copyright 200 songs is just ludicrous. It's ridiculous. So I advise you to not copyright every song, or you will very quickly run out of funds, especially if you're on a budget. So yes, you can monetize, right? The content strategy is the highest performing AI music content isn't, look what I made. It's about transformation, and it's about using it to inform people, to educate people, if you will. And if you're able to teach people how you did what you did and explain how you did what you did, I think that will be icing on the cake. The different monetization paths: you can use YouTube, AdSense, you can use Spotify, you can use YouTube. People could use your songs for background music. You could also create prompt packs. Some people are into that. Also, when it comes to sync licensing, this is one area that may be a little bit more welcoming to AI music in the future. And AI music services. When you become so good, you can help others get to the level that you're at. You can teach them, you can help them. All right. So AI music without substantial human creative input currently cannot be copyrighted. Keep that in mind. There are also artist concerns, as you know, when it comes to AI. So when we talk about training data, that debate is real and legitimate. And the best response isn't dismissal. It's using AI as a complement to human musicianship, not a replacement. And your future edge as AI handles technical execution, human taste, curation, and emotional intelligence will become more valuable, more important. So that's pretty much it. You have the full system now. How the Suno engine thinks, the 6-layer prompt stack, groove engineering language, vocals that pass the human test, a full hybrid production workflow. And just remember, there could be many loops between what I showed you, and content strategy and monetization. If you found value from this, my friends, at this point, I want you to go ahead, like, subscribe, and stay tuned to the channel. This is the theoretical part of the Suno Masterclass, and it's the first chunk of the theoretical piece, because there is a lot more to talk about, theoretically speaking. You can see in this episode, I haven't shown you, I haven't brought Suno out, I haven't done any prompts. I'm just teaching you how the tool thinks and how you should approach the tool, okay? In the next batch of sessions we have, I will go into precision engineering prompts. Thank you for joining me. I'll see you next time. One of the most unexplored areas of Suno is Suno Studio. Today, I'll be showing you how to use Suno Studio, whether you are a musician or not. Let's jump straight into Suno Studio by clicking on the icon on the left-hand side of the screen. When you click on it, it goes straight into Studio and it opens the last project you were in. If you wanted to open up a brand new project,
all you do is go up to where it says Untitled Project, click on those three dots, and you can click on New Project, and that will be a new project. Suno Studio is a generative audio workstation that works very well in taking anything you give it and adding to it. It could take your voice, it could take your instrument, as I'm about to show you, and it will give you backing vocals or backing instrumentation, whatever you ask. So this is how it works. You got to activate your microphone. And to do that, you want to click on No Input, and you want to find your microphone that you can use. I'm going to choose microphone 1 over here. And then I'm also going to click on this button to arm the track. It's gray right now, but when it's active, it turns red. And that means your microphone is active and you can begin to record. In order to record, my friends, look down here because a lot of people might miss this. We have the record button, but when it's shrunken down to the regular size, you got to hover over it to see record. Okay? So we're going to start right from the beginning. I'm going to play a kalimba. We're going to play a kalimba, and we're going to just line that up, this cute instrument. I'm going to play that. We're going to line it up in Suno here. I am going to choose a metronome, a count of, let's see, let's make it bigger. Okay, let's allow it to follow the track. Let's go ahead and play. So it did record, and we're going to add a track. We're going to just call this percussion. Just double click on that section and double click on this and call it kalimba, and choose the area you want. And there's a few things you could do, you know. You could make it bigger. So over here, we're going to choose drums, and we're just going to say full band accompaniment, world music and organic. Okay, we're gonna hit create, and now Suno is going to generate a full accompaniment with a world vibe for what I was playing. Let's give it a few moments and see what it does. Now that Suno seems to be done, we are going to click on the up arrow, and we're going to listen to both of these together. And that's it. That's how you use Suno. It's that simple. Now, I could take what I did, I could hit export, I could click on full song. Suno is going to take this
And if I hit go to song, it's going to appear in Suno main version 5.5. So when I go back to my library, I'm going to see that song here, and I should have actually named it. I'll just call it Kalimba Fun or Kalimba Funk. And then I'm going to hit these three dots up here. I'm going to hit remix, and let's reuse. No, let's do cover. All right, so it's going to move that in to this section here for cover. All right, and I'm going to get rid of that, and just going to put some lyrics. It's time to have some kalimba funk. It's time to have some kalimba funk. All right. Dance and party. I'm going to say that a few times. And then I'm going to take this and dump it down there. And we're going to have a few interesting instruments. Let's just say funk, jazz, kalimba, main instrument. I have the ability to step up the audio influence a little bit, style influence all the way up. There we go, Suno showing off. It's changed the format, and you've got all the music has panels. Okay, let's listen.
It's time to have some kalimba funk. 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 Dance and party. Dance and party. Dance and party. Dance and party. It's time to have some kalimba funk. It's time to have.
Okay, that was good. Let's listen to the second one.
It's time to have some kalimba funk. 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 It's time to have some kalimba funk.
And that's how it works, my friends. You can create in Studio, bring it into 5.5, and have an absolute blast. And it all started from my little kalimba here. Thank you for joining me. Let's take it out with some kalimba funk.
It's time to have some kalimba funk. It's time to have some kalimba funk. It's time to have some kalimba funk. It's time to have some kalimba funk. It's time to have some kalimba funk. Dance and party. Dance and party. Dance and party. Dance and party. It's time to have some kalimba funk. It's time to have some kalimba funk. It's time to have some
There are many uses of Suno, and while no particular way is incorrect, not knowing what is available could be very detrimental to your work as a musician or even as a hobbyist. Let's jump into Suno and let me show you the different degrees of creativity. First of all, we could go into Suno right here on the home page and just type in write a song about life being an uphill climb. And Suno writes the song. You hit the create button. This is one of the laziest ways of using Suno, but again, I don't begrudge people for doing it this way because they very well may not know any better. So you can see down here, Suno has already started cranking out the song. I did not tell it the genre. I did not ask it to do it in rock, funk, or jazz. It's just going to do it anyhow it thinks. And this is one of the lower level ways of using Suno. You still get good output, but at the end of the day, it's not as personalized as it could be, and maybe not as precisely in the style that you would like. Let's listen to a couple of seconds of each one.
Oh, yeah. Morning found me low, time my boots step slow. You're too long to see, but it still got me. I lost my breath last week, kept on through the steep hands in my pockets raw. Still I climb, still I crawled. Every stone I know, every bruise I show. Still my legs say go.
Now, that isn't a bad song. Here's a second one.
Found me low, tie my boots, step slow.
All right. Well, you get the idea. That is the first level of usage of Suno. Going straight into home and put it in a very simple prompt. But we can take it up a level. We can take this concept and we can dedicate time to writing a full song. Let me show you how I would do this if I was in a time crunch using my tools. Watch this. Right here is a songwriting assistant available to my members. And what you're going to see me do is use this tool to write that same type of song, but it's going to be more personalized. So I'm going to start speaking. I grew up in a land far away. Things were difficult. I can't even say. They were very, very hard. But then I moved and I realized I couldn't even groove. Life was harder. Why does life have to be so hard? A loaf of bread costs an arm and a leg. I need help. I need to be set free from a life of penury. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? What are we going to do? I'll just have to be strong and hustle. Be bold, be strong, work hard. My dad used to say, work hard. And that's why I'm grinding and toiling every day. Things will get better. Then I hit stop listening and there's some parameters. And even if you're not using a tool as sophisticated as mine, you need to make these decisions. Watch this. You need to decide, is your song going to be a verse, chorus, or a verse, chorus, bridge, chorus, or any of these others. I'm going to choose the second option. I want a bridge in there. Bridges are very important. They help abate the energy and they help bring the energy depending on what you want. And as far as the rhyme scheme, I'm going to choose AABB. My tool is going to take what I have given it. It's going to keep it, the integrity of it, and it's only going to work on rhyming the words I couldn't rhyme. Then I'm going to go ahead and say minimalist, and that means I don't want too many words in the song. Have you ever heard a song that is so long and you can barely remember the words? You don't want to write songs like that. So I want a minimalist approach. And I know there's some times where the song has got to be long, but I generally go with minimalist. Then I'm going to hit structure my song, and my tool is going to take my words and it's going to put them into that format. I'm going to save my song. Very important, you save your songs. Now, if you use Suno, your songs are saved by default anyway. Okay, with that done, we're going to jump straight back into Suno And now, watch this, I am going to give it my song like that. I could still go ahead and add one extra ingredient. But for now, let's see which choice of style Suno will take on this song. You see, this is what is missing in a lot of people's workflow. They may have a style, but not their personal lyrics, or their personal lyrics and not a style of choice. And even when you get a style of choice, you have to get down to specifics. Let's listen. Here we go.
My shoes are worn thin on this gravel road. Every step I take feels twice the load. The sky keeps moving, the goal feels far.
Not bad. Let's go
But
to the
I
next
know
one.
this ache is making My shoes are worn thin on this gravel road. Every step I take feels twice the load. The sky keeps moving, the goal feels far. But I know this ache is making me hard. Hands on my knees, I breathe their eyes. Dust in my mouth, fire in my eyes. Uphill, I keep on climbing.
All right. So that's what happens when you give Suno a song without enough specificity. Now let's go back to home. I want to show you a different way you could do this, okay? Instead of just prompting from home casually, just giving it a bunch of things randomly, go into the side panel to create. When you get into create, right here, you want to choose advanced at the top. And now we're in advanced. We're going to put in the lyrics. But then we're going to go a step further and put in a very detailed style prompt. Now, to do that, I am again going to invoke my tool. And my tool is going to help me craft a thorough prompt that goes into specifics. I'm going to click on Fills Funk. And here I have the ability to choose 70s funk all the way to 2000s. And let's say I choose 2000s kind of funk. I could go ahead and choose various ingredients down to the drums. So let's take a close look here. I have live kit, I have shaker, I have congas, I have the low end, I have the walk-in funk, say I wanted that, brass attack, 4-piece brass, and various other ingredients that I can mindfully choose. This is going from just random prompts to specifics. You become an artisan, as you will, of sound. And down here, you can see my prompt is being crafted and put in square brackets, which helps the specificities and the direction. I'm going to copy that, and then I'm going to go back into Suno. And now I have greater levels of control. I'm going to paste that in. And while I don't have any melody just yet, I could dictate if I want it on a major key or on a minor key, but we'll talk more about that later. Here in options, we're going to crank up the style influence. As you can see here, these sliders are very important. The more you slide up there, the stronger the influence is going to be. And I'm just going to title this Uphill. So again, look at the level of specificity. See that? All of that level of precision is very important. Let's go ahead and just hit create. Now you're going to hear the same song, same lyrics, different melody, because I didn't give it a melody, but different lyrics, you're going to hear the power of specific prompts, being intentional in crafting your music. Let's check it out. Listen to the specificities of the ingredients. Let's go.
A land far away. Things were difficult, I can't even say. It was very, very hard, but then I moved, and I realized I couldn't even groove. A loaf of bread, 'cause I'm in a leg. I need help, I need to be set free from life of penny.
Now you get the idea how you can totally change the direction of a song by the prompts you give it. Let's listen to the second one. Different key. So you can see, my friends, if you are precise and direct and intentional with your prompts, you can get great leverage. I also have a bunch of tools on a website called Musicspiration. I'm going to go to Musicspiration. That is the free version. It doesn't have as many bells and whistles as my Phil's Playground, but it has some pretty great stuff. So let me jump in and give you another demonstration of how you can craft prompts. When you get to Musicspiration, you want to go over here to AI prompts, click on AI prompt tools, and I've got starter tools and I've got some more advanced tools. So what we're going to do is just use this one right here called Prompt Supersizer. And over here in the drop down, I'm going to choose, let's do reggae. Okay, let's do roots reggae, children relax. Let's just generate that prompt, copy that prompt, and now let's go back into Suno. Now, without much work, if you wanted to just change the vibe of this song and make it cool and airy, you could do that. Put that in, and I'm just gonna say uphill reggae. I haven't even done any work on this other than just change the prompt for the style. You see, it's already cranked up. Let's go ahead and hit create. And this just changes the entire song from funky to a different genre. And you should experiment with these to find which genre fits your songs best. But here we go. Check this out. Very different vibe.
What am I going to do? I grew up in a land far away. Things were difficult, I can't even say. It was very, very hard, but then I moved and I realized I couldn't even groove. Life was harder. Why does life have to be so hard? A loaf of bread, 'cause I'm in a leg. I need help. I need to be set free.
So you get the idea. Total change. Let's go to the next one.
I grew up in a land far away. Things were difficult, I can't even say. It was very, very hard, but then I moved and I realized I couldn't even groove. Life was harder. Why does life have to be so hard? A loaf of bread, 'cause I'm in a leg. I need help. I need to be set free from life of penny.
So you get the idea now. Specificity in prompts. Now let's go over a few more steps that will help when you approach Suno. What you want to keep in mind is approach Suno not as an entire solution, but as an amplifier of your creativity. Most people are doing it completely wrong, and it's not their fault because no one showed them. But as I've shown you over the past number of minutes, you got to come to Suno as a co-creator. And in this journey, you got to understand there are three levels. There is prompting, describing what you want. Most people just stop there and they give it a description and just hope for the best. And that is the tourist mode, as I showed you in the very beginning. But then we get into directing, and this is where you start shaping the emotional and textual intent, not just what's in the song, but what it feels like. And then you can get into producing. This is the pro level, and you're using language to control rhythm, dynamics. As I showed you, you saw me highlighting the different aspects as we went over it. Space, sonic character. And that is exactly what I want you to take away from this. Experienced musicians often struggle more at first. Why is that? Because they want precision control. They want to specify the exact chord progression, the exact BPM. And Suno will respond to specs in audio better than it responds to specs, chordal specs, in text. That is the part a lot of people don't understand. So they type in chord progressions thinking Suno will follow flawlessly. No, it will not. It's not there at this point. It will get there eventually. But if you want to prompt down to specifics, your best bet is to use an instrument. What exactly do I mean? Well, let me turn my keyboard on and I will demonstrate this for you so you can see how Suno could work with audio. And this will be more like the ultimate level. When you get into Suno, as usual, you want to be in advanced. And if you're going to put something new in there, you could. For now, we could use what was there initially. And I could take this style out and I could instead just say, I want something neo-soul, okay? Now, I could find myself a neo-soul groove from something I have created in the past. And if I fed this to Suno, it will give me what I'm looking for. So here we go with something from the world of neo soul. And I'll play this. Okay. So that's exactly what I'm going to feed into Suno. And to do it, I'm going to hit audio, I'm going to hit record, I'm going to hit this button, and I am going to begin playing. This is going directly, I hope, into Suno. So let's press record. Okay, well, that's the end of the illustration. I'm going to put in here instrument stem and song demo and continue. And let's continue. Now we've given Suno an exact idea, right, of what we're looking for. Right here, let's play it. You can hear it in here. All right. So I hope you heard that. Okay. So if you really wanted to get what you're trying to reproduce exactly, you got to crank up the audio influence a whole lot. Okay. I'm going to go a step further and use a female vocal. So I select female from here. And the next thing I do, because I've given it something quite specific, all I do is hit create. Now, the melody is kind of buried in the chordal play that I gave Suno, but Suno is so smart that it's going to find the line of best fit. It's going to understand the chords, and it's going to try its best to extract the melody that will map back to those chords, or even back to those higher keys that I was playing in the electric piano. So Suno is ready. It doesn't waste time. Let's check it out.
I grew up in a land far away. Things were difficult, I can't even say. It was very, very hard, but then I moved and
So listen one more time to what I fed Suno to understand. You see, Suno took exactly what I gave it and delivered something even glossier. It added some more zing, and I didn't need to tell it too much. You see, the power in prompting with audio is it immediately gets what you're trying to do. Now, I could have gone an extra step, and I could have gone back to musicspiration.com, and I could have found myself a neo soul prompt, right? I could look for, let's see, neo soul, and I could just cook something here like this, generate the prompt, and I could go back into Suno, okay? Even though I like what Suno gave me, right? Here's second one. I mean, Suno is just ridiculous, but let's go ahead and put in this additional seasoning. Watch this. Now I have more specificity in the style. I'm going to dial down my influence just a bit into the 60s so that I can get a variation. I'm going to call this Neo 2. Okay. Actually, let's go way down because I want Suno to do something different. Let's go into the 40s. Let's go into the 40s and hit create. And you're going to hear still likely to be the same key, but it's going to be different from what I just played exactly. And this is how you hyper iterate in Suno. You get so many different possibilities as a producer, and you take the best of them, and the ones that don't make it, you bin them. It's that simple. Crazy.
I grew up in a land far away. Things were difficult. I can't even say it was very, very hard. But then I moved and I realized I couldn't even groove. Life was harder. Why does life have to be so hard?
So what you're seeing here is being more specific with the audio, and that sculpts everything in a direction that is peculiar to you. Now you might say, Phil, I'm not an instrumentalist, I just sing, or I'm a bathroom singer. It makes no difference. A bathroom singer can hum a melody into Suno and get a personalized touch. Let me give you an example. So I've given you so many ideas here, right? Let's say you don't play an instrument. Go into Suno and you sculpt the sound with your voice. Watch this. Let's hit record. And I'll just come up with an idea. Let's say I wanted a jazzy song. Check this out. Grew up in a land where there was nothing. Can't even say I had nothing. Okay, very minimal. I barely did anything, but watch what Suno is going to do as a result of what I put in. All right, let's skip. Now, when we come down to the style, this is where you have to let the style align with the audio. And to do that, we are going back into Musicspiration because it's just so easy. Or let's go into my other tool because I just came out with a new jazz engine and I want to take it on the test spin. So I'm going to randomize until I get something in the 1950s. All right. And let's see, there's certain things I want. Walking bass, okay. And some alto sax and tenor sax and a horn section. You see, and then I'm going to copy this. And now we're going back into the land of Suno. Just like this. Keep current. And now when I put my style in, it knows that this is going to be jazz. Okay. Let's go up here. Check it out. Okay, I'm going to crank up my vocal. So this was my vocal. So you get the idea, and we're just going to say uphill jazz. Now, watch what happens when I have my audio, not an instrument, right? But, well, I guess you could say the voice is the ultimate instrument. And then let's just create. So you have the ultimate instrument with text and a killer square bracket prompt machine that aligns to what you're truly looking for. I'm telling you, my friends, the output is tremendous. This is what puts Suno on overdrive. Check this out.
I grew up in a land far away. Things were difficult, I can't even say. It was very, very hard, but then I moved, and I realized I couldn't even groove. Life was harder. Why does life have to be so hard? A loaf of bread, 'cause I'm in a lake. I need help. I need to be set free from life of penny. What am I going to do?
I mean, Suno, this is why I tell you Suno is sick. It's certified sick. It's ridiculous. It's already sounding like a full finished production. And that's because the level of specificity to the prompts and the lyrics and everything, it all adds up, and it just gives you, it puts it on overdrive. Suno goes crazy and wants to show off that it's got it all together. That's why you need to up your game. Let's check this one out. This one. I can't even remember which one is which.
I grew up in a land far away. Things were difficult, I can't even say. It was very, very hard, but then I moved, and I realized I couldn't even groove. Life was harder. Why does life have to be so hard? A loaf of bread, 'cause I'm in a leg. I need help. I need to be set free from life.
All right, my friends. You are witnessing the craziness that Suno can produce. It is a tool of tools. So Suno is not a DAW, okay? It's not a DAW replacement. Can it act as a generative audio workstation? It can. It can be many things. That's Suno Studio. But I just see Suno as an accelerative, creative partner. You could say it's a creative accelerator, if you will. This is what a lot of folks don't truly get about Suno. It is not just here is a song, crank out the song. No, it's a back and forth, as you saw me going with it. Now, Suno doesn't read your prompt like a human reads instructions. It weights every concept against every other concept. The words you put first get more weight. So you need to front load what matters most, which is why you always put the genre first. When you combine genres, there is kind of tension, right? The model doesn't split the difference. It creates a tension between them. A jazz metal fusion isn't half jazz and half metal. It's something new born from the clash, if you've ever used that, because Suno allows you mash up tracks. That's another possibility I haven't even shown you. There's instrument hierarchy. If you write jazz piano trio with drums, bass, and guitar, and strings and brass, well, the model gets confused about what's supposed to be in front. So you got to give it a clear lead instrument. You also need to understand that Suno needs as much detail as you get into the instrument specifics. If you want there to be some effects on that guitar as you slide, it has to be there. Don't just wish and hope Suno is going to do it, because it won't. If you want to hear like the piano pedal sound, you got to prompt for stuff like that. I call this a 6-layer prompt stack. Every great Suno prompt hits most or all of these layers. You don't always need all 6, but the more layers you consciously include, the more intentional your output. Number 1, genre, the world we're in, right? Funk, neo soul, jazz, fusion, start there. Then talk about era. What decade does it feel like? Is it the 70s funk? Totally different, right? From 2000s funk, and different from that G-funk sound, right? And then we get into instrumentation. What's playing? Be specific about the lead instruments. Don't list everything without clarifying what part each plays. Does it feel like triumphant? That's the emotion. Is it euphoric? What about production texture? How was it recorded? Does it have analog warmth? Is it tape saturation? Does it have some reverb? You got to bring all those pieces to the table. And vocal direction. Who's singing? How? Is it a gritty male lead? Is it conversational delivery? Do you hear a lot of the breath of the singer? Is there restraint? Those are things you need to include as you work with Suno. So I showed you different layers and levels. As I used funk as my first example, you saw me craft it. And then I took it into my tool, and my tool has a boatload of specificities. When you really get into it, it's got error, and then it gets into the individual instruments. And there's so many ways you could do this, but focus on the main points that I've shared with you today. I hope you had fun joining me cooking out in Suno. If you enjoyed it, smash the like button, and remember, go to musicspiration.com. You will get tons of free tools that you can use to learn music and also up your game in the world of AI. Thank you for joining me. I'll see you next time. Welcome, fellow creatives. Today I'm going to teach you a way of working on music fast, getting really good output, and within just about 30 minutes, you could have run through the full gamut to get a really nicely produced song. So let me show you how you could do that using a simple keyboard and coupling that with Suno. First thing I'm going to do is find a beat that I like on this keyboard, something that will get the head nodding. That's one option. That's another option. So I'm going straight into Suno right here. I'm going to get this beat rolling. I'm going to just call this beat. This is from a DGX 670 keyboard. We're going to find the keyboard as listed over here. We're going to select the right input, portable grand. We're going to activate it, hitting that record arm button. We're going to allow this thing to follow me. Right now, it's on 98 beats per minute. So let's see how well it does with that. We're gonna leave the metronome off, and we're just gonna begin recording. So one other thing that, unfortunately this doesn't do well enough is warn you in advance. Maybe someone knows how to do this, but I would have thought like a count in, Does anyone know how to set that count in? Because I would find it very strange if there was no metronome count in. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, I would find it very odd.
But let's go ahead and let's do what we're doing. If anybody has the answer, I'd like to know. Here we go. We'll get an intro rolling and intro something like this. All right. So when you're done jamming like that, you stop the recording. It seems like this recording got hung up somewhere. You see, this is the downside of Suno, which is unfortunate, but not to worry. It seems like it did record. I mean, how deceptive was that? Well, thank goodness it did. Now, what we're going to do is see how well it adhered to the metronome. Okay, it obviously didn't. So I'm just going to take this in. Oops. From the top, not from the bottom. All right, hold down the control key. Make sure you expand this a little bit more for better visibility of what you're doing. Okay, hold down that control key. And I think you might just be able to trim it. You see, it would be nice to have some of these auto trim things where you can just auto trim it. Okay. All right. And now let's take it all the way to the start, if we can. It's so hard to see it sometimes. Okay, I think we got it. Let's check it out. So this was 98. It's supposed to be following the track. Let me use a manual BPM. 98. All right. Huh. Very odd. Oh, it's now reduced the speed of my track. I never really noticed that. That's odd. Okay. Well, let's leave it at 120, whatever it was. Alright, so you get the idea. So I've laid down this track. Now this is where Suno's magic comes in, because all I need to do is add what I want to hear. I want a sax, and let's see how much this will cost me. It's 10 credits. I mean, I might as well. So I'm just going to select woodwinds, and I'll just say soulful saxophone and create. Give it some time to cook. All right, so it appears to have cooked, and when we play it, we can see, as usual, it's out of sync. Suno does that sometimes. So it's a little bit out of sync, so I'm gonna have to bring it in a bit. So let's make it a bit shorter. Let's expand that, and let's just rein it in a bit, and let's see if we can get it to be right on it. It's really tricky getting this thing to line up, you know, and it definitely needs some perseverance. Let's try again. A little bit too early.
So you're seeing it unfold. It's got a lot of nice parts, but unfortunately it goes in and out of sync so badly that it's almost unusable, to be honest. Let's check the beginning. Okay, so this is a little bit too far ahead. I just got to gently move it back a bit. So this is a good track, but it's got too many things out of sync. The correction for this, export. You got to export that full song, and you just got to call on your friend version 5 to help you out. So let's click on song. Let's call it saxophone drive. Okay, then we're going to hit these dots. We're going to remix. We're going to do a cover. So it's still cooking. As soon as it's baked, we're going to see that cover become available. And yeah, we're going to do that cover because this is not good enough. It's just not good enough. So we're going to go into lyrics and say smile again, cry again, feelings, emotions, you're living and that's okay. People asleep, don't cry. People asleep, don't smile. But you are alive. All right, this has just been made up on the fly. Celebrate life. Celebrate good times. It's easy. Just relax. And my battery's running out. Just relax and enjoy. All right. So that has to be the idea. That's the idea. Let's plug this in so we don't run out of power. All right. All right. And enjoy. So we're going to have the instrumentals here. Instrumental. Just like that. And we're going to put it here again. And then we're going to put it here. And then we are going to repeat that. And then the style, smooth, jazz, urban groove, R&B, riffs, punchy drums, slap bass, Fender Rhodes. And let's try a soprano sax if we could. And advanced options, we're going to crank that up quite a bit. And saxophone drive, cover, just call it 1. Let's go ahead and hit create. We'll wait for it to cook. And now it's cooked, we're going to listen to it. Let's do that again. Turn up the volume. Here we go. Let's start with this one. Fat beat. was good. That was really good. And that was just the first one. I haven't even checked out the second one. Here's the second one.
Smile again, cry again, feelings, emotions. You're living, that's okay.
All right. So one of the lessons to learn as you use this is be an intuitive producer, right? Because you're pretty much doing production work when you're in Suno. So you got to grow from just being a prompt purveyor to being a producer, right? So to be a producer, those of you who are musicians, you gotta go into the land of stems. You see this? Get stems / MIDI. Boom, we're going into the land of stems. We're gonna spend 50 credits on getting this puppy because it sounds so good. It would be wrong not to get the stems. So we're gonna wait for this to cook. Okay, while that's cooking, I'm gonna go into the second one and do the same thing. So these are sounding pretty good. So I'm gonna get those stems. Here's another one I'm gonna grab. All right, let's do that. Let's get what we can. So I've got 2 in the oven behind the scenes. You know, I'm gonna get the stems for those. So when the stems are cooked, I'm gonna take them and put them in a DAW, and I'm gonna play some electric piano. I'm gonna play some regular piano with my Steinway samples. I'm gonna beef this thing up. I might even use some of the MIDI if it's that good and augment everything. So let's go back to where we were with the stems. So once you've clicked on it, you don't have to do it again. Just click on See Extracted Stems. Those are the stems. And you can just download them because I'm gonna download them all anyway. So let's just do wave. I want wave audio. Yeah, I want all of these in wave. So let's do that. And I want the MIDI files as well. So for those of you who may not have used MIDI, MIDI files give you the note information for you to play it on a different instrument, on a keyboard, on a DAW, depending on what kind of keyboard and DAW you have. So we're just downloading the entire thing. So these are cooking. When they're done, I'll show you what we're going to do next. And because this could take significant amounts of time, what I would advise you to do is just have a second Suno window open. And while that first one's cooking, I need the stems for the second one. Well, I can also get that cooking over here. And wave audio. I want all of it. When this is ready, you'll see the download sign begin in the top right. So we're going to give them time because what I need is both the wave and the MIDI. And while that's cooking, you can also go back into your Creativity Lab and you can begin another round of versions. So Strive, was that? No, that was yesterday. That wasn't it. Saxophone Drive. So let's do a quick refresh. Okay, we have to locate it. Where is Saxophone Drive? So let me locate the song. So now I've found Saxophone Drive. I could do additional covers of it. So remix, I could do another cover, and this time, let me just grab the words from here. Let's go back. Okay, so I want to grab all these words. Oh, that's not it. This one. Okay. So I'm going to just use the same words from the rebuilt version, put in those lyrics. Actually, for the style, I'm going to use a persona. So I'm going to use Lorna. So this is going to be a neo soul version of it. And the options, crank it up, and uh-oh. Seems like I'm overloading my browser. It doesn't like the multiple activities going on. It's in protest here. Actually, let's tone these down a little bit to be a little bit more in line with the persona, the original persona. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and hit create. And I do this to maximize time so that when this is happening, you know, I'm not. So that's still preparing, and that's, you see, this is really taking time to cook. So I'm spending my time creating other things that I could use later. Okay. So let's check out the Neo Soul version.
Smile again, cry again. Feelings, emotions. You're living and that's okay. People who sleep don't cry. People who sleep don't smile. But you are alive. Celebrate life, celebrate good times. It's easy, just relax and enjoy. Smile again, cry again.
Yeah, that's good. That's gonna be another one I'm gonna have to cook different. So let's get those stems. Let's get them. All right, let's check this one out.
Smile again. People asleep don't smile, but you.
Okay.
You are alive. Celebrate life, celebrate good times. It's easy. Just relax and enjoy. Smile again, cry again. Feelings, emotions, you're living, and that's okay. People asleep don't cry, people asleep don't smile, but you are alive. Celebrate life, celebrate good times. It's easy. Just relax and enjoy.
That was really good. Yeah.
Smile again, cry again. Feelings, emotions, you're living.
All right, my friends, you've seen how I cook. The next thing I'm going to do, just to give you a heads up, is bring up a DAW like this. And then I'm going to move all the contents of the zip file in here. So let's go ahead and let's begin working on that. All right, so when all those stems that I showed you have been downloaded, let's go back so you recall the get stems, right? So when you hit download all, you're going to get this zip file here, right? The next thing you're going to do is extract the stems and the MIDI content. So we got all of this stuff. We got backing vocals. Let's make it bigger so you can see it. You got backing vocals. You got the bass MIDI, the bass itself, the drum MIDI, the guitar MIDI. So basically you got a MIDI for everything. what you're going to do next is go into your DAW and you're going to drag all this stuff into your DAW like that. Boom, and let it sort itself out. Sort yourself out, DAW. And it's going to align and arrange all of these. Now, depending on the setting of your DAW, this might all come out the right tempo, all organized properly on the grid, or it might not come across as good and you're going to have to arrange them on the grid so that it makes sense. So you can see that's backing vocals, keyboard, synth. The MIDIs will also appear below. And this is just the beginning. So you see it's all coming in. So you can see it's quite an elaborate expanse of tracks. So the greens on my DAW are the audio. The blues are the MIDI. So those are the greens and those are the blues, and we want to keep them together as much as possible. And the next thing you got to sort out is the tempo, right? And the tempo for this song, I believe, was set to 120, but let's listen to what we have here. We have the drums. The drums will always give us a good idea of what it should be, but probably not that, probably these drums, the audio drums. So let's solo the audio drums and listen. Audio drums. So these audio drums, when you play them, so you can hear it's a bit too fast. So I'm going to double click them and I'm going to choose time stretch, and that corrects it for me in this DAW. See that? And I got to, that's that. And I got to do that for all the others, but I got to make this, I got to make the drums in the MIDI match those drums. So let me go to MIDI drums. MIDI drums are really important. So let me find a good drum kit for this. Try this. That doesn't sound bad. So this actually won't work for MIDI. So I guess I just need to make this 98. So without a doubt, I've got my work cut out for me. If I want to use these MIDI tracks, I got to clean them up. I got to align them, A lot of work still to do. This is just the beginning. Now, although the beat is 98, you can see the first drum kick doesn't land right on the beat. So I'm gonna have to tidy this up a little bit by making it start right on the beat. So let's do this. Let's remove snap to grid and let's get it all the way edged up to that point. Right there. Let's check it out now. Let's try 97.5. So again, gonna make sure it starts right on the dots. Probably more like 94. Yeah. This is where all the work is. All right, so when you have aligned everything on the grid, it should start making sense. Like that. Sounds clean. So right now, the audio stems are sounding pretty good. But I haven't had as much good fortune with the MIDI stuff. Now, when you really think about the MIDI ones that I would have wanted to at least deliver, maybe the pianos. So it will be nice to see how it sounds when I've aligned them all. So because the MIDI is so challenging to clean up, it doesn't make sense going down that path. It's okay at some parts, but generally it's not clean enough. It would require so much cleanup that it's not worth it. So I'm just going to stick to the audio. All right, now let's go into the world of this DAW because we are going to beef up this track. So let's check out the drums to begin with. There are all sorts of tricks. Everybody's got their bag of tricks as to how to make a track sound better. So for me, I'm going to compress it. So let's put some compression on there.
Okay. With that done, without putting a whole bunch of EQ on it, the next step is to check out the bass. Let's get the bass. Over here. So it could be very problematic trying to put other things on it when the metronome is all over the place. So I'm just going to put stuff as I can. Now the background vocals are really, really not good at all. I'm going to have to do something with them. Not good.
Celebrate good times, it's easy just to relax and enjoy.
So I'm getting here some artifacts. I gotta listen to this section. I'm gonna put this section on repeat. Try and find where the culprits are. It's usually in blank spaces like that.
Smile again, cry again, feelings, emotion.
Ah, right there. You see, this is stuff you don't need. So you gotta clean it up, or it will follow you around. Hear that? That is not needed at all. You gotta cut it out. Hear that? The percussion has some artifacty stuff. That's okay, but for this, it gets noisy and unnecessary. Hear that difference?
Celebrate good times, it's easy just to relax and enjoy.
You hear that? A lot of this percussion stuff could be very troublesome if you're not careful. Yeah. So, what you could do is draw on some of the stuff you have in the libraries. So, for example, let's say I'm looking for conga in all of the tracks, or all of the library that I've got. So I'm gonna have to fit one of these in for some percussion. All right, we're still slugging it out, trying to get a decent percussion. Let's put the voices back.
Celebrate, celebrate life. Celebrate life. Celebrate life.
Like that artifact there has got to go. So this is how I get rid of these artifacts. I just make sure it's all nicely blended in and deleted where it needs to go. So
Celebrate life.
Good times, it's easy just to relax and enjoy.
you see the funny little artifacty thing right there. We gotta just clip it somehow. Yeah. Here we go. So we can fade it before it gets there.
And enjoy.
Nothing here. All that can go. Okay.
Smile again, cry again, feel.
Okay.
Smile again, cry. Smile again, cry. Ooh, you are alive.
All right. So let's incrementally add them. For the percussion, I'm gonna put a compressor. And a little bit of
Smile again, cry again, feelings, emotions. You're living, that's okay. People asleep, don't cry. Smile again.
So where we don't have anything, I'm going to get rid of that.
Smile again, cry again, feeling. Celebrate, celebrate life. Celebrate good times, it's easy just to relax and enjoy. Celebrate, celebrate life.
Some space on this. little artifacty thing at the end. Those are things you want to watch out for. And you can catch it after it's gone to your final mastering service. So like after it's gone to Lander and I get it back, it can still chop off that. You hear that? That's stuff you don't want it at all. So whether you get rid of it in post or... Okay, there's still something up there, yeah. Not quite right. Okay. All right, so now we are set to record some piano on this. So let's insert a MIDI track. Okay. And let's get this routed the right way. Turn this on. Okay. So it's piano time. I'm going to be using my Pianotech Steinway VST sets. And probably the jazz. And I'll put a little seasoning in there. Get me a little bit of good old standard reverb. So I have that one in there, and let's duplicate that. And I'll also endeavor to put a little bit of maybe the classic EP, one of the EPs, like one of these, maybe the MK1, a bit of the MK1, this. So I've got two possibilities for piano. So what I'm going to do first is lay down this piano to give a solid backing. And I'm going to put their piano on the left. Put their piano on the left so it doesn't interrupt me too much, but I can hear it in my cans. Okay, so there we go. So I'm going first with this one. All right, so this is just going to be the accompanying piano. Let's go there. Okay. Let's put some kind of count in. So we'll give a count. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we're in. It's not exactly on beat. Okay.
We don't want it to be recording. Okay, just the counting. So one thing I should probably do is get everything out of mute states just so that I know. Yeah, okay. Let's try it that way. So this this process, it could take a while to do, just so you know. So when you're in for studio stuff, you got to spend time getting the right take and just stopping it and starting it again to get the best take possible. So let's start again, and this time I've got a better idea of what to play. Gotta do that again so I don't get in the saxophonist's way. Can't believe I got that one wrong as well. So I'm gonna punch in from somewhere, and this is how we do it. You just punch in. Emotions, you're living, that's okay. People asleep don't cry, people asleep don't smile, but you are place got me. You gotta get all the ingredients in there, otherwise it's not justified. So I'm gonna get this right. Now that you've got the idea of what I need to do, I'm gonna get it straight, and hopefully this won't take too much longer.
This is how studio sessions are. You sometimes find yourself doing things multiple times over and over and over again. So you can just skip this piece to where I get it right. Okay, so here we go. Was going good until a little hiccup. Okay, I see. So a little bit of a different arrangement. Very interesting. I wonder if I did that. Something like that. Extremely tricky. Let's make sure it's right on the beat.
Emotions
get in there, get in there, get in there. Those drums, I need a little bit more fatness somewhere. Let's see what I can do about that. Yeah, they need to breathe a little bit.
Smile again, cry again, feelings, emotions. You're living and that's okay. People asleep don't cry, people asleep don't smile, but you are Celebrate life. Celebrate good times. It's easy, just relax and
Okay, still a little bit of artifacty stuff going there, but you know, when I hear these things, even though I'm in the middle of the keys, I got to kind of interrupt.
smile again,
All right,
cry again.
I think we're good to go there. So let's take it back. Get the cursor right where it needs to be. And here we go.
Smile again, cry again, feelings, emotions. You're living and that's okay. People asleep don't cry, people asleep don't smile, but you are Celebrate life. Celebrate good times. It's easy, just relax and
It got me. I didn't know it was going to do the regular one, the regular turnaround. Right there. Right there. Okay. Okay. Nope. that. Maybe right there. Okay. No, it's a bit too late. Bit too late there. Over here. Okay. Oh dear. Nope. There we go. Okay, so there's a fade happening somewhere. Maybe that will make it better. Okay. Oh, it's altogether just quit. Yeah, this is it's a little glitch with Mixcraft that I've been noticing very recently. Anytime you mess around with the previous recording, you don't get any love from the track. The track starts messing around like this. Yeah, even when you duplicate it, it doesn't make any difference. Yeah, makes no difference. So I'm gonna have to insert a brand new track. It's one of these annoying little quirks. Gotta sort that out. All right, let the journey continue. Let's activate this and we'll just kind of let them overdub. Okay. Okay, I think we got. Okay. It could do with a crisp ending, just like the others. So maybe right there. No count in. Okay. Do that again. And I think I found some of the other culprits doing some artifacty stuff. Yeah, these guys. All right. Now, the bass seems to have a little rumble, which isn't very good. Let's see if we can find it. So let's take all of these off. Take them all off mute. And let's play just the bass. Where is that bass? There it is. Towards the end. So that bass could do with a little bit of help. So I'm going to insert a VST to help it out, to give it a little bit of support.
So let's equip this with a compressor. And let's go trillion. Let's go to the Spectrasonics module. I'm sure I could get something good from a Laboriel or Marcus Miller sample on this one. Okay. So before I go any further, one of the cardinal rules is to save your stuff so you're not in tears because you know, with these VSTs, the unexpected happens and they just crash, and if it crashes, you are doomed. That's the end. That's the end of all your hours of hard work. You don't want that to happen, so maybe just auto save or something to that effect. All right, so let's get the extra bass legends, and we want something a little bit slappy. Let's see what we've got here. So there we go. Okay. Number one module needs help. Okay. Slapped. It takes a while for these samples to load, if you get what I mean. All right, so I've found a befitting bass from the Trillion library, and I'm gonna fill in on top of that. Let's try it out. Let's get all the other instruments in first. I'll take these off solo and that. And here we go. Okay, almost there. Spank, spank. All right, here we go. Okay, it's actually shorter than I thought. Okay, so I can cut off some of that pesky little part at the
It'll just be cleaner if I play the whole thing. One more time. No, 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 no. It's gone weird again. That thing it does. Huh. Let's try this. Okay. It's back to its senses. Okay. Now I can record that. Okay. I think we got a wrap here. We just need to sprinkle a little piano on it and we're good to go. But I love how it sounds. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Got a real problem here. Big problem here. So those vocals are just not one bit good. So what I'm gonna have to do is go back into Suno. I'm gonna have to find better background vocals. So let's try these. See if it makes any difference. Okay. So my browser is kind of freezing on me. I'm gonna have to wait a little bit before I progress. So the fix for grumpy vocals, bad backup vocals is to go back into Suno and check out version 2. If version 1 is bad, you got to go for version 2. Now let's listen to version 1.
Celebrate good time. I love you. It's celebrate life.
So I mean, not really that great, and I could probably augment it by putting in some vocals myself, which might be a way to go. But let's see what else we can do with these options. Let's check out version 2 and see how those backup vocals sound.
It's another good time.
All right, so I've been spending time working out those background vocals because they sounded really off, but on further scrutiny I realized why they were sounding off. They had an underlying effect. So let's do a balance of these.
You're living, that's okay. People asleep, don't cry.
Just gotta move a few things around just to make it as cohesive. Cool. So the strings are not bad, but they can be a bit more expressive. Let's listen.
Smile again, cry again, feelings, emotions. You're living, that's okay. People asleep, don't cry. People asleep, don't smile. Easy, just relax and enjoy.
gotta get into some reverb here. So I'm gonna split this, and then I'm gonna put it here, and we're gonna do some reverb magic, or I should say delay magic, more like delay. Okay, so we're gonna reverb it and we're gonna delay it. So all the way over here, we're gonna soak it in some cathedral, and we are going to pan this for some sort of way out there kind of effect.
Smile again, cry up, smile again.
It's almost there. Just needs a little bit more of that delay.
Smile again, smile again, cry, smile again, smile again, cry oceans. You're living and that's okay. People asleep don't cry, people asleep don't smile, but you smile again, cry again, smile again, smile again, cry again, smile again, cry again, feelings, emotion, smile again, cry again, feelings, emotions, smile again, cry again, feel, smile again, cry, smile again, cry, smile again, cry, smile again, cry again, feel, smile again, cry again, smile again, cry again, feel it, smile again.
You could do with some sort of harmony there. So seems like we're gonna have to put some vocals on here. All right, one more thing that has to go down here, in addition to any vocals, is the percussion. It's quite important. It's very important for sweetening. So we're going to do a little bit of sweetening with some percussion. So let's go.
Smile again, cry again, feelings, emotions,
bit of tidying up there. We don't want to get too rough. Okay, here we go.
Smile again, cry again. Feelings, emotions. You're living and that's okay. People asleep don't cry. People asleep don't smile. But you are Celebrate life. Celebrate good times. It's easy, just relax and
And those are the things that a lot of pros look out for as a immediate red flag to know, yeah, this doesn't sound like it has any live components, you know. So when you put these live components in there, when you season them in, it just makes a world of difference to your music. So just check out the dynamic feel. We're going to move this percussion down here to its brothers in the rhythm section. Okay. All the way down. Okay. So, when you listen, there has to be that cohesion between the drums, the bass, and the percussion. So we're going to take all these guys away for now. And we're just going to digest those drums and percussion. we are very close to getting done with this track. There's one more ingredient I have to put in, and that is a secret seasoning from Isotope. Not much of a secret for those who know about it, but anyway, let's get some Isotope in here. The Mastering Essentials, not the Ozone. This is like a scaled down version of it. Nonetheless, very powerful. We're getting there. So one more little comparison and then we'll be done. I'm going to listen to a comparison for this mix. All right, I'm getting ready to record my vocal double so we can give the lead vocal a solid bass to rest on. So I'm just going to sing these lyrics. So let's get rolling.
People asleep, don't cry. People asleep, don't smile.
looks like it's a wrap. That's it. This song, the video you're watching was severely truncated. This probably took at least 7 hours to cook because I've been cooking this thing all day. Started cooking this thing at about 7 in the morning and it's 4 in the afternoon. I've been cooking this thing non-stop. So what I'm going to do at this point, once I've verified all my plugins are on and this is at a decent level, this is good enough. Let's just do one check at the highest pitch. Very important that you give enough room for Lander to do its thing when I'm doing the mix.
Good times, it's easy just to relax and enjoy.
Let's cook it this way. Save. And now it's time to cook. Mix down to wave. And that's what we're going to do. So we are cooking Celebrate Life, which is what the title is going to be. And just going back to see how far we've come. Let's listen. Let's go back to the beginning. The song sounds significantly different.
Smile again, cry again, feelings, emotions. You're living, that's okay. People asleep, don't cry. People asleep, don't smile. But you are
So there's a whole lot of energy in this jam. But you got to remember where it originally came from. Just to put it in context, it came from this song. So let's take a trip back down where we started. We started with this, remember? DGX 670 keyboard. When everything wasn't syncing. Remember? So we went from that to this. which is where we are now. Seems like I've got a problem with my OneDrive, but not to worry. I'll get it open in a second, because reflection is so important. Okay, here we go. So we've gone over there, right? But that's not the end of the story. We got to go up a notch. So we got to go over to Lander. We got to go to Lander. Let's go to Lander. Lander.com. This is where I do my final spice. And even when it's done in Lander, I still have one more process. So let's click on mastering, and we're just gonna do, this is gonna be a single. Let's hide that. New master a track. We are going to look for the track, which is Celebrate Life. That is what is currently uploading. Okay, so we're going to give it some time to cook, because it's going to take a few seconds. So when it's all done, there's going to be a pop-up. It's going to tell us it's ready. And then we're going to download it. We're going to listen to it. It always sounds different on Lander, I must tell you. But then we're going to listen to it. We are going to ensure there are no artifacty things. And if we need to shave off parts of the beginning and end, just tiny little fragments, then we're going to do that. And then we are going to follow the process, get this thing to DistroKid, get it up there for people to listen to, and hopefully create some sort of video to go with it to illustrate the celebration of life. Celebrate life. As you know the lyrics of the song now, it's like, it's all right to cry, it's all right to laugh, it's all right to be in a mood, you know, but just don't stay in it, get out of it. But it's okay to emote, is what this is saying. A lot of people forget that they need to release and emote. As I'm writing this song, I'm emoting, I'm, you know, feeling all those feelings from way back. You know, you just think about life sometimes when you hear songs like this, and it just makes you reflect. All right, here we go. We're going to click on this, and we're going to click on Celebrate Life, and we are going to listen. Okay, I don't know why it did that. Why did you do that? Very naughty. Okay, here we go. All right, bear with me, it will be a little bit loud because this is the mastered version. Mastering always
Celebrate good times, it's easy, just relax and enjoy.
Yeah, that's cooking. There's actually no need to go any further open. It's open as, that's as open as it gets. 'Cause just for the fidelity of it, because it's a smooth jazz track, those higher frequencies are going to diminish when you move it to video and when it moves around the web. So it's probably better a little bit more open, contrary to what I initially thought. So now I'm going to hit create master. It's going to be wave, continue. And when it's done, you know what's going to happen. I'm going into DistroKid and I am going to get it uploaded and we're going to have a blast. All right, let's go. So we're getting closer to finishing this off. We come back in here and we're going to download the mastered version, wave, obviously, and that's showing up there. And we're going to tap on it to open it up and listen. That sounds pretty clean. I don't think I got anything to do with this. Yeah. And the end. Let's check out the end. Okay. I think it's a wrap. But let us compare and contrast what we just heard to where we first started. It's always good to look back. So, one more time. All right, so do me a favor, get yourself a pair of solid headphones to put on, because I want you to listen to the difference, and it's going to illustrate why more than ever you need to master what you're doing. So this is unmastered.
Smile again, cry again, feelings, emotions.
Now let's play the mastered version. Here's a mastered one. Hear that difference?
Smile again, cry again, feelings.
Unmastered. Big difference.
Smile again, cry.
It's still a grooving song. It's just that when you put in the work to do the seasoning and add all the mastering and stuff on top of it, it just elevates the game. It does. All right, so the next step is to go into DistroKid and to hit Upload Music. And I'm going to choose one song because it is a single. Has this single been released before? No, it's Phil the Creator. The release date is going to be today. The record label, the genre, it's more like a soulish jazz. So I'm going to select soul and jazz for the second genre. Okay. And we're going to leave that. And the title of this is Celebrate Life. And this is what you do in DistroKid. You just got to put all that information in, right? When you've put all the information in, you drag in a cover. You also drag in the song itself. And I will drag in the song right now, Celebrate Life. Drag the song in, drop the song in just like that. And you got to fill in all of this other information. You got to also, for Apple Music in particular, you got to put in some credits, background vocals. All right, the final things to talk about are the cover. So how do I get a cover? Well, I had a cover I already liked from one of my previous releases under the Morph umbrella. So I brought this in and I tried to get the AI to give me a prompt that would return something phenomenal. So I go into Sora and I start off here prompting, and there's a number of other ones that are deleted. You don't even see them. So I built it up gradually, getting the concept, and then I finally got around here and I felt this was good. So I went back into GPT to ask the question, how can I take it up a notch? And it gave me another prompt. I used it, it didn't work. So I went into Gemini, and just so you understand how this works, I fed Gemini, which now comes with a nano banana capabilities. I fed it this and I said, make it world class.
and then eventually gave me this, and I'm like, whoa, this doesn't look bad. So I go back to GPT to bounce it off it, and it does an analysis of the material upgrade, the lighting and the atmosphere, the symbolic enhancement, composition refinement, background upgrade. It pretty much says, you know, this works. So actually this was all the stuff it was trying to give me to refine the prompt. But when I showed it this, it said, okay, this works, and here's why: the lighting, the wine glasses, the wire detail. So I then took that back into Canva. For those of you that have not watched my Canva video, I have a video on Canva showing how to use it. So anyway, I eventually craft it in Canva, get it to the point that I'm happy with it. And since we're done, we're going back in here to DistroKid, and I'm going to drop it into DistroKid. So you just click and drag it, drop it right in there. Boom, there's your single title, and we're good to go. That's pretty much it. So when you're ready to go, after filling in all the information, you're going to go to the bottom of the page. So you put all the information in there and put it in Phil C as a featured artist on Phil the Creator's work. It couldn't get more complicated than that. But anyway, when we're done, we go to the end of the page, and it's going to ask you one final time, looks good? If so, continue. So taking a look, looks good, hit continue, and boom, and it's uploaded. Singles are the easiest. When you have to do 20 tracks, that's when it's really hard. So I think this is like my first single with just one track, and it took pretty much 8 hours to do to finish the product. So there's no way I'm doing 20 of these. But another interesting note here is that DistroKid is trying to get you to use their enhanced version. So let me play my original. Listen. Now the enhanced version. It's too brittle.
Smile again.
It's much too much. This is already mastered to the limit.
Cry again. Feelings, emotion.
So there you have it. And we're all done. We're going to use my originals. Always hit that because you're not finished yet. And then hit continue. And boom. We are done. Okay. Well, my friends, over the past going to 3 hours, that's the bit that I recorded, but there's a lot that I didn't. But over the past 3 hours, you have been journeying with me on my expedition. And I want to say thank you if you made it this far. Thank you for watching. I hope you learned something. If you have any questions, you know what to do. Put them in the chat and I will get back as soon as possible. But now you have seen how to take it from just an idea on the keyboard into Suno Studio, from Suno Studio into version 5, from version 5, get the stems, put them into the DAW, and that's where your work is actually just starting. Then you got to sweeten it, you got to add more spice into it, then you got to mix it down, you got to add vocals, percussion, keys, whatever, beef it up, make it supersize, and then you're just beginning the mastering process using Isotope, and then taking that and putting it into Lambda. And you saw the tricks, how I was very conservative. I put it way down to 7 or even 8 or 7 in terms of decibels, because making it 5, it was on fire. So I had to bring it way down. When I gave it to Landa had a whole lot to work with, and I'm very happy at the outcome. All right, my friends, you take care. I'll see you soon. Bye for now. So let's fast forward a few hours, and here we are with a lot of footage for this jam. There is so much footage, it's ridiculous. But I wanted to put together a befitting video to drive the message of celebrating life. So without much ado, let's listen to the final video. Oh, and I should say that, you know, when this music goes to DistroKid, it should be managed accordingly. You know, you need to check up on your Spotify pages, on your pages on all the other platforms, and in that way you'll know what the numbers are, right? You'll know what to expect and what to improve on and so on. But anyway, here's the final video. my friends, we have come to the end of this extremely long session where we covered tons and tons of stuff. So it's a pleasure to have presented it to you. If you got any questions, let me know. I'll see you next time. You take care and bye for now. Welcome to part 3 in a series of studies of the Suno Studio Generative Audio Workstation. In this brand new era of music production, you'll find your creativity being matched. You'll find the ability to adapt your sound and push your ideas beyond what you imagined. There are a few core functionalities that we will be blowing out in this series of episodes. First of all, you can import audio. Simply drag and drop audio from a workspace, from your desktop, onto the timeline. There's the timeline. Drag from your desktop straight onto the timeline. The second functionality is the addition of instruments. You can click and drag to select a region on the timeline, select an instrument from the drop-down, describe the sound, and click Create to add a new instrument part. You can also extract stems from an existing track. All you do is click on a song or double-click on a clip header to see it in the Details panel. I'll be showing you how all this is done in the next few episodes. You can also record audio. To record audio, you must ensure that you arm your tracks before hitting the record button. You can also remix sections. You can also use the warp markers. And you can also remove effects. Today, I'm going to show you, first of all, how to jump straight into Studio to begin with. A lot of folks start off in Suno, on the main page of Suno, which is suno.com. When you get to suno.com, on the left-hand side, you see Studio. If you have a Premiere account, you can jump straight in. This will not work for a free account or the Pro account. You must have the Premiere account to begin using Studio. The very first thing you could do in Studio is record or drag a reference track. The reason why you need to do that is if you highlight the timeline and you want to begin creating, Suno will tell you you need to select a non-silent range of time first, but not without a reference. So I'm going to record a reference just for context. I'm going to choose a microphone from the drop-down. And after I've chosen a microphone, then I'll be able to record to the track, but not before. So let's get the microphone. As you can see from my instance, I have quite a number of microphones. I'm going to choose one of my USB mics. And this is a very important point. Activate by clicking on the arm icon. Without that, you won't be able to record. All the way back to the beginning. And it's very important that you have your screen at 100% so you can see all this minutia below. We're going to turn the metronome on. We can choose 100 BPM, manual BPM, and record. And there's the metronome. And I'm only recording a reference audio, not really to guide what Suno does, but just to get it to move, if you get what I mean. All right. So now you've seen how to record something on the timeline. I'm just going to rename this reference. And even though this is not really a reference, it's needed to move forward. So I'm going to mute that and I'm going to add a track and I'm going to call this drums. And I'm going to select the first 4 bars. I'll click on the drop down, select drums, and say straight rock 4/4. Hit create. It's not happy that I've muted my context track. So I'm going to unmute it, even though it's nothing to refer to, but let's see if I can fool it into moving. It's moved ahead. I'm going to give it a few moments and wait for that track to cook. I have generated a drum track and I have selected from the options something that works for me. In addition to that, I have clipped these waveforms to give me something more compact between measures 1 and 3, like so. I have also added a bass track. I've generated the bass track in the same way by clicking on this, selecting bass, and typing in a bass prompt. This is what it sounds like altogether. What I also did was use the loop functionality down here to choose the measure to begin and the measure to end and loop. Or probably here on the timeline, makes it easier, and loop. So we've got our looped drums and bass. We can also hide the versions. We don't need to see that. And okay, I would love for you to try that yourself and just generate a 4/4 drum beat. Now, let's go a step further and let's explore more of the functionality in Suno Studio. Let's click on the drum waveform. And when you click on the drum waveform here on the right-hand side of the screen, you can see that that activates a 6-band equalizer. You can use this to season what you've recorded, make it sound even better. Now, over here on the right, zoom in so you can see it real good. We can begin working on this 6-band EQ to just give a gentle lift to some of those frequencies. All right, let's zoom out. And let's turn up the volume. The volume is down here, as you can see. You see that? Down here. This is the volume. Let's turn it up. Great. So now we've learned a little bit about equalization. Just click on the waveform, and under track, you see the waveform can be manipulated a little bit in terms of the equalization, and you have all these presets that I've shown previously. Here we also have the ability to just select one clip. So assuming you have a few clips on the timeline like this, you've got individual control over this clip and this one. You can actually change the colors. So we've got this clip and we've got this. Now take a look at the track, right? Right here, we have the ability to adjust the entire track as I did previously. Let's do that again. Now you can hear it better. Now that EQ will adjust the entire track, okay? Because when you click on this, the EQ is going to be the same across the entire track. But if you click on clip, while you don't have the ability to EQ just that clip, except you took it to a different track, you have the ability to transpose a clip, speed up the clip. For example, this could be sped up. So if I select the blue clip, just the blue clip, let's get rid of the loop and let's play just the blue clip. You hear it being sped up. You hear that? That's been sped up. Or I can take it back to normal, or even longer. So you saw what it did when I chose to slow it down. It slowed it down by doubling the length. That just makes it play over a longer period, or back to normal, or even shorter. Okay, and you've got different options as far as tempo and then clip volume as well. So I can make that pretty quiet, as you'll hear, really quiet compared to this. So you've got those individual controls over a track, an entire track, or over just a clip. Okay. Now, moving a step further, let's delete that. When it comes to the bass, let's go ahead and loop so we can hear just the bass. I put it on solo, S for solo, and let's just play. Now, watch as I transpose this up on the right-hand side. Transpose. Can you hear it's going up? Now, that's not altering the length of the waveform. It's just adjusting the pitch. You're hearing it a lot higher, almost an entire octave up. Normal, go up. Now, if I made it quicker, you see the waveform is so tiny now. That's it. And fix it back to normal. All right, my friends. Well, that's it for our Gore experiments today. I'd love for you to jump into Studio, try this out for yourself, lay down a bass track and a drum track, and see if you're able to use these controls on the right-hand side. the volume, the speed, the transpose, and let me know how it goes. I'll see you in the next episode. I hope you're doing well, my friends. Welcome to my Beat Kitchen. It's going to be an outlandish and outrageous session where I'm trying all sorts of new ideas. So the whole purpose behind this adventure is to explore the bounds of Suno, okay? I'll just preface by saying it is going to be a bit noisy in the background because I absolutely need my fan on. I need my fan on, okay? So cut me some slack. There's going to be some background noise. Just ignore it, okay? And let's jump straight into the adventure in Suno. So here we go. All right, so I have a little idea of some things we could do today. But I want to start off as usual in the doghouse. I call it the doghouse, the studio. It's like the doghouse. It's sludge and grimy and gritty, and it's like walking through quicksand. And you just have to be patient and do your best. That's the most advice I can give you. Be patient and do your best. All right, so let's go from here. I think this was our world music series last night. Let me rename this world, and let's go to a new project. By now I'm hoping that everyone is familiar with what Suno Studio can do. Okay, if you're not too familiar with Suno Studio, I want to say just absorb what's being done, and it's going to catch on very quick. Hi Spots3, how you doing? Thank you. I'm glad you can hear the sound of my voice. Awesome. Good. So we're going to continue this journey, first of all, by grabbing a track or two that I have preloaded into the library section. So if we go to the songs over here, you can see I've loaded a few loops in. So with that loop loaded, I'm going to drag it right in there, and that's it. Close there. And now I'm going to just call it groove. And I haven't really done this in Suno Studio to see if it will duplicate the loop, like you know how it is in other DAWs. You just pull on it and nah, it doesn't do that. Okay. So I'm just going to duplicate. I'm going to have maybe about 3 rounds of duplication there. Okay. And next thing I'm going to do is add a track. So I'm pretty much using it like a standard DAW. And I'm just going to call it bass. Okay. And for the input, we're going to try and select our keyboard. We're going to look for a bass sound. Now the unfortunate thing is this GAW doesn't let you hear what you're putting in, so we just have to hope for the best. So I'm going to put in a bass from here, from the keyboard. The keyboard I'm using is the DGX 670. Okay. I got to make sure you're not hearing it twice. So I'm using the DGX 670. I'm looking for bass. Let me try dry it up as much as possible. It doesn't need to be wet at all. Okay, so we're gonna follow the beat. So this is follow track. I think it's detected, it's around 74.
and I'm going to activate this by telling it it's from here, and we're just going to try to follow it, see how much we can stay on the beat. Let's okay, that is a bit too aggressive for that feel, so okay, so here we go. Let's record. Well, thank goodness it recorded for once. Huh. So again, we got this sync issue, but we got to play the long game and just try to put the waveform right on the grid. This is the reality of working in this tool. So let's see what we can do. So I'm going to have to shave a little bit off. I'm going to have to drag it to the best place. So I'm seeing maybe around here. It's been a possibility. Let's check it out. Okay, so while I was playing behind the beat deliberately, what messes it up further is you don't get any help from Suno to align things. But I think it will work out for the general. Okay, so not bad. Okay. The next thing I'm going to do is add another track. And we're going to try to put in a saxophone this time. So let's just say saxophone. And let's find a good space. So let's just do it from there to about there. Okay. Woodwinds. Alto sax. Soulful and bluesy. And 4 credits. Let me see how many credits this will be. That's still 4. Okay. That's still 4. Okay. Try the whole thing. Oh, now it's 10. It's 10. Oh, it gets smart on you, doesn't it? Okay, 4 credits. That's fine. Let's go. I gotta watch the credit meter. Even though I think it should be able to last the entire month. All right, let's check it out. Let's see if it aligns. You know, with sax, it's kind of hard to tell, but let's see. It's still cooking. So I think when you see the waveform solid, that means it's ready. I think. Let's try again. Oh, I apologize. You see, this is the problem. I'm trying to make sure you don't hear too much stuff, and thereby I muted the system so you don't hear it twice. Anyway, long story. Let's check it out. I think it's still trying to cook. It's not ready yet. Okay. Sorry about the mute. Let me just have a different source to see when you guys are chatting, because I have so many windows open and I'm missing any of the chats you might have chatted in, so I apologize. It's a very complicated operation to be able to bring you the sound and the picture and do all the doors. It's tricky. All right, I think we're there. Let me make sure I can see. Okay. All right, there we go. So let's listen. Let's see how well it did. All right, okay, I'm digging it. Okay. Give me another sax. Serve me another one like that. Come on now. Exactly like that, Suno. Nothing fancy, no drums, just the sax. Okay. You got to give it very clear instructions. All right, let's add one more while that's cooking. And this is going to be called strings. And all the way back here. Let's hope it complies and behaves itself. Okay, let's listen. What? It gave me a blank track with nothing. Can you imagine that? Nothing. Okay. Can try one more time. Okay, alto sax, pretty much the same thing. I'm not asking for too much, am I? You know what? Let me do this. Otherwise, I'm gonna have wasted another 4 credits. So let me just make it bleed into the other one. Okay. So this will still be sax. Maybe it needs some context. I don't know. I'm just making excuses for it, to be honest. It shouldn't be acting goofy like this. Strings. All right, let's put some strings in while this thing cooks. Got some strings here. All right. Well, it seems to be recording today. Glory be, I guess. And it's not as unpredictable as it has been over the past few days. Maybe they've been working in it. I don't know. But let's check out this second piece, second sax line. And I'll just shave it all the way up here. Okay, hasn't disappointed. Whoops, this is where your Control Z needs to come in handy or something. This one, undo, just undo. Okay. All right, think we got it going in there. And fade out, fade out. All right, so it's generated some decent ideas for us. Let's see what else we can do here as far as generating some of the ingredients for this fun adventure. Let's put in, I kind of hesitate to do this because I don't want it to disappoint, but we got to try it. We got to try some vocals, and I'm going to give it the context. And let's just do vocals. Let's bring up one of my instruments, one of my tools of the trade. Okay, let's bring up my songwriting generator. Okay. All right. So here's my songwriting generator. So I actually have a better one than this if I'm able to find that thing. Let me see if I can find that one. I have so many tools, sometimes I don't know where they are. Let's see, song. Okay, so it's a songwriting app that I built, similar to what you're seeing on the screen. Okay, let me just give it the concept. Striving for the best, going above and beyond to pass the test. Words to rhyme: chill, rest, work hard, burn the midnight oil. General phrases to include: I'm gonna press on hard until I get to the prize. Music ain't easy, so you gotta be wise. Don't cut corners. Dot all the I's. Cross all the T's. And you'll be surprised. So I show on this channel how to build this app. When you've put in all the details, you hit generate song, and it should generate the song for you. And when it's generated the song, You then copy it, copy the lyrics, and you put them inside. Just like that. So I'm going to copy those lyrics. Then I'm going to come in here. We have vocal selected. I'm just going to say female vocal. And then I'm going to put in the lyrics like that. But maybe not all of them. Let's do verse and that. I don't need all of them. I just need to get a feel. Actually, let's see. Let's just do the chorus. Let's do the chorus. Chorus alone. Okay, done. Let's create. Let's hope for the best. Sometimes it behaves itself, and other times it's a toss-up. If it doesn't behave itself here, instead of wasting credits on and on, what I will do is render this song completely, and then I will generate stems, and I could bring the stem back in. It could be a lot of work, but let's see what it does. Let's check this out. See if it does anything half decent. Half decent. All right, let's see.
I'm striving for the best with every single beat and breath. Going above and beyond, defying all that comes my way. I'm gonna press on hard, rise with focused mind and open eyes. Yeah, I'll pass this test with strength inside, no turning back, nowhere to hide.
So it's okay, but it's not cohesive enough. Let me mute a few things here. It's someone gave me a tip today about pressing a speaker on the thing, but I can't find any speaker. Does anyone know how to mute these tracks? Anyone found the magic? Oh, I think it's this. Oh my goodness, he's so correct. Look at it. It's staring right there. And this is why I like this community. You could learn a thing or two if you listen to people. All right, so I can mute all this stuff. You know, I've been looking for that mute button like for forever until someone gave me their 2 cents yesterday. All right, let's check it out.
I'm striving for the best with every single beat and breath. Going above and beyond, defying all that comes my way. I'm gonna press on hard until I get to the prize with focused mind and open eyes. Yeah, I'll pass this test with strength inside, no turning back, nowhere to hide.
Okay.
I'm striving for the best with every single beat and breath. Going above and beyond, defying all that comes my way. I'm gonna press on hard until I get to the prize with focused mind and open eyes. Yeah, I'll pass this test with strength inside, no turning back, nowhere to hide.
Okay, now let's turn the metronome off. Our work in studio is done. Now we're gonna hit export full song. We're gonna let Suno do its magic, and this is where the power of Suno as one well-oiled unit, well, semi-well-oiled at this rate, But semi-well-oiled unit comes in because now you can take your finished song. Watch this. I played the bass. I fed it the drums. I generated the voice, but I fed it my lyrics that I use my intellect, my imagination, my ability to get an idea for. I used an app I built to generate further lyrics, to make it cohesive, put it back into Suno. Are you watching all the interpolation here? This is how you cook a good Suno gumbo. It doesn't come from you just throwing in a prompt. You got to work the system. You got to work the tool. And that's exactly what I'm doing. And then I put strings on top. You get what I'm saying? All right, let's go to the song. Enough of the preaching. Let's get straight into it. Let's get into it. All right, here we are going back into Suno. Now we have this song, and I'm just going to call it Strive for the Best. Strive. I just call it Strive. All right, so we got Strive here. We're going to click on these dots. Someone said, Phil, your head is too big. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Okay, I'm going to take myself out of the shot in a second. I'll put myself on the other side of the screen. How about that? In that way, I'm outside, or I'll make myself as tiny as an Oompa Loompa in the corner. All right, there we go. Okay, so hit these three dots and remix and cover, just like that. Boom. Now, because I know how Suno works, I have certain tastes that Suno has exposed me to in the past. I've become very spoiled in Suno because there's certain things I want to hear and I know how to hear them. And the way to do it is to evoke the vibe, evoke the vibe. So there's a couple of ways you can evoke this vibe. You could use my prompter. It's at philc.net. You go on down to the environment generator. There's 1, 2, there's even a third one for you to design the vocal if you wish. So we're going to use a number of styles today. And I call this method stashing and stacking. You got to stash up the prompts, and when you're in that stream of consciousness of creativity, even though the skeptics will say, how does generating a prompt make you creative, Phil? Well, first of all, I build the tool, and secondly, I'm using my brain to tell me what to select in the tool. Hello? All right, so I'm going to choose soul. I'm going to spoil myself because I love neo soul. I want it chill and relaxed. I want it to be around 80. 80's fine. It's going to speed it up though. Let me just make it what it was. It was 74 in studio. I want it to be punchy, nice smooth bass, rose, lush atmospheric. Maybe I want it to be a bit jazzy. Clean, polished. Oh, let's have it a bit warm. And let's challenge it. Evolving and dynamic. Generate that prompt. Copy that prompt. By the way, this is absolutely free. There's no price for it. Just show your buddy Phil some love by smashing that like button if you're using my prompter. All right, we're going to go into styles. We're going to drop it in there. We're going to get our lyrics from where they're hiding, because you know we had an entire array of lyrics, and if I was smart I would have saved them. I got them. Okay, so I'm going to take those lyrics and we're going to put the lyrics in there. Boom. If you want to know how to build that tool for yourself, you got to look on the channel. There's how to build a songwriting app. Just watch that and you'll be able to build your own in Gemini. It's very simple. All right. Let's crank the audio influence way up, style influence way up. This is going to be Strive neo soul version, and I want that female sultry neo soul vibe. And let's go ahead and anything else. Oh yes, there is something else. So let me make this a bit bigger. I'm sorry if the screen is too small for you to see, but I need to put in here soulful sax solo, tasty Fender Rhodes solo. So I hope you folks, you Sunolins, you're comparing how you work to how I work, because I'm sure there's a lot I can learn from you as well. If you got any tips you use, will you do me a favor and put them into the chat, please? All right, let's get rid of all of this. And I'm going to put in an instrumental command. Instrumental. And this is going to be sax. And, you know, sometimes it doesn't obey you completely, and other times it does. So it's a toss-up. You just got to try. Keep trying. Okay, that's a Rhodes. Put in another Rhodes. And put in a sax here. And one more to take us out. So let's try a soprano sax. Okay, we have cooked this to perfection. We have cooked it. Let's see. We've been cooking this thing for almost 30 minutes. So let's hit the magic button. Hope for the best. Okay. And a shortcut to get my own unique taste is in the personas. And I've developed a persona that I like for neo soul in particular. It works like magic each and every time I use it. So I'm just going to say, for this one, we're just going to call it Lorna, because that is my neo soul archetype. Hit create. And then the other persona that I'm going to use that might blow your mind is the Tricky Philly persona. Extremely dubious producer. And let's bring in Tricky Philly. And the way down here. Okay. Let's do it. Crank that up. Create. And let's sit back and enjoy the vibe. We're going to play everything from... Let's play it from up here down. I forgot to change the... So we have Lorna, we have Neo Soul version. I think we're missing a couple. Oh, this is Tricky Philly. Huh. Okay. Perhaps I got so excited I didn't even hit the right thing for the Lorna version. Okay. It's a very simple fix. Let's get rid of Tricky Philly here, and let's put in Lorna on this one this time. Okay. And crank up. And main Lorna. All right, let's check out the vibe. Here we go with the first version, Neo Soul version.
The path ahead ain't always clear. A winding road, a rising fear, a falling short of not enough. When trials come and times get rough, but deep inside a fire burns. A lesson learned from every turn, yeah. Music ain't easy, so you gotta be wise. to conquer mountains, reach new skies. No time to chill, no time for rest. Gotta put my spirit to the test. I'm striving for the best with every single beat and breath. Going above and beyond, defying all that comes my way. I'm gonna press on hard until I get to the prize with focused mind and open eyes. Yeah, I'll pass this test with strength inside, no turning back, nowhere to hide. Some folks might say just take it slow, but that's not how true greatness grows. Don't cut corners, not a single one.
All right, not bad, not bad, not bad, Suno. Not bad. Let's check this one out. Okay.
The path ahead ain't always clear. A winding road, a rising fear, a falling short. I'm not enough when trials come and times get rough. But deep inside, a fire burns, a lesson learned from every turn. Yeah, music ain't easy, so you gotta be wise to conquer mountains, reach new skies. No time to chill, no time for rest. Gotta put my spirit to the test. I'm just striving for the best with every single beat and breath. Going above and beyond, defying all that comes my way. I'm gonna press on hard until I get to the prize with focused mind and open eyes. Yeah, I'll pass this test with strength inside, no turning back, nowhere to hide. Some folks might say just take it slow, but that's not how true greatness grows. Don't cut corners, not a single one, until the very last thing's done. Gotta work hard every single day to clear the hurdles in my way. Dot all the I's with a perfect aim, let nothing slip. Shout out the name, cross all the T's with steady hand, the finest craft across the land. And if you do with all your might, you'll be surprised by morning light. I'll burn the midnight oil until the dawn. My spirit's strong, forever drawn. I'm not striving for the best with every single beat and breath. Going above and beyond, defying all that comes my way. I'm gonna press on hard until I get to the prize with focused mind and open eyes.
All right, I was saying that was sweet, and if you're digging the vibe, don't forget to smash that like button. But let's check out the other versions. All right, let's see this one. This is a tricky Philly version. Very a cappella biased.
The path ahead ain't always clear. A winding road, a rising fear. A falling short of not enough. When trials come and times get rough. But deep inside a fire burns. A lesson learned from every turn. Yeah, music ain't easy, so you gotta be wise to conquer mountains, reach new skies. No time to chill, no time for rest. Gotta put my spirit to the test. I'm striving for the best, for the best. And every single beating breath, going above and beyond, defying all that comes my way. Yeah.
I'm gonna press on hard until I get to the prize with focused mind and open eyes. Yeah, I'll pass this test with strength inside, no turning back, nowhere to hide.
Some folks might say just take it slow, but that's not how true greatness grows. Don't cut corners, not a single one, until the very last thing's done. Gotta work hard every single day to clear the hurdles in my way. Dot all the I's with perfect aim, let nothing slip, shout out the name. Cross all the T's with steady hand, the finest craft across the land. And if you do with all your might, you'll be surprised by morning light. I'll burn the midnight oil until the dawn. My spirit's strong, forever drawn. I'm striving for the best. Every single beating breath, going above and beyond, coming on, defying all that comes my way. Yeah.
I'm gonna press on hard until I get to the prize with focused mind and open eyes. Yeah, I'll pass this test with strength inside, no turning back, nowhere to hide.
Sweat, the tears, the weary bone, a silent struggle faced alone. But every effort, every cause means nothing here will ever be lost. The finish line, it calls my name, fueling the passion, stoking the flame. It's more than just a passing phase, it's building futures, brighter days. I'm striving for the best, with every single beat and breath, going above and beyond, defying all that comes my way.
I'm gonna press on hard until I get to the prize with focused mind and open eyes. Yeah, I'll pass this test with strength inside, no turning back, nowhere to hide.
No time for rest, no time to chill, just work hard, climbing up this hill. Burn the midnight oil till it's done, my journey's just begun until I've won.
The prize is near, I can almost see the best in me eternally.
Well, that was a tricky Philly version. All right. Let's go up here and play the Lorna version. This is my neo soul treat. I hope you like it. Yeah.
The path ahead ain't always clear. A winding road, a rising fear, a falling short of not enough. When trials come and times get rough, but deep inside a fire burns. A lesson learned from every turn. Yeah, music ain't easy, so you gotta be wise to conquer mountains, reach new skies. No time to chill, no time for rest. Gotta put my spirit to the test. I'm striving for the best with every single beat and breath. Going above and beyond, defying all that comes my way. I'm gonna press on hard until I get to the prize with focused mind and open eyes. Yeah, I'll pass this test with strength aside, no turning back, nowhere to hide. Oh, yeah. Some folks might say just take it slow, but that's not how true greatness grows. Don't cut corners, not a single one, until the very last thing's done. Gotta work hard every single day to clear the hurdles in my way. Dot all the I's with perfect aim, let nothing slip, shout out the name. Cross all the T's with steady hand, the finest craft across the land. And if you do with all your might, you'll be surprised by morning light. I burn the midnight oil until the dawn. My spirit's strong, forever drawn. I'm striving for the best with every single beat and breath. Going above and beyond, defying all that comes my way. I'm gonna press on hard until I get to the prize with focused mind and open eyes. Yeah, I'll pass this test with strength inside, no turning back, nowhere to hide. The sweat, the tears, the weary bone, silent struggle faced alone, but every effort, every cost means nothing. Here will ever be lost. The finish line, it calls my name, fueling the passion, stoking the flame. It's more than just a passing phase, it's building futures, brighter days. I'm striving for the best with every single beat and breath. Going above and beyond, defying all that comes my way. I'm gonna press on hard until I get to the prize with focused mind and open eyes. Yeah, I'll pass this test with strength inside, no turning back, nowhere to hide. No time for rest, no time to chill. Just work hard climbing up this hill. Burn the midnight oil till it's done. My journey's just begun until I've won. The prize is near. I can almost see the best in me eternally. Eternally.
That was cool. That was cool. I see you, Keith. I see you, Mr. Thanks for vibing. All right, let's go to the next one. Next neo soul. Yeah.
The path ahead ain't always clear. A winding road, a rising fear, a falling short of not enough. When trials come and times get rough. But deep inside, a fire burns, a lesson learned from every turn. Yeah, music ain't easy, so you gotta be wise to conquer mountains, reach new skies. No time to chill, no time for rest. Gotta put my spirit to the test. I'm striving for the best, yeah, with every single beat and breath, going above and beyond, defying all that comes my way. I'm gonna press on hard until I get to the prize, with focused mind and open eyes. Yeah, I'll pass this test with strength inside, no turning back, nowhere to hide. Some folks might say just take it slow, but that's not how true greatness grows. Don't cut corners, not a single one, until the very last thing's done. Gotta work hard every single day to clear the hurdles in my way. Dot all the I's with perfect aim, let nothing slip, shout out the name, cross all the T's with a steady hand, the finest craft across the land. And if you do with all your might, you'll be surprised by morning light. I'll burn the midnight oil until the dawn, my spirit strong, forever drawn. I'm driving for the best, yeah, every single beat and breath, going above and beyond, defying all that comes my way. I'm gonna press on hard until I get to the prize, with focused mind and open eyes. Yeah, I'll pass this test with strength inside, no turning back, nowhere to hide. The sweat, the tears, the weary bone, a silent struggle faced alone. But every effort, every cost means nothing here will ever be lost. The finish line, it calls my name, fueling the passion, stoking the flame. It's more than just a passing phase, it's building futures, brighter days. I'm driving for the best, with every single beat and breath, going above and beyond, defying all that comes my way. I'm gonna press on hard until I get to the prize, with focused mind and open eyes. Yeah, I'll pass this test with strength inside, no turning back, nowhere to hide. No time for rest, no time to chill, just work hard, climbing up this hill, burn the midnight oil till it's done. My journey's just begun until I won. The prize is near, I can almost see the best in me. Eternally.
All right, my friends, I hope you're enjoying these vibes. We've pretty much gone through what we had concocted, but we're going to do one more. So let's go over here. We're going to get into some reggae. We're gonna do a gumbo. Mix it up. This is going into the reggae zone. Get Lorna out of there.
Yeah, I passed this test with strength inside, no turning back, nowhere to hide.
All right. Suno has behaved itself today, I must say. It has behaved itself.
Some folks might say just take it slow,
All right.
but that's
Let's
not
move
how
on
true
to
greatness grows.
the next thing on the menu.
The path ahead ain't always clear, a winding road, horizon.
This is a nice gumbo, although not what I'm looking to be served right now. Let's check this one out. This one. Okay. Yeah, it was getting close. It had some elements. This one. Yeah. Yes, sir.
The path ahead ain't always clear, a winding road, a rising fear, of falling short of not enough when trials come and times get rough. But deep inside, a fire burns, a lesson learned from every turn. Yeah, music ain't easy, so you got to be wise to conquer mountains, reach new skies. No time to chill, no time for rest. Got to put my spirit to the test. I'm striving for the best with every single beat and breath, going above and beyond, defying all that comes my way. I'm gonna press on hard until I get to the prize with focused mind and open eyes. Yeah, I'll pass this test with strength inside, no turning back, nowhere to hide. Some folks might say, just take it slow, but that's not how true greatness grows. Don't cut corners, not a single one, until the very last thing's done. Gotta work hard every single day to clear the hurdles in my way. Dot all the I's with perfect aim, let nothing slip, shout out the name. Cross all the T's with steady hand, the finest craft across the land. And if you do it with all your might, you'll be surprised by morning light. I've been a midnight oil until the dawn, my spirit strong, forever drawn. I'm striving for the best with every single beat and breath, going above and beyond, defying all that comes my way. I'm gonna press on hard until I get to the prize with focused mind and open eyes. Yeah, I'll pass this test with strength inside, no turning back, nowhere to hide. The sweat, the tears, the weary bone, the silent struggle, faced alone. But every effort, every cost means nothing here will ever be lost. The finish line, it calls my name, fueling the passion, stoking the flame. It's more than just a passing phase, it's building futures, brighter days. I'm striving for the best with every single beat and breath, going above and beyond, defying all that comes my way. I'm gonna press on hard until I get to the prize with focused mind and open eyes. Yeah, I'll pass this test with strength inside, no turning back, nowhere to hide. No time for rest, no time to chill, just rest. Work hard climbing up this hill, burn the midnight oil till it's done. My journey's just begun. Until I won, the prize is near. I can almost see the best in me eternally.
Yeah, that was sweet. All right, one more segment of reggae coming up.
It ain't always clear. A winding road, a rising fear. Falling short of not enough. When trials come and times get rough, but deep inside a fire burns. A lesson learned from every turn. Yeah, music ain't easy, so you gotta be wise to conquer mountains, reach new skies. No time to chill, no time for rest. Gotta put my spirit to the test. Yeah, I'm striving for the best with every single beat and breath. Going above and beyond, defying all that comes my way. I'm gonna press on hard until I get to the prize with focused mind and open eyes. Yeah, I'll pass this test with strength inside, no turning back, nowhere to hide. Some folks might say just take it slow, but that's not how true greatness grows. Don't cut corners, not a single one, until the very last thing's done. Gotta work hard every single day to clear the hurdles in my way. Dot all the I's with perfect aim, let nothing slip, shout out the name. Cross all the T's with steady hand, the finest craft across the land. And if you do with all your might, you'll be surprised by morning light. I burn the midnight oil until the dawn, my spirit's strong, forever drawn. Oh, I'm striving for the best with every single beat and breath. Going above and beyond, defying all that comes my way. I'm gonna press on hard until I get to the prize with focused mind and open eyes. Yeah, I'll pass this test with strength inside, no turning back, nowhere to hide. The sweat, the tears, the weary bone, a silent struggle faced alone. But every effort, every cost means nothing here will ever be lost. The finish line, it calls my name, fueling the passion, stoking the flame. It's more than just a passing phase, it's building futures, brighter days. Yeah, I'm striving for the best with every single beat and breath. Going above and beyond, defying all that comes my way. I'm gonna press on hard until I get to the prize with focused mind and open eyes. Yeah, I'll pass this test with strength inside, no turning back, nowhere to hide. No time for rest, no time to chill, just work hard, climbing up this hill. Burn the midnight oil till it's done, my journey's just begun until I've won. The prize is near, I can almost see the best in me eternally.
All right, my friends. I mean, you've heard what Suno can do now. We started off in studio. For those of you that missed it, we started off in studio with a single track, right? We started off with a single drum loop. Then I built some bass and keys and strings. Then we brought in a vocal in Suno Studio. Then we exported it out. Then we brought it into version 5, and we're seasoning it right now. That's what we're doing. Okay, we got one experiment I want to try out here. We're gonna go G-funk on this thing. We're gonna make it chill a little bit quicker and generate the prompt. And let's get in here. Let's give it the all clear. This is going to be rep. There's coast, and then we can give it some auxiliary stuff. And we crank this up. Crank that almost to 100. Give it some wiggle room to think. And let's do it. Let's see what it can come up with. And away we go. I'll put some seasoning here. But something befitting for the West Coast. All right, let's try that. And let's put some further seasoning in here if we can. Okay. We gotta turn this way down. It's too high. Okay. All right, we'll do a little experiment and see how far we can go. And up comes.
The path ahead ain't always clear. A winding road, a rising fear, a falling short of not enough. When trials come and times get rough, but deep inside a fire burns, a lesson learned from every turn. Yeah, music ain't easy, so you gotta be wise to conquer mountains, reach new skies. No time to shift, no time for rest. Gotta put my spirit to the test. I'm striving for the best with every single beat and breath. Going above and beyond, defying all that comes my way. I'm gonna press on hard until I get to the prize with focused mind and open eyes. Yeah, I'll pass this test with strength inside. No turning back, nowhere to hide. Some folks might say just take it slow, but that's not how true greatness grows. Don't cut corners, not a single one, until the very last thing's done. Gotta work hard every single day to clear the hurdles in my way. Dot all the I's with perfect aim, let nothing slip, shout out the name. Cross all the T's with steady hand, the finest craft across the land. And if you do with all your might, you'll be surprised by morning light. I burn the midnight oil until the dawn. My spirit strong, forever drawn, ever drawn, ever drawn. I'm striving for the best with every single beat and breath. Going above and beyond, defying all that comes my way. I'm gonna press on hard until I get to the prize with focused mind and open eyes. Yeah, I'll pass this test with strength inside. No turning back, nowhere to hide. tears, the weary bone, a silent struggle faced alone. But every effort, every cost means nothing here will ever be lost. The finish line, it calls my name, fueling the passion, stoking the flame. It's more than just a passing phase, it's building futures, brighter days. I'm striving for the best with every single beat and breath, going above and beyond, defying all that comes my way. I'm gonna press on hard until I get to the prize with focused mind and open eyes. Yeah, I'll pass this test with strength inside, no turning back, nowhere to hide. No time for rest, no time to chill, just work hard, climbing up this hill, burn the midnight oil till it's done. My journey's just begun. Until I've won, the prize is near. I can almost see the best in me eternally. But that's not how true greatness grows. Don't cut corners, not a single one, until the very last thing's done. Gotta work hard every single day to clear the hurdles in my way. Dot all the I's with perfect aim, let nothing slip, shout out the name. Cross all the T's with steady hand, the finest craft across the land. And if you do with all your might, you'll be surprised by morning light. Burn the midnight oil until the dawn. My spirit's strong, forever drawn. Striving for the best, with every single beat and breath, going above and beyond, defying all that comes my way. I'm gonna press on hard until I get to the prize, with focused mind and open eyes. Yeah, I'll pass this test with strength inside, no turning back, nowhere to hide. Silent struggle, faced alone. But every effort, every cause means nothing here will ever be lost. The finish line calls my name, fueling the passion, stoking the flame. It's more than just a passing phase, it's building futures, brighter days. I'm striving for the best, with every single beat and breath. Above and beyond, defying all that comes my way. I'm gonna press on hard until I get to the prize, with focused mind and open eyes. Yeah, I'll pass this test with strength inside, no turning back, nowhere to hide. No time for rest, no time for rest, no time to chill. up this hill, burn the midnight oil till it's done. My journey's just begun until I've won. The prize is me, I can almost see the best in me eternally.
All right, my friends. It's that time. We're going to shut it down. Get back to the grind of life. I hope you had fun watching me create in Suno. Suno is always a blast. So much fun. Well, thank you for all those who came through, members, non-members. Smash that like button. And I'll see you very soon because I'm doing all sorts of experiments in this thing. I'm doing jazz, R&B still on the menu for later. I'm doing world music. I've got my mallet to hit my hang drum when we start off again. I've got my tribal flute. So we've got a lot to do in Suno. This is just the beginning. All right, so be subscribed if you're not. Smash the like button if you've been digging it. I'll see you next time. Take care, my friends. If you got any questions, put them in the chat. I'll get to them as soon as I can.
I'm gonna press on hard until I get to the prize. With focused mind and open eyes. Yeah, I'll pass this test with strength inside. No turning back, nowhere to hide. Some folks might say, just take it slow, but that's not how true greatness grows. Don't cut corners, not a single one, until the very last thing's done. Gotta work hard every single day to clear the hurdles in my way. Dot all the I's with perfect aim, let nothing slip, shout out the name. Cross all the T's with steady hand, the finest craft across the land. And if you do with all your might, you'll be surprised by morning light. Burn the midnight oil until the dawn. My spirit's strong, forever drawn. Striving for the best, with every single beat and breath, going above and beyond, defying all that comes my way. I'm gonna press on hard until I get to the prize. With focused mind and open eyes, yeah, I'll pass this test with strength inside. No turning back, nowhere to hide. A silent struggle, faced alone. But every effort, every cause means nothing here will ever be lost. The finish line calls my name, fueling the passion, stoking the flame. It's more than just a passing phase, it's building futures brighter days. I'm striving for the best, with every single beat and breath, going above and beyond, defying all that comes my way. I'm gonna press on hard until I get to the prize. With focused mind and open eyes, yeah, I'll pass this test with strength inside. No turning back, nowhere to hide. No time for rest, no time for rest, no time to chill, just work hard climbing up this hill. Burn the midnight oil till it's done.
Hey, you guys are cracking me up. I just saw the last comments. You're cracking me up. Thank you for listening. I appreciate that, KP. Thank you for being here. How's it going in Canada today? Hope you're doing well. Okay, catching the rewind. Good, good. All right, Keith. Thank you. Med J Commander. Thank you. Good to see you. Thank you for coming through. And Michael, if you're going to keep playing, how do you expect us to stop listening? Oh dear, I appreciate it. I'm going to jump off, but I will probably be back later, okay? I hope you have a good rest of the day, and if we see later, we'll see. But I've got 1 or 2 more videos that will be coming out. I think some of you missed last night. So Colors Vary Productions was on last night. We did a big old world music jam. So you folks need to listen to that one. All right, you take care. Au revoir. Welcome back to Suno Studio. The last time we met, I was showing you a composition. I created a piano track from scratch, and then I started laying other pieces on it, and it ended up sounding like this.
A bright and lovely day today. Everything is going my way, just as I say. What a delight tonight. I will be glad. I won't get mad. Just enjoy and chill. Stress-free is all I want.
So at a point, you can hear the vocals are going out of sync. You can also see it on here. So I need to drag part of this one up. You can see where it starts going a little bit out of sync. You can see from the waveform here. So what I would need to do with the backing vocals is split this and just drag it a little bit to align. Hold down the control key and you have more freedom to make things sync up. So I'm going to play it and see if that remedied the problem. Oops. We don't want to do that. Let's undo. Okay. Let's listen.
Just enjoy and chill. Stress-free is all I wanna be.
So still not quite. There we go. So it went out of sync in quite a few places. It started there. I see another one over here. The waveform never lies. You see the waveform? You can tell when things start going weird. Somewhere around here. Let's listen.
And chill. Stress-free is all I wanna be.
Try again.
Stress-free is all I wanna be.
All right, I think that kind of fixed it.
And chill. Stress-free is all I wanna be.
Okay, this needs to be moved up a little bit there. Let's try it
And
again.
chill. Stress-free is all I wanna be. Stress-free is all I wanna be.
Okay, so now you can see how you can split stuff and move it around because sometimes parts of the music is in sync and other parts are not. Okay, the other thing I want to show you is right over here on the right hand side. So if you click in this section might be hidden for you, but if you click on this section that has this icon to the right over here next to export, top right, it will expand this section, and if you click on track, you now see it has EQ available for you to play with, and you can toggle the EQ on or off. So if I wanted to apply EQ to any track, I just click on that track, and that's the EQ form for all of these different tracks, as you can see. So if I wanted to EQ just my keyboard, I'll put it on solo mode so I can hear it real good. Press play, and I'll begin to manipulate the waveform. Let's bring it to the center a bit. You can hear that difference. And you've got the different bands, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. You've also got some pre-selected waveforms or pre-cooked waveforms you could choose for each one of these. You've got frequency, you've got gain, and resonance. And you can play with these to get a better sound. Okay, let's go back to the beginning and let's listen to the vocals. The vocals.
Lovely day today, everything is going my way, just as I say. What a delight tonight. I will be glad, I won't get mad, just enjoy and chill. Stress free is all I wanna be.
As you can see, there are so many parameters you can play with, and I just wanted you to be aware of that, so you can go in there and add some spice to your tracks. Okay. And if you don't want to mess with any of that and you just want to, adjust it in your DAW, then go ahead and do that. Thanks for joining. I hope this made sense, and I wish you all the best in your creativity. Bye for now.
Welcome back to Suno Studio. Next, we are going to demonstrate how to take a file from a loop collection and drag it straight onto the timeline, exactly as I'm doing. So I'm dragging on this Unison Funk 100 BPM track. When you have this track, the first thing you should do is set the beats per minute, the tempo, to 100. And with that done, you see that it fits very nicely onto the timeline. Let's listen to it. So with that done, we're going to double click on the waveform, and this opens time stretch. We're going to hit reset markers, take a look at it on beat first, and let's do transients next. Let's make it a little bit bigger so you can see what's going on here. Let's close the right pane and let's magnify it a little bit. The next thing we're going to do is play with these markers to get a swing-in type of effect. We're going to turn on our loop function so that it keeps looping, and let's shorten it actually just to the third measure there, so we have between 1 and 3. So let's listen. So now you get a good idea of where this is going. Okay, let's reset the markers one more time. All right. We're just going to ignore everything that happens outside of where our focus is, which is between 1 and 3. We're going to take a look at alternating some of these skips. So let's listen to the beat one more time. So boom, clap, clap, and a little bit of, I call them exciters, a little bit of skips there. So we're going to take those skips, which I would say is an exciter. Let's listen. Now, you hold down your control key to select the markers you want, but when you are adjusting, it's best to release the control so that they all go together. So let's check out the effect of me moving these markers to either slide up to a different point in the beat or away from a different point in the beat. Let's listen. Move it back. Even more. See, it kind of changes the flavor. Slide it back on. Even more. A little bit more accentuated. All right, now let's slide it back on. Now, this time, as opposed to doing it with the kick, you see it's changed it as well. Now let's use the undo key to undo what we did, get it back to normal. Okay, now let's go ahead and reset transients again. And instead of the kick, let's play with what came after the kick. So that sounds like a hi-hat. So let's go with the hi-hat that came after the kick. And this. And let's play it and let's move them around and see if we can get a different feel. So it's a different. See, it changes the feel. Now with that done, we've already changed it significantly, but let's play around a little bit more with it. Change a few more of those markers. So it's crazy. Now, to get a more uniform feel, you want to make sure you're selecting more of the same metered markers. So you got to really visualize what you want, inspect what you have, and then visualize what you want and move them accordingly. All right, let's go ahead and reset back to unbeat. Listen. Okay, back to normal. Now, the other thing that you can do with this functionality is quantize. It's very easy to see the effect of quantize with just this very small finite area selected. So let's hit quantize, triplets. Let's play it again. Quarter note triplets, 1/8. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 16th. We don't have a whole lot of 30 seconds in this basic beat. Back to quarter.
Okay, so you can always undo, you can reset the markers to just be on beat and set it back to normal. All right, my friends, I hope that gave you some insights as to what you could do with these beats. And that concludes our review of Suno Studio today. We took a look at time stretch, turning it off and on. We took a look at the ability to reset markers on beat, transients, and you can also have start to end. We didn't really explore that a whole lot, but you can always collapse a waveform to make it shorter or stretch it out to make it longer. That's what time warping is all about. And then we also took a look at the quantization options. I hope you found this helpful. If you did, smash the like button, and I'll see you next time.
Welcome, my Sunolins. Today, I'm going to show you how to take a song from scratch to stems. Let's go into Create as usual, right over here. Let's hit the Create button. And over here, we have the ability to stay in Simple or Advanced. I'm going to click on Advanced, follow every step, hit Advanced. And now we are going to paste in some pre-written lyrics. I have these lyrics that have been written outside. I call it Stem Split Blues. It's going to be a neo-soul song. So I'm going into my clones to look for one of my neo-soul clones. I've got a neo-soul clone somewhere here. So I'm going to use, I'll go with Phil Neil Funk. That's a persona I created. The style, I'm just going to say neo soul, Philly style. I won't go into my elaborate prompt tools at Musicspiration or Playground today. I'm just going to put the name of the song in there. And then as far as the audio, I'm also going to record an audio influence here and wait for the tool to find my microphone. And off we go. Ooh, 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 ooh. So I've given it an idea that it can use as a melody just to put as much of me in it. Let's hit continue. And I'm going to keep the current. Right. Now I have all my ingredients here. I'm going to go ahead and hit create. I'm going to give Suno a little bit of time, and before you can blink, you are going to see a new recording over here. And you know, I'm always about hyper iterating. There's nothing wrong in trying it a second time. So you got all those credits, you might as well use them, right? So now we got 4 different versions, and all I need to do is find one that works. Let's listen to this.
They say my stem split weak. They say it ain't unique. They hear the bleed, I hear the beat. They hear artifacts, I hear the tracks. They shake their heads, I nod instead. As good as it could, just like it should. Glass half full, that's my rule. Positivity, my food. Groove improves the mood. They hunt mistakes, I hunt the breaks. They see the flaw, I see the awe. While they're stuck in doubt, I'm dancing it out. The studio needs more groove than greed, so let it bleed. Plant the seed, you hear what's wrong. I hear a song.
How's that? Yeah. That's how you do it from 0 to 100. Now, let's take that same song. We're going to hit those three dots over here, and then we're going to hit edit, and we are going to scroll down, edit, and get stems. You see that right there? Let's hit get stems, and that takes us to the magic new page where Suno gives you the ability to auto split. Look carefully because this is where the new magic is, and I want to demonstrate it. We got auto split. We can just go ahead and hit extract, and it's going to extract from a list of 12 instruments. This used to be the old sound, okay? We're going to let that work while we go to split from mix, and I'm just going to do lead vocal and everything but lead vocal. This is my favorite because I like performing with backing tracks, and this will give me the lead vocal and the backing track. So I can just take the backing track. No extra work needed. No extra work needed. Boom, extract that thing, and I'm on my way to performing it. And then I can hit advanced split, and then I can search for a specific instrument. Let's say I like the drums. I can extract the drums. If I liked the bass, I can extract just the bass on its own. And the thing about the advanced split, the sound is more pristine. It's clearer. It's crisp compared to previous. And let's do piano. I'm not sure if there's any piano there, but it's going to extract what it can in that vein. And let's see what else. What else? I'm not sure if there was any electric guitar, but let's check that out as well. So you see how quickly I've extracted those stems. So I've got split from mix, which is one option. I've got auto split with it, which is a second option. Now let's listen to the drums in auto split. Here we go. Just the drums. Can you hear that in the background? There's a little bit of... You hear that? That's what it was like before, just last week. It's okay, but you hear that under it, right? Put your headphones on if you need to. Listen. Hear that? Yeah, kind of grainy. Now let's go
Like
to a...
it should. Glass half full.
Now this is the difference between these drums. All right, so I want you to listen to the difference between the advanced split drums versus the auto split drums. I'm going to toggle. Keep your eye on the screen and listen. Keep listening. This is a new one. Let's listen to the second version. You hear there's a difference. Here there's a lot more noise on this one. See that? And now as far as split from mix is concerned, if I wanted to perform this without the lead vocal, I have a backing track I could use. Sounds clean. Listen. honestly, when I'm performing this, no one's going to hear. Let me give you a further idea of what could happen here. So I download the wave, and this is what happens next to make it sound even fatter and tight. So I've downloaded the wave, but I can also open in Studio. So I've opened it up in Studio. Okay. I have the original here. To be fair, there's some underground hiss. You can't hear it if you don't have headphones on, and if your ears are not attuned, you may not hear that frequency. Let's listen to the lead vocal without the lead vocal. So you can further adjust the frequencies. You see what I'm doing here? You can further adjust the frequency. You can take down the hiss if you don't like that hiss. See, got rid of the hiss. You see, I've pretty much minimized a lot of the hiss that was annoying me. So that is one thing you could do. The other thing you could do is just open up your DAW, drag it into your DAW like so. So I've dragged it into my DAW, and I can further manipulate it from here. If there's something I don't like, I can take care of it in here, you know. Now, before I take this into my DAW, one more thing I could do, I could learn from autosplit what is most readily available. So taking a look at the instruments that I have, I've got lead vocals, backing vocals, drum, bass, and keys. And in advanced split, lead vocal, let me get my backing vocals, drums, bass. I have piano, but keys is going to yield me something. So let me do keys as well. So now I have lead vocal, drums, bass, piano, electric guitar, which there's none. It was just extracting some that sounded like it, but it's not. Then I've got the backing vocals, and then I've got the keyboards. All right, I'm going to extract all of these. I'm going to download all of these. Okay. When keyboards is done, you see down below over here, I want you to really catch this. All right, you see downloads, hit downloads, and then you have the option of choosing wave. I'm going to go with fixed tempo. I'm going to download, and then when all is said and done, I'm going to have all the files as I showed you the last time. I'm going to drag all of those into my DAW. But before I drag all of those into my DAW while it's still getting ready, let's just jump straight into the DAW, because here I have the instrumentation on its own without the voice. So I can further adjust just the stereo instrumentation. This is one of the things I like about the new stem separator. Before, I would have had to take this into Studio, then I would have had to strip it down to stems, then I would have to balance the bass, the drums, and everything in Studio before exporting it. Now I don't have to do that. It's already all mixed. I can do just minor mastering like this. little bit of isotope on there. Yeah, so it's a backing track, friends, okay? This is not like I'm saying I want to release this. It's a backing track. And backing tracks are important for musicians. If you're not a performing musician, you may not understand the excitement about this, but this simplifies things for instrumentalists, for singers, performers of any kind. It just makes the job so much easier. All right. Now that I'm done demoing that, let's jump back straight in here. Seems like the download's ready. Let me drag all of those stems into the DAW. As I have demonstrated before, when Suno has given you all of this stuff and you've extracted it from a zip file, drag it into your DAW after you have unzipped it. So I'm going to unzip and drag it into my DAW. All right, here we go. Drag them all in. Your DAW is going to arrange them and stack them up. It's going to align them. And the thing is, it's all tempo locked from Suno, which makes this even better. So when you take it into your DAW, you got to clean it up. I've cleaned up worse stems, my friends. Worse than this. So there are ways around it. If you are patient and you know what to do, you can work with pretty much any stem of reasonable quality. Here, bass. Drums.
Glass half full, that's my rule. Positivity, my food. Groove improves the mood. They hunt mistakes, I hunt the breaks. They see the flaw, I see the awe. While they're stuck in doubt, I'm dancing it out. The studio needs more groove than greed, so let it bleed. Plant the seed.
Working on the vocals.
Hear what's wrong. I hear a song.
We have one, there's a little bit of reverb and one without, panned across.
I hear a song.
No guitar.
Glass half full, that's my rule. Positivity, my food. Groove improves the mood. They hunt mistakes, I hunt the breaks. They see the flaw, I see the awe. While they're stuck in doubt, I'm dancing it out. The studio needs more groove than greed, so let it bleed. Plant the seed. You hear what's wrong. I hear a
better. All right, well, you hear that little shimmer at the end. Those things have to be cut off. You know, just select them all and just trim them like that. And then when you're doing your final, whatever you're doing, you can ensure that the final doesn't have that. All right. So the keys sound a little bit muddy and blurry, but honestly, for me, I'll just bring out my keyboard and play that track again. You see, that's how I deal with these things. I look at the situation as being a half full as opposed to half empty. I have a positive mental attitude towards evolution. So I know Suno isn't perfect, but we're getting there. We're getting there, and we will get there. You know, it's a journey. Anyway, I hope my musings have given you some ideas. Let me know how you're finding the stems. You take care. See you next time.
They say my stem split weak. They say it ain't unique. They hear the bleed, I hear the beat. They hear artifacts, I hear the tracks. They shake their heads, I nod instead. As good as it could, just like it should. Glass half full, that's my rule. Positivity, my food. Groove improves the mood. They hunt mistakes, I hunt the breaks. They see the flaw, I see the awe. While they're stuck in doubt, I'm dancing it out. The studio needs more groove than greed, so let it bleed. Plant the seed, you hear what's wrong. I hear a song.
So let's go ahead and choose that one, and let's just hit copy to main track. That puts it in the main track. And you could listen to what we've created just by itself by hitting the S icon over here. That's solo. Over here we have the ability to mute tracks by clicking on that audio icon as well. So with that done, listen to it in solo mode. You do observe there are many other instruments playing along with it. We need to separate these instruments, and to do that, be sure to click on the waveform. Clicking on the waveform will open up a panel on the right-hand side where you'll see clip and track. Let's explore this. Here on the right-hand side is going to open the ability to either select the clip or the entire track. Now, with clip selected, On the right at the bottom, you can see extracted stems. Now, if we do that, what it's going to do is extract the stems, all detected stems of vocal and instrumental. Well, there's no vocals anyway, so we're just going to choose all detected stems, and this is going to cook for a little bit. But what we really want is the drums. So we got drums, bass, guitar, percussion, and FX. What I'm going for is the drums. So we're going to click on this arrow here, and that's going to insert a track that has just drums, no bass or anything else. If we click on bass, we can insert the bass and nothing else. So this is how you could take care of the problem of Suno giving you more than you asked for. Okay. Now we can listen to what we've done one by one. Let's listen to the bass. Bass starts around here. Here's the drums. Let's bring in my piano. Okay, well, in addition to what we put in there, if you scroll down, you can see we also have pretty nice guitar and percussion, and we can add those in by just clicking on the arrow. So now you've got a track that's beginning to sound decent. Let's listen to the guitar alone. Now, one of the functionalities you have in Suno Studio, just like any other workstation, is you have the ability to lower the entire volume or to pan left or right. If you have headphones on, then you'll see that the sound is moving across left and right. Left, right. See that? I could also pan my piano if I wanted. So let's go ahead and pan the piano slightly, pan the guitar slightly. And let's get that metronome turned off. Just bring in the drums. That's percussion. This is drums. So now we have drums and percussion. And the percussion has a little bit of noise. We can always turn that down and pan it too. Just drums, just percussion. And that's how to get about using Studio. The best way is to jump in. Now, with what I've got, I could put a vocal on there. I could make up some lyrics, and I can add a vocal, I can add a sax, and I can do this by clicking on Add Track. and your track has been added up here. You can click on it and drag it down if you want. You could choose the position that you want by dragging it down. And let's just call this vocal. Let's do that again. Vocal. Didn't comply. Vocal track. Okay. I'm not sure why it didn't take vocal. Probably because it didn't want some conflict somehow with this. I'm not sure. But with that done, we're going to select this area again. And down here, we're going to select vocals and the style. We can say it's funk. And the lyrics, we can just say, if you really want to groove, stand up now and move with me. With me. So I do like 4 lines for something like funk, just so that it fits better, even though it could have taken something else. But I try to do 4 lines, 1 for each bar. So let's hit done, and we're just going to hit create. We could also decide, is this going to be female or male vocals? So we could actually say funky female and male vocals. Hit done, hit create. And what you're doing in this example is just layering ideas, and this is how you could create an idea from scratch in Suno Studio. You could bring in a brand new idea, or you could create an idea from scratch, and when your idea is done, you could take that idea and put it into Suno version 5 to get a final composite of everything that you did in here. So let's give it a few seconds, and we're going to have a couple of options for vocals. Now, while Suno Studio works those vocals, let me explain something else you could do here. For those who may not be going out to another DAW, you can always click on a track, the waveform, and over here under track, on the right-hand side, equalization. See that? If you turn EQ on, you can make adjustments to the EQ. So with the drums, let me give you a quick example. And as I begin to adjust the waveform on the right, you can see it's got 6-band EQ. You'll hear a difference. That's the high. Brought everything down, taking up the highs, taking down the mids. And you could choose these presets as well. All right, so there's so many options. You could choose a high pass. Maybe you want it for warmth or brightness. These are presets that have been put into Suno for you. All right, so let's unmute the drums, or take the drums off solo, and let's listen to the vocals. Okay, so we can see something interesting happening here. I think Suno has created a composite. But let's select that. Listen.
If you really wanna groove, stand up now and move.
Now you're hearing some tenor guitar with it.
If you really wanna groove, stand up now and move.
You hear the entire track. Let's take a look at the other option.
If you really wanna groove, if you really wanna groove now, stand up with me. Really wanna groove.
So again, I know this might be frustrating for some because some people, they just want the vocals and nothing else. Let's make sure we have everything muted. I think we do. We have everything muted. I'll make sure I turn it down so there's no influence from anywhere else, because I would have expected just the vocals.
Stand up now and move.
So we got a little bit more than what we bargained for, but let me wrap this up by showing you when you are satisfied with all that you've put in. We can take all of this and put it directly into version 5 and keep working it.
Stand up now and move with me.
With me.
If you really wanna groove, you move, stand up with me. If you really wanna groove, if you really wanna groove now, stand up with me. If you really wanna groove, stand up now, stand up with me.
So I've done everything from full tracks in studio to ideas generated in studio and used that as a springboard. In this case, we're going to hit export and we're going to hit full song. When you hit full song, that pretty much is going to export what you've done into Suno version 5. When you click on testing, save to the library, this is where it's come, and in order to do anything with this song, you can click on these dots. I'll just say with visibility and permissions, you might want to choose not to allow remixes, except that's your thing and you want to collaborate. But if you wanted to not allow it to be remixed, make sure you do that. And just remix, edit. You'll be able to, of course, remix it. And you could just hit cover. When you hit cover, it takes you into Suno Studio. And it puts your track here in the audio section. And the lyrics and everything else that were done is captured by Suno. You could just say Neo Soul Remix, for example. Come down here in advanced options. You could choose to crank it up a little bit so it retains the identity of the song, and just hit create. And as opposed to you having so many different parameters to deal with in studio, it just simplifies it, dumbs it down, puts everything together, and now you have a track. As simple as that. Here we go. Nicely mixed, put together. And then the other one. And it's as simple as that, okay? Now, if we go back into Suno Studio, be aware that there are a number of other things you could do. You could add, like when you click on these three dots, you can add an alternate lane for takes that you record. You can also right-click on any of the tracks and remove effects. You can also download separate stems and take that into your DAW and work in your DAW. So these are just a few ideas of what you can do in Suno Studio. I hope it made sense. If you got any questions, drop me a comment below. Thanks for watching. Bye for now. Welcome back to Go Experiments in Suno Studio. The last time we laid down bass and drums. We're going to do something with what we recorded last time. We are going to zero in on the drums alone. And we are going to use the warp markers. To get started, make sure you've got a drum beat on your timeline like this. Something else we could do is actually speed this up. We could speed this up to 120, for example. And if we sped it up to 120, we got it sound a little bit quicker. Or perhaps we want a 110. 110. 110's good. And why don't we go a step further and shorten it so that it's between 1 and 2. Just one measure. We're going to right-click and duplicate a few times. One more. Okay, and why don't we go ahead and repeat. Put that on loop. So we've got all of this all on one track, 4 clips. There's something else you could do, you know. You could click over that. You could right click and you could remix this selection. You could download a wave of this as well. And you could also get MIDI of it, which is crazy. You can also remove effects. There's so many things you could do. So let's move a step further. So at this point, I'm going to hit download wave. And that's going to download a wave to my desktop. And that shows it's downloaded. And then I'm also going to right click and do remix selection. So if we hit remix selection, we have our drums like that. But you could also add some lyrics. Had enough in the gore. Take me back to my door. But there's a knock at the door. I can't take it anymore. Okay, this is just for demonstration purposes. I have some people thinking that these are actual songs. I'm just demonstrating, okay? So the next thing we do once we get our lyrics, we'll say hard 70s rock funk blend on D minor. Advanced options. We want our drum beat to be right up there. I think my power's going. So we're going to just go ahead and hit rock example. Let's go ahead and hit create. And Suno's going to do its thing. And it is going to create a rather interesting gumbo. So let's expand this. And there's our rock example. Let's listen. That's absolutely crazy. Let's listen to the second one. Second version. Wasn't that crazy? We went from a beat in the GAW to a full-blown track. Absolutely crazy. You learned a couple of things today, my friends. One, you learned how to select a bunch of clips at once, how to cut them all up, and how to get them to span several bars. And you can download, you can remix. There's all sorts of things you could do. Now, let's hit Add Track. And there's our new track over here. Let's drag it down. And let's rename it. Let's rename this, double click on it, and just call it Imported Drum. Okay, and what we're going to do next is just go to your desktop or your downloads, and we're going to drag this straight into the track. So it's as simple as that. We're just going to drag it straight on the track. From my folder, you can see me dragging it straight on, and boom. And there it is. So this is all of those bars drag straight on to the drum track. It's pretty much the same thing, but it's all together in one waveform. In a perfect loop. So if you wanted to make loops, this could be a way you could do that as well. In the next episode, I'm going to show you how you can manipulate this sound using the warp markers. See you next time. Oh, and do remember to smash the like and subscribe button. See you soon.
Take it anymore.
Welcome to today's conversation. Today, I'll be taking you through the ins and outs of a generative audio workstation that has been on the market for quite a few months now. It's known as Suno Studio, and it enables you record, but also take it up a notch by going into the generative AI properties that are available to you. A generative audio workstation, GAW, is an advanced digital audio workstation that integrates artificial intelligence to generate, arrange, and manipulate audio, moving beyond manual editing to AI-assisted composition. These tools allow users to create music, melodies, lyrics, or stems from text prompts, merging traditional multi-track production with AI generation. Let me explain a bit more detail. This first track that you're seeing up here was created by me playing the piano on my keyboard. Take a listen. So that was done by me. But what I did with this GAW was augment what I had done by adding drums and guitars and bass. Let's listen to what was added to my track. So that's a rough idea of where we're going in today's video. I'm going to show you how I generated those additional sounds, drums, funk guitar, bass, and how I put that all together. So welcome to our conversation about the generative audio workstation. Let's jump in. Welcome to Suno. Today, we're going into Suno Studio. I know lots of you have seen it, but not really tested it out. I'm going to show you an easy way of trying out Studio without fear. On the left-hand side, you see in the menu, Studio. Let's click on the Studio icon and jump straight in. When you get into Studio for the very first time, you'll see a template for a new project that looks like this. We have Untitled Project. You can click on that and you can rename it. In this case, I'll just call it Testing. You are immediately presented with a new track. You could do a number of things with this track. You could record to it. You could drag an existing sound to it. But in this case, I'm going to select from the drop-down an input. This could be a microphone or an instrument. Let's click on that. It's going to open up a menu with different options. Here, I'm going to choose Portable Grand. That's my keyboard. In addition to selecting Portable Grand, I'm also going to press this round icon, which enables me to arm the track. Now that I've armed the track, I can go ahead and start playing something on my keyboard, which you hear in the background. To begin my recording, a couple of things should be in place. One, the input and the arming, and secondly, deciding upon the tempo. If you take a look down here, you can see we have a tempo already set to 120 BPM. Let's zoom out. If you wanted this to be, let's say, 100 BPM, type in 100, that's beats per minute. You have an option to either follow track or manual BPM. I'm going to choose manual so that it stays locked in. Now, when you're recording, if you have your headphones on, you'll be able to hear the metronome click. If you don't hear the metronome click, it could be very difficult for what you're playing to stay on meter. There's also an issue of latency, which means you could be hearing the metronome and playing right on it, but when you're done recording, you don't see your waveform line up. That can always be fixed. And you should be able to hear your metronome in the background by clicking on the metronome icon like that. So don't forget to hit metronome so you can hear it, and let's record. Okay, let's go ahead and hit the pause button And that stops the recording. And we can see our waveform. And let's see how well it lines up with the metronome. So you hear that latency, it's not spot on. To fix that, you're just going to zoom in a little bit more. And we are going to tidy up this by holding down the control key. Get it right to the beginning of the waveform. And we're going to drag this to begin at 1. And it should clip right on 1. And now we can listen to our metronome and what I just played. All right, that's got it all lined up. I can also trim the ends. I can also fade out if I wanted to, like that. Now that I've got everything on meter, like that, I can actually clip this, trim it, right click, and duplicate. So I don't have to keep playing that over and over again, like this. And that's it. It's that simple. Now you've got a first recording in Studio. What else can you do in Studio? Well, I could keep adding instruments. Like right from my keyboard, I could choose a different sound, strings, for example. And were I to choose strings, I would be able to play strings on top of what I just did. But is that really what I want to do? Maybe not. Maybe what I want to use the power of Suno, as opposed to using it like a traditional digital audio workstation, is use it as a GAW, a generative audio workstation. And that means Suno can generate additional tracks for me that will go with what I just did. So I'm going to hold down my Shift key and I'm going to select all these waveforms and I'm going to right click and duplicate again. And now I've got a number of bars to work with. Next thing I'm going to do is right down here, I'm going to add track. And I'm going to call this drums. And I'm going to select the area that my playing is on the timeline. And down here, where you see that musical note, we've got a drop down, and we've got everything from drums, bass, guitar, and more. So that's what you want to do after you have selected that area against your new track, by the way. This is a new track that I've named drums. You want to click on that and select drums, and the style, we can just say funk. And at that point, just go ahead and hit create. And Suno is going to generate a drum track to go with what you just played. All right, our drum tracks have rendered, and right here, you can see we have a version 1 and a version 2. All you need to do is select a clip to preview it. Let's click on version 1. Let's listen. So what you're hearing has gone beyond what I asked. Yes, I did ask it for just the drums. It's giving me more than drums. It's giving me a bass and a guitar. And remember, this is early days of Suno, so it might give you more than what you bargained for, which is perfectly okay, because all we need to do is strip it down to just drums, and I'm going to show you how to do that. But let's listen to version 2. So let's go ahead and choose that one, and let's just hit copy to main track. That puts it in the main track. And you could listen to what we've created just by itself by hitting the S. You see the S icon over here? That's solo. Over here, we have the ability to mute tracks by clicking on that audio icon as well. So there you have it, your very first Gore lesson. I'll be going through an additional 20 minutes of content, and if you want to see that, just follow the next video. Smash the like button, subscribe, and put any questions in the comments. See you soon. Welcome back, my awesome friends, to Suno Studio. Today, we're going to be taking a look at some of the really awesome things in Suno Studio. One of the big changes that I covered in a previous video is over here. Okay, it's the EQ section. So let me show you how this could look like. Depending on what you're looking at and how your studio view is configured, you could have some of these sections not showing. So let's say you're on a view like this, but you want to see your EQ. You need to click over here on track, and then you'll be able to see what exactly is going on. And depending on which track you click on, you're going to be able to see an EQ waveform for that specific track. So if I wanted to adjust the waveform for, say, my piano, I would go ahead and put everything else in mute while I put my piano in solo by clicking on S over here. Now I can hear nothing but my keyboard. Okay. Now, if I wanted to see the EQ formation for my keyboard, I would need to click on this arrow, and boom, it reveals everything, okay? But today, I really want to hone in on just the EQ area, so I'm going to expand the EQ section a little bit so that we can focus on this very interesting part. So, let's focus. So, we're looking over there, okay? We're looking at all of these itty-bitty pieces, and I'm going to be explaining them one by one, okay? This could be a little bit longer than normal, so let's jump straight into it. If you're working in your EQ section, click on this area, and you'll be able to see some presets that Suno has put in here for your convenience. The first one is this toggle button, right? If you toggle this on and off, what Suno is going to do is either activate or deactivate EQ. So with this on, you know that your EQ is active. With this off, your EQ is inactive. You can tell from the blue hue under here that it's active. When there's no blue hue, it is off. Okay, so consider this to be your on-off EQ button. Okay, all right, so that's the very first thing. Now coming down to the next section, we begin to see the presets. So let's talk about this one, this preset, flat. Flat is going to help you reset to 0. So it's just going to flatline everything. It's going to remove any adjustments. Let's say I had this as an adjustment before. When I hit flat, it returns everything back to normal. So you can use this when you want to start from scratch, when you're troubleshooting, or when you feel that another preset has overcolored the sounds, just go back to flat and build from there, okay? Now, the next preset that we have here is high pass. As you can see, this is cutting down the lower frequency. It cuts off the lower end beyond a certain frequency, and it removes rumble, removes mud, boominess, any unwanted bass noise. It's going to remove it. You can use this when you want to clean up vocals. So let me select my vocal here. So this is the lead vocal for this song.
A bright and lovely day today.
That's 0.
Everything is going my way.
This is high
Just as I
pass.
say, what a delight.
Now for this vocal, I don't really need that because my problems are more in the higher frequencies. The lower end is not giving me any trouble. But if it was, I could use the high pass filter for that. Okay?
you use this when you want definition without mod. Let's go to the vocal preset. So this vocal preset, this is meant to roll off any lows, and at the same time it will boost the mids. As you can see, it's gently boosting the mids for presence to be more intelligible, and it also adds a slight, very slight high, as you can see there, for some shine and clarity. This track already has enough high. I wouldn't need to add that. So let's just play it.
A bright and lovely day today. Everything is going my way.
All right.
Just as I say, what a delight.
Another cool feature in Suno version 1.1 is you could loop over and over again. So I could choose to make this a little bit more compressed, and I can choose to loop just this part over and over again, just so that you can keep hearing the effect. So let's hit the loop button. You probably can't see it, but okay.
Everything is going my way. Just as I say, what a delight.
Okay, so in addition to vocal, you have warm, this next one. And warm is boosting the lower frequencies. It adds a little bit of body to the lower end, and it reduces the harsh signals from the mids and the highs where those exist. So it makes it sound, the vocal sound, a little bit fuller, more cozy and rounded. Then we have bright.
Everything is going my way. Just as I say,
So that's way too much bright, right? But you use bright if the sound felt dulled or muffled, then you could use bright. When you want some sparkle, very good for pop and Afrobeat, EDM, acoustic type of stuff. That could help. What about presence? Well, presence is a very focused boost. You can see it narrows quite precision-like just over here, and it's focusing around, you can see this is around 800, this is around 3. So around that between 2 and 3 kilohertz region, it is going to boost that region where the ear can detect some articulation. It's just going to make the vocals stand out. Let's play a bit of it.
today, everything is going my way.
Presence.
Just as I say, what a delight tonight.
Flat.
I will be glad, I won't get mad. Just enjoy
Yeah.
and chill.
Much too much for this track. Okay, then we have bass boost. What bass boost will do, let's play, actually let's use a different instrument for this. Let's use the keys. So let's use keyboards. So the bass boost, you hear that lower end now? You hear what it did? A lot more lower end. Flat. More bass. So you can use that if your kick or your bass guitar or your 808s, need some more punch. You could use that, or you could use that for an entire song. So if you have an entire song that needs body, you can use that. Let's say you got an entire song here that you want to EQ using Suno's functionality. You could do that. All right, then we have the next one, which is air. And as you can see, this just adds higher frequencies. This is around what? Going into the 10 kilohertz range and even beyond. So you want to add with care, it will create this airy open sound. So it could be good for some string pads, vocals, depending. You can also use it for a little bit of sparkle if your music so needs it. Next one here is clarity. And clarity just adds a little bit of mid, right? You can see a broad span in the mid, and it's going to boost those frequencies. You can see a slight cut in the lower mids, and a boost in the mid to high frequencies. If your sound feels muffled, this may just be what the doctor ordered. If the instruments are blending together way too much in that range, you may need a little bit of this. If you want to hear some definition in a busy mix situation, you could use that. Okay. The next one here is fullness. And as you can see, it's adding a little bit of a boost here, right? Boost some of the low mids, the lower side of mids. It adds some weight, some body, some richness. It can make it feel bigger. It's a very modest boost, but of course, you can exaggerate it. What I like about these presets is they are very good starting points, and then you can go ahead and sculpt based on the initial preset. You don't have to keep the preset as is. Just remember that. You can sculpt it as you see fit. So if you've got a thin or weak sound, you may use this. If you're working with something acoustic or orchestral, this could help. If your vocals also lack that chest resonance, this could be a good one for you to use as well. The next one is lo-fi. And you know the characteristic lo-fi sound, it cuts off the highs, so there's no sparkle, kind of dulls it. It boosts the mid for that vintage character, and it rolls off the lows for that kind of tape-like sound, as though trying to mimic those old school cassettes. You can use this when you're really looking for that lo-fi hip-hop or chill-hop sound, when you're looking to add a little bit of grit, or when you're trying to remove the shine and the polish. You could use that. Okay, let's take a look. The final one down here is none other than modern, hiding all the way at the bottom. But that's modern. Modern is going to help you add, hope you can see it. Okay. Modern is going to help you add a tight low end and a little bit of polish on the mids, some airy highs, nothing too harsh. You can see it's very gentle gradient. If you want that polished Spotify ready tone, again, EDM would be a good candidate here. R&B, Afrobeat, even trap. You gotta love those highs, you know. But again, you don't want it to be jarring. So this allows you to gently ease into whatever you need, and you know, just listen with a good pair of headphones. Your speakers on your computer will not cut it. Your speakers in the studio, if they're very good studio speakers, they'll be good. But you want to be very surgical and precise in what you do. Okay? So, one more time. High pass, I want to remove the mud. Vocal, I need to make my vocals pop. Warm, I need some warmth to the vocals. I need to prevent some unruliness going on. Bright, I don't have enough sparkle. Air, the same thing, I need to add sparkle. Present, I need to make what is being said a little bit more intelligible. Bass boost, I need to add some punch. If you're looking for that vintage retro sound, lo-fi could help you. If you want your music to be louder and also glossy, modern can help you. If you want it all flat, then you want it neutral, that's the flat button, okay? So I hope this gives you some insights. Let's also take a look at what we have over here, because we have another section that just shows you pretty much these same things, but with a graphical interface. You can see it anyway. Band 1. This is the low end, right? You can move it around as you will, but this is the low end. You can call it a low end cleaner or a low end enhancer. That's band 1. You can use it to remove rubble, remove mud, or you can boost it and use it to add some weight. Number 2, this one over here, this handles the low mids, and this is where the warmth lives. But you can also get boxiness if you're not careful. Too much of this is going to make your mix muddy. So if you want to reduce muddiness, you can reduce it. Too little is going to make it thin, so you got to be careful. You got to just listen to whatever sound you're generating and move things around. All right, this is number 3, band number 3. This is your meat and muscle, if you will. This is where the body of a lot of instruments lives. Also, if your vocals feel hollow, you might want to add a little bit of boost, depending. If your guitars feel too thick, you might need to cut down a little bit of that. You could use this to add some presence, and you can use it to reduce muddiness. Band number 4. You could look at this as your vocal boost, but if you have too much of it, it could be troublesome. You can use it to add some vocal clarity, or you can make some cuts, depending. Use it to reduce harshness. You can also use it to add bites to guitars where that is lacking, or pianos or instruments in that range. Band number 5. This is your higher frequencies. You can use it to add some crispness, some detail, some brightness, or again to reduce sibilance. If you're getting too much S when the singer's singing, you could use that to reduce some of that, or you could use it to attack the instruments, depending. Remember, you can use this on just one track, or if you have an entire song, you could use this EQ functionality to adjust that. Going over to band number 6 over here, you can use this to add some air to your vocals, or sparkle to some strings and the pads, or you could use it to reduce any hiss. So a lot of it, it's all in the experience. You gotta put in those sets and reps. The more you do, the more intuitive you'll be about this. So again, band 1 for the deep lows, band 2 for the low mids, band 3 for the mids, band 4 getting more into the presence, band 5 going more into the highs, and band 6 going more into adding some air. And we're talking about specific tracks, okay, in general. With that said, let's see what else we've got to talk about here. These little icons. First icon here, you can use it to add warmth, thickness, body, or remove boominess and muddiness, depending. Second icon, you can use this to add sparkle or air. So it will cut all frequencies above your chosen point. So let's say this is my chosen point. This is going to cut frequencies below that chosen point. The bell, this is going to boost or cut, right? Cut everything here. Let's do that. So it's going to cut everything there and cut everything there, right? So that is the specific area. It's going to boost everything up to here, but cut those. Icon number 4 is going to dip that particular frequency. 5, as it suggests, is going to cut everything below that frequency. And 6 is going to cut everything that happens beyond that point. So there are 3 main controls here, as you can see. As I'm rolling these, it's making an effect, it's making an impact. So when you're using the frequency control, think of it as choosing where you want to work. So as you can see, this just rolls it along and helps you narrow down where you're targeting. So think of frequency as a location knob. I turn this to decide what part of the frequency spectrum I want to boost or cut. You can also do this manually. Okay. For some bands, you may have the gain disabled, but as you raise the gain or reduce the gain, it's like raising that up. It's like everything you do manually is reflected in these. So depending on the frequencies you're trying to target, you can use these knobs to target the frequencies, and you can also use this as well. So as opposed to doing things manually, those who are used to these can also use these to create the same effect. But you can see as you're moving through all of these, you're also inadvertently getting the frequencies adjusted in return. So gain is for how much you're boosting or cutting. The frequency button just targets the exact frequency you're trying to address. And last but not least, the quality. This one, the bandwidth or resonance, it controls how wide or how narrow. You can see that gets very narrow, and this is wider. So move it to the left, wide, gentle. If you move it to the right, it gets more precise. All right, my friends, I hope this gave you some insights as to how to use these. Despite the numerous choices, if you want the best bang for your buck, you gotta just practice with them. Practicing more with them is gonna give you a better return on your time investment. Okay, talk to you later. Welcome to my AI music video creation masterclass. There's a much longer video for this, and to find it, go on down to the link below. But let's talk about how to get from your sound to a cinematic experience. We'll talk about laying the foundation, creative visualization, scene development, prompt crafting, animating and editing, and lastly, polishing and finalizing the music video. Let's lay the foundation. How do we do that? We have a solid track. a well-mixed, well-mastered song. If your song is nice in terms of melody and harmony but has a poor mix and poor mastering, it will affect the delivery of your video. So you should be looking for sound clarity and balance. A well-mixed song delivers clear and balanced audio that supports your overall visual storytelling. High-quality mixing enhances the emotional impact by creating an immersive listening experience. And mastering ensures consistent sound quality. I have covered this on other videos, so if you haven't looked into landr.com, landr.com, you should. How do you ensure emotional strength and resonance? Music with emotional strength drives the story and enhances the mood of visual content effectively. Selecting songs that resonate deeply fosters a meaningful connection with the audience through immersive experiences. The role of the track as the heartbeat of the video is three things: the central pulse, it guides scene transitions, and establishes overall tone. When you sit down to produce a video for your music track, you want to put on your creativity hat. And this is where you are translating music into imagery. One of my techniques for doing this is to sit down and listen to a brief snippet and ask myself, what do I see? You could also use other techniques such as inspired mapping, mood boards, and emotional layering. When it comes to imagining tone, color, and emotion, just ask yourself which colors you see associated with the tones you're hearing. Color enhances the mood. In this video, I asked the question, what do you see? And one of my subscribers said, I see a lady on a bed of roses, and that immediately became the catalyst for additional thoughts. It is important that you intentionally define visual themes. You should have a coherent style and a narrative structure. For example, the lady could start playing the guitar on the beach and then transition to a bed of roses, or vice versa, and then to a hammock, and then to the streets of Brazil, finding herself at Christ's statue, interacting with people. It's a story. The music will guide you into the story. Let's talk about scene development concepts and options. As an AI video developer, you have the ability to design the main scene and its impact. The main scene serves as the narrative anchor. In this case, which you're about to watch, it's the lady on the bed of roses, singing and having a cool demeanor about her. It's also important that you create alternate scenes for narrative depth. It will be rather boring to have just one scene all throughout a music video, and that's why creating music videos takes a long time, because you're developing multiple scenes. In addition to having narrative depth, when it comes to the quality of the actual video, you do want it to have visual depth, narrative depth, and visual depth. And one of the tools that I recommend you use right off the bat is at philc.net. When you get to philc.net, click on the More button on the right and go to Image Generator. When you get to Image Generator, read the instructions, scroll down, and click on Begin Creating. That will take you to a Google Gemini page that has been set up to harness the power of AI to present to you imagery that can help your video creation. I show you how to do this in a video. You put in a prompt, and most importantly, you have these drop downs to choose Ultra, HD, 4K, 8K, Masterpiece, or IMAX quality, and then you have realism styles. The goal is to get a realistic output from this tool. As I show you in the video, you get your output, it comes with a prompt, and the next thing is you go into Sora, and this is where you develop the beginnings of a visually deep and compelling still photo that will become the anchor for you to animate. You want to use scene variety to enrich your storytelling. Using different scene types keeps the story engaging and maintains viewer interest with varying rhythms. It also has an emotional impact enhancement in that it shifts emotional tones as you go from scene to scene. That scene variety will help deepen the audience's connection and narrative resonance. Let's talk about prompt crafting one more time and Sora generation. Again, go on down to philc.net and use the tool that I've shown you. This will help you guide the camera angles, the lighting, and it'll help create a detailed prompt. It is AI driven. It uses your Google's AI, so it's important that you log in to a Google browser, preferably before clicking on philc.net, so that when you bring up that page, it will harness the power of your inbuilt Gemini and Google API for AI key. In FillC.net, you'll be able to specify camera, lighting, environment, composition, and prompt further for emotion as needed in the free-form text box. This will help you generate high-quality stills and creative variations in Sora, because from FillC.net, you'll take your prompt and put that in Sora and come away with some high-quality content. In this example you see on the screen, this was created with Midjourney, but it started off with a prompt that was created in FillC.net and modified. As you can see here, we've brought this animation to life in Midjourney through the functionality that Midjourney provides for looping endlessly. When you have a still that you are happy with, the next thing is to go into Hedra for the main vocalist animation. Hedra enhances video by animating the main vocalist with realistic and natural movements. The mouth movements fit whatever is being sung in the video. You could also use VO3 or Midjourney for B-roll and transition. The next thing, you edit the entire workflow. You could edit your workflow in Premiere, CapCut, or Clipchamp. These are all tools that provide a timeline and for you to move the different elements around. Finally, you polish and finalize the music video through iterating and deciding what to fine-tune, what to refine, and sometimes you may even need to do entire retakes of the video. Also pay attention to color grading and pacing adjustments. Next, you need to export at a minimum 720, preferably 1080p, and that will give you high quality video rendering. The last thing you want is for you to render to a low quality. That will definitely impact the quality of your video. So in conclusion, FillC.net will allow you to start off combining your music with video, crafting an immersive cinematic experience for your viewers. This will help amplify your storytelling and enable your music reach a wider audience. I hope you found it helpful. All the very best in your music and video creation. Bye for now.
A tarde se vai, o amor fica no ar, sob esse céu de cor. Peace is my theory, love is my proof, love is my motion. Heal, hurt like lotion. Peace is my theory, love is my proof, love is my motion. Heal, hurt like lotion. Hurt like lotion.
John, you have been replaced. Go learn some AI skills and you may get your job back.
Please, AI, we can strike a deal. It doesn't have to be this way, or I'm gonna take it to the church. Go! Hey, yeah. Hey, don't take my job. Hey, yeah. Hey, looking far to find the love I love. But then along came you to try to take my job. And now it seems like you are gonna make me into stew. Oh, yeah. AI, don't take my job. AI, yeah. AI, don't take my job. AI, don't take my job. Don't take my job. We can work together, no matter the weather. Let's make a deal. I promise it will be real. But don't take my dough. Don't take my stuff. Don't take my Benjamins. Oh boy, it'll sure get rough. Don't take my job. Don't take my job.
Hey guys, I got a spot here busking and I'm enjoying it. Using AI of all things, I'm making more than ever. Learning AI paid off. Haha.
A million miles from home, when I realized I must come home to you. As life began to unfold, I realized I've got to come back home. Coming home. Coming home. Even a million miles couldn't keep me from coming home. Even in a million miles, I'm coming home. Babe, I'm home. Coming home. I'm coming home. I'm coming home to you.
Lord, give me strength for this heavy load. Be bold in the Lord, child, be bold. Power in his hand, don't fold. Life and death in your tongue, you see. Say it, write it, come to be. Speak life, speak power, speak peace tonight. It is well, oh Lord, it is right. Speak healing, speak health, speak victory bright. Be bold in the Lord and the power of his might. Some folks say you can't speak what you dream, but they don't know the Lord's old scheme. Even a fool can tell plain as day, God gave us the words to pray our way. Speak life, speak power, speak peace tonight. It is well, oh Lord, it is right. Speak healing, speak health, speak victory bright. Be bold in the Lord and the power of his might. I said speak, speak it now. I said believe, show me how. Don't talk fear, don't talk doubt, let faith come out. Speak it now. I said believe, show me how. Don't talk fear, don't talk doubt, let faith come out. Speak joy, let your spirit fight. Be bold in the Lord and the power of his might. Don't let them dummies fool you. The Lord done told you, your tongue got power.
Welcome once again to Suno. Imagine you were in Suno and you had created a song you like. Let's put in some lyrics and let's choose a style. The style, I'll just say neo soul jazz. Gonna come down here in advanced options, crank up the style, and I'll just say neo demo. Now this is a really funny song, right? It's a funny song about Suno. I'm going to go ahead and create the song, and then I'm going to show you some of the things you can do with this song once it's created. And this is the final song.
I typed in robot cowboy frog.
So let's say I like this song, and I like the second one. So I like both of them. With the first one, I have a problem. This song is too short. I want it to be longer. So what can I do? Well, you can hit these three dots over here, remix and extend. The moment you hit extend on the left-hand side of the screen, you can see Suno is asking you, from where do you want to extend it? So you could be of the opinion, I want to keep this and I want to build on the rest. If that's the case, go ahead and just type in Neo Demo EXT. So you see this pink slider over here? This pink slider is pretty much telling you the part that Suno is going to cut the song from and how it's going to graft it on. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and hit create. And the moment you do that, Suno begins creating the additional pieces. In other words, the extensions. So you can see over here we have extend 1, and here we have extend 1 as well. When all is said and done, this extension will render just like the main song did. You're going to have to listen to it, and you're going to have to decide which extension will be used. Sometimes you have to do this up to, I've done as many as 30 minutes of extensions before settling into one, because you want the best blend possible. You want the choice of the words to be carefully considered. You want the choice of the music to be carefully considered. Now this is giving me a 43-second extension, and this is giving me a 1:05. Let's listen. Let's listen to the second one. So if I like it, I could go with a 105. I could just click Get Full Song. So what's going to happen is Suno is going to create a new song that has both what I chose in the beginning, right? The pink piece there that I said keep, and it's going to give me the second piece now together as a composite, okay? It's doing it based on the one I chose. So the one I chose was like 1:05, and it's grafted that onto whatever it chopped off from here to give a final of 2:17. Let's listen. So let's see if we can find where it joined it. Now, I mean, that's it. I mean, I could say I like it, or maybe I don't like it. Now, if I didn't like it, I want to show you the second way that you can extend a song, other than trying over and over and over again, and other than taking it from here into a DAW and getting a second version, like this one.
Hey.
If they vibed the same way, I could take both of these pieces and join them in a DAW. You get what I mean? I could actually show you, assuming you wanted to join these two in a DAW. If you have a Premiere membership, you don't need to go outside of here. You can just do this. Let's right click, remix, edit, open in Studio. And it's going to open up both versions after we give it the command to bring them both to the platform. It's going to open them in Studio, and then we could put them on the timeline. So we could put both on the timeline. That's the first one I chose, and this is the second one. I could just drag the second one like that, and now I've got them both on the timeline. Now I can go ahead and close that, and now I can see them both on the timeline. I could add another track and bring this down here, and I could blend them such that when one is ending, and I'm just holding down my control on my mouse and the wheel just to make it go in and out real quick, but I could do this. I could just join them like that, or however I wish. So listen. So that is a very easy way of doing that. I can just fade this and fade this so that they seamlessly blend. So listen from here.
Gosh, computer user.
That was easy. Boom. This is the power of Suno, the GAW. The generative audio workstation. Well, it's acting more like a DAW in this simple task, but it can do some other crazy things. So let me delete one of these. If I wanted to expand this using Suno, the GAR, let's undo everything we did prior. So I've got a clean slate. I'll just delete this. Now, listen to how it ended. Now, if I wanted to extend the song, all I need to do is cut a few bars, and using the generative abilities, I could extend the song as far as I want. So there's actually a little bit of overlap, and that's okay. So with that done, assuming I wanted to extend my song that much, I could come down here to song, or song is selected, style. Let's take a look at this for a quick second. And here I have all of these. So let's say I wanted another chorus, because it's bridge and then final hook. Let's say I wanted another chorus in here. I just copy my chorus, put it in lyrics. And actually, there's my prompt. It was very lazy. It was a neo soul jazz, very minimalist prompt. So let's put that in there. And let's make sure it's still selected. Seems like I deselected it in the process of trying to put my prompt in. So I'm going to, again, select the area that I want this to cover, like that. And with that done, and with song selected, I'm just going to hit replace. Just like that. Boom. So what Suno is going to do is create a grafted on extension of the song that blends from where it started. You see? So I chose a very obvious place where Suno would have to do some work to graft it on. Listen again. Suno Studio, don't need a producer. I'm a child of a couch computer user. Boom, and it stops. So now we're going to use the generative power of AI in Suno to graft on a fitting piece. And bear in mind, the same way you can generate multiple iterations of songs, when you're trying to graft on something like this, nothing stops you from doing a second and a third and a fourth iteration. Nothing stops you from transitioning the song as you will. I mean, the sky's the limit with generative tools like this. So we're going to give it some time. You can see the animation of the waveform going from left to right. When all that's done, we're going to hear what Suno has given us. Something else to observe is that it's taken a little bit longer than it did take to craft the original song. And the way I like seeing it is Suno is trying to hook one song into another and trying to create this seamless blend. It is a lot of work. Having done this manually myself very recently, I know the amount of work that goes into creating a grafted on piece to a track. It has to assess fully what has been done before, look and see if anything has been done after, and it's got to algorithmically come out with something that sounds sensible. So I appreciate the quality and the level of work and detail that this tool is doing. All right, and the final rendering, as you can see, it's almost as though it's been painted on, as you see. So it's got part of the solution, one version of the solution. So if you click on this, you can listen to what Suno has done. Let's listen. I'm a child of a couch computer user. Suno so dope. He's out of control. Turn my shower with thoughts into rock and roll. Did you see what happened there? I'm telling you, Suno is absolutely sick. Capital S. Look, did you see that blend? Let's examine that blend again. You didn't even know that it happened. Crazy. Don't need a producer. I'm a child of a couch computer user. Ridiculous. So dope. He's out of control. Now, you could highlight another area on this track. Let's choose woodwinds and solo drum fills. So I'm maximizing what I know about Suno. It's not the entire thing. I just want it to take over a little bit. Maybe just there. There will be fine. I'm going to hit create, and in a matter of minutes, we're going to have another layer that can further mask or disguise whatever you're looking to do. I don't even think we need the cover up. We don't need the cover up, but let's listen to what the cover up did. just to marvel further. You see that? That's it. Boom. So listen to it from here.
Suno Studio, don't need a producer. I'm a child of a couch computer user. Suno Studio, he's out of control. Turn my shower thoughts into rock and roll. Click, kick, boom, now I'm on top. In my room, Suno made me famous. Before noon. So dope.
Absolutely insane. You don't even need to tell little Bobby to come to the studio to redo his part. You just say, hey, Suno, can you continue from where Bobby stopped? Oh my goodness. And you are in business. There's so many ways of getting what you want in Suno. Innumerable ways. It's ridiculous. But I hope that gave you a great idea of how you can extend your song. When you're done with the whole thing, you just hit export full song like that. And then it'll show you that the whole song has been saved to your library. All right, now it's time to listen to the entire song. Here we go.
Hey. Yeah. I typed in robot towers frog. It gave me beats that slap so hard. I blinked once, boom, full on jam. Now I'm basically a band. No studio, no fancy mic, just vibes and Wi-Fi all night. Suno it's out of control. Turn my shower thoughts into rock.
Yeah, Suno is ridiculous. Well, Suno is certified crazy, certified ridiculous. It's such a fun to be in Suno. If you haven't picked up a copy of the book, Suno Music Production, you might want to find this on Amazon. This is where I go into the depths of my Suno experience and giving you ideas for your creativity. Thank you, my friends. I'll see you next time.
Welcome to Suno 101. I'll show you all the features that exist in Suno, describing them one by one. First of all, take note on the left-hand side of the screen. If you hover over this, that's your profile. The next is Home. When you click on Home, it takes you to this screen that we're on. This is the home screen for Suno, and this is where they advertise new products, things that might be coming down the pike, contests, and some of the top tracks that exist on Suno. The next link we're going to click on is Create. This is where the fun begins. In the Create mode, you have Simple. Take a look over here. You have a simple command and a custom command option. The simple command is pretty straightforward. You can type in anything such as a song, donuts, of all things. You have the option of generating lyrics with Suno or generating your own lyrics. Just like I've said, a song about donuts, I could take that up a notch and go into lyrics. But the moment I click on lyrics, it defaults to custom. So for simple, your best bet in simple mode is a simple description. A song about hot and cold donuts sounds funny, right? But sometimes you just want to have a blast in Suno. You can also go a step further and prompt the type or the style of the song. So you could say country song with a banjo. Hit create, and Suno will create something outrageous for you.
Steam on the box, paper bag burning my hand. You said, let's save a few for later, like I'd understand. Glaze still dripping, truck still warm from the drive. By the time you finally took a bite, those poor things barely alive. Hot donuts, cold heart who chill syrup and pie.
And there you have it. And the second one would be no different. It would be a funny song as well about donuts. Here we go.
Steam on the box, paper bag burning my hand. You said, let's save a few for later, like I'd understand. Glaze still dripping, truck still warm from the drive. By the time you finally took a bite, those poor things.
All right, so there you have it. So you had the simple mode, just a very funny song. And then if you wanted to go a step further in custom mode, there's so many things you could do. One, you could use an audio reference. Two, you could use a persona, which is a voice that you found to be successful from prior. And three, you can use just one song to inspire your creation. These are more advanced uses of Suno that you can find me cover on this channel. I'll endeavor to put some links below. Also in custom, you have the ability to create short loops, one-shots, and SFX. But let's jump into custom mode and let me explain how this works. For audio, you would need to upload an audio track. So I'll click on audio, click on upload, and let's say I wanted to use this song. I select the song. I can either make my audio longer, save it to library, or do a cover of it. So I'm going to do a cover of it right now to demonstrate what Suno can do. This is a song that I did over 30 years ago. I recently transferred it from cassette tape, for those of you who know what that is, to MP3. So this is the song. Okay, so for this song, it's already, through its use of AI, taken the lyrics. It's a gospel reggae song. It's given me the lyrics, the style. To get a very good style, I would suggest using the Musicspiration.com tools that I have developed for Suno. All you need to do is hit continue with Google, and you'll be able to log in with your Google password, your Google account. So go ahead and continue with Google. Now you are in Phil the Creator's AI Creative Safe Haven. This is for my subscribers, so if you must use this tool, I plead with you to subscribe and make it known to your friends and your colleagues that this awesome free tool is available. You can subscribe to my channels by clicking on these buttons And you can also support me on Ko-fi if you so desire. But very quickly, let's go into one of my prompt generators, which I just call the prompt supersizer right here. We go into the supersizer and we're going to look for reggae. We're going to have roots reggae. We're just going to leave things as is pretty much. I'm going to hit generate supersize prompt. I'm going to copy the prompt, clicking on that button. Then I'm going to go back into Suno, and then I am going to put this into styles. Now that I've put this in styles, I'm just going to select an option down here as far as how much of my track do I want influence with. So do I want it to be 100% influenced by my track, or do I want to leave some bandwidth for Suno to be a little bit ingenious? And then the style prompt is what I'll crank up a little bit more. And then I'm going to hit create. And it's going to give me a pretty cool version of my original song. So again, the original song. So that is the original track. Let's listen to what Suno has cooked.
Of all the gods in the world, the only true God is Jehovah, Jehovah, Jehovah. Oh, yes, is Jehovah. I know you feel so happy, but do you really know why? Definitely you need to make this Lord of your life. In the world, the only true God is Jehovah, Jehovah. Oh, yes, is Jehovah. I know you feel so happy, but do you really know why? Definitely you need to make this Lord of your life.
All right, so you get an idea of what the audio functionality can do. It can transform whatever you upload. So that's one. Now, when you have different audios, you can, again, use the inspiration section so that that audio influences whatever you do. You can drag up to 4 tracks for inspiration. Something else you could do is a mashup. You could do a mashup of different songs. All you do is click the plus button and you can add songs, or you can drag songs pretty much like that to create your mashup. And I also have a much longer video on the channel that shows that. Okay. Next, under custom, you have the ability to create sound. So a very simple sound like people running in fear of a growling monster. Okay, I found that the simpler you make it, the better. So over the past number of minutes, my friends, we took a look at home. We took a look at create, right? Create is where everything happens. And just so you know, in create, up here, this is a very important part of Suno. Because if you want to stay organized, you got to have workspaces, which are like folders. So if I click on workspace, you can see I've got all of these workspaces, right? Some of them have more songs than others, but in order to arrange your work impeccably, I would suggest you create a new workspace for every project. You can see that I have my workspace, which has 1900 songs, and this was before I decided I must have a dedicated workspace for every project I work on. So with that said, be aware that there are different versions of Suno. As you can see over here, we have version 5, which is the latest, version 5 Pro Beta. We have version 4.5 plus Pro, version 4.5. Now, what I would advise is if you are looking for a tool that does not have as many hiccups, you might want to try 4.5 Plus Pro. But as far as the sound quality, if you want superior sound quality, version 5 is your best bet. You just have to be very patient with version 5 in getting what you want. Okay? So that's that. And for those of you who are looking to subscribe to Suno, to get in on Suno, I would ask that you visit Suno at my affiliate link. You can find it at suno.philc.net. Help the channel by jumping into Suno using this direct link. All right, jumping back into Suno, my friends. Now that I've shown you workspaces, right? We've done home, we've done create, we've done, all right, now it's time for studio. So let's click on studio. Let me show you how studio works. Studio is a great way for you to build layer by layer. So for example, if you wanted to build something from scratch, you could just open a new project like this. So let me show you that right here at the top. You see where you got those 3 dots? You can just click on New Project, and that will change the configuration of the current project you're in. If you have been into Suno prior, it'll give you a brand new project. Now, if you wanted to build from scratch, the best use of Suno Studio is to use it to build on like a fresh idea that you want to input into Suno, or for you to bring in existing work and to keep layering tracks on top. So to work in Studio, I'm going to use a track that I created prior today, and it's me playing on the keyboard. So this is me playing on the keyboard. I'm just going to drag it straight into Studio. I'm going to maximize so that I just see Studio. And I am going to go into the tempo here. Now this is where it gets a little bit tricky. Over here in tempo, when you click on the tempo, you could just use follow track. And what that means is Studio will follow the track's tempo, as opposed to you setting the tempo at a specific number. So I'm also going to just rename this so that it doesn't get lost in the sea of others. All right. So when you're using Studio, the idea is just to layer instrument by instrument. So I could add a track and I could just say just exactly what I did back in vocals. I'll just say ballad, funky ballad. And yeah, I'm just going to hit create. And I'm going to see what Suno does. It's really that simple to use Studio. There's a very long video that I have showing how to use Studio, but there's so many features in it. There's the ability to do a cover feature. There's the ability to just create from scratch, which is what I'm doing. And then you can layer and layer and stagger and stagger. The thing about Suno Studio is that it is a GAW, a generative audio workstation, which means you can create ideas from an existing one. You can create them and just layer and layer and supersize. So right now what I'm doing is layering just the vocals, and the hope is that it syncs up exactly with the audio, the drum beat that I've got from my keyboard. But if that doesn't happen, I would need to align them, which is one of the things we face in studio today. But hopefully in the future that will change. So let's listen to what it's done.
That day, no one cares. Feeling great. Cloud nine here.
So let me explain what needs to happen here for those of you that haven't been to studio. Studio is great, but still, it needs a little bit of help. It needs help in getting the vocal to start right on the dot. So looking at the waveform, I can tell it needs to be more like here. Smack dab in line, if you see what I'm talking about, look at that. This and this need to match. So I hold the control key down and I try to get them aligned like that. And if they are aligned, then I have a coherent song. So let's check it out. Let's see.
That day, no one cares. Feeling great. Cloud nine here.
That was crazy.
That day, no one cares. Feeling great. Cloud nine here.
That is wild. You get the idea of how awesome this tool is, because I just put in my keyboard playing and I gave it words, right? Gave it the words, a lovely day, okay, it's feeling great. And it sang the words, it created the melody, played it on key along with my keyboard. Just really, really awesome on so many levels. So let's rename this keyboard. And if you wanted to take this up a notch, what you do is you create another track. This new track, we're going to call this full band. Full band. Okay. And to get this cooking real good, we're going to select the area. We want it to be rendered at this area. So we click on this. I'm going to hit custom, and I am just going to say full back in band funk slap bass and punchy drums, just like that. And I'm gonna say create. Now, while this cooks, let me explain a little bit more about Suno Studio. You can also record your voice directly in by using any of the inputs. So it would use, the available microphone to record, but you'd have to select it. You could also pan left or right. You can also adjust the volume. You can also mute by clicking on that icon, or you could just listen to it solo. For those of you who use DAWs, you know how this works, right? And then when you select a waveform on the right-hand side, if you expand it, see over here, if you expand it, then you see the waveform appear on the right-hand side. And when you select a waveform, a number of things could happen. So let me explain those. For example, I click on the waveform for track 1. Let's bring track 1. So let's click track 1 and let's maximize this window at the top right, okay? Now when you select track 1 waveform, what happens is you have a couple of options. You have the clip view and you have the track view. Let me explain those real quick. The clip view has information about whatever is on the timeline, and you can see the name that it's called. You can also see the tempo is on beat, transpose. You could transpose this up or down. For example, if I play this, I could change. Let me just mute everything else and just solo this so you can see how this works. So this keyboard recording of mine, I could change the key. See that? Now I've put it back to normal. But you can adjust the tempo, the key by transposing, the speed, and also the clip volume. And you could also extract stems, which means you could get the drums, the keys, the instruments that I was playing, like a stem separator. Also, whenever you click on any of these waveforms, like I said, you have the ability of looking at the track. And if you're looking at track, you can rename the track, you can delete, you can duplicate the track, you can choose to follow the track tempo, and you could also use the 6-band EQ, which is pretty cool. Okay? And you just adjust the waveform by clicking on any of those nodes and adjusting it as you want. Whether you're going with a low or a high adjustment, or you want something in the middle, you can adjust the waveform to suit your fancy, whatever you're creating, right? And this is the overall composite of, this is the overall adjustment for the track. So if you had many different clips on one line, one track, this will adjust the entire track. You get what I'm saying? So you're going to make sure that it's what you want across the entire timeline before you begin adjusting your EQ. And that's pretty much it as far as the controls. Now let's go back to what we created and let's see if we can get everything to line up as it should. One of the things I would advise doing is put in the track you're trying to align close with the master track. So I'd say, so I'm going to move this full band closer so that I can just sync them up. And then when you expand a waveform, this is what you got to do as a sonic sculptor using this GAW. But you can see, if you look carefully, there is a misalignment. You see that? Let me bring it back for you to see clearly. You see that misalignment right there? So what you need to do is click, hold down your control key, and then you're going to move this so that it can sync like that. You see these waveforms? They're now a little bit more in sync. Almost, pretty much there now. So what I'm going to do is listen, take it off solo, and let's see if there's a sync. So now what you're hearing is Suno taking my performance on the DGX 670 and replacing it with a higher end, more superior performance in the spirit of the original, but a much higher level quality performance. So let's go ahead and mute the original and let's listen. Here we go. Right, let me address another question which is very important for studio. At the bottom, it's quite inconspicuous, but you have the lower controls for track uploads, right? You can add a track, you can upload, you can control the metronome, you can turn it on or off, you can record, you can go back, you can play, you can go forward, you can loop a section, and then you can have follow the playhead, and then follow the playhead, and you also have this measure of time, or you have a combination of the beats and the time. Okay, so it's giving you clock settings. You can either just look at beats or time. So this is time, this is beats. You can choose to see minute, second, millisecond. So that would be minute, 00, minute, second, 13 millisecond, 0.412, or beats. So the beat is 022.2.2. You could just see both of them, right? So those are the clock settings, which are very helpful. And over here, we have the ability to turn up the master volume. See that? Turn up the master volume or turn it down. So this is right here. This is a 0 decibel point. 0 decibel point. And over here, you can zoom in or out just like I did. And you can also reset the zoom with this. All right. So now you've got a good idea of the tools in Studio. Let's listen to this track. All right. So, my friends, you now have a starter idea of how Suno Studio works. So, over the past number of minutes, we've taken a look at Home, Create, Studio. Now, library is just where everything is. So, in your library, you can just search for any song that exists. So, if I'm thinking of my song called Unending Spiral, I can just type in Spiral and I can find all the versions of Spiral. So many that I can't even remember. All right, and over here you have search, which will search sudo main for any song that you might have come across. You can search for songs outside of yours. Over here we have hooks, which is combination of video meets audio. It's another feature in Suno that's like the TikTok of Suno, where you can listen to songs and watch video. Over here you have explore, where you can explore different blends of styles, genres. I mean, Suno is just absolutely ridiculous. It's like, this is like a toss-up. But again, you have little control, over what is here, but it's a great place for you to begin some ideas. Here's another one, drill Cajun. Drill Cajun. Crazy stuff. Okay, over here you have Suno Radio, where you can listen to some of the top sounds playing from creators like you on Suno. Over here you have notifications for you to see who has followed you, what's going on, what's new. And that's pretty much it. Home, create, Suno Studio, library, search, hooks, explore, radio, notifications. But let me just tell you, my friends, where the tough part is not in simple mode. Simple mode is pretty straightforward, right? Simple mode is straightforward. You could just use the dice and you could create just random songs, which you might find is fun. But in my mind, the real work, the heavy lifting comes when you go into custom and then you begin to craft output using audio, persona, inspo, where you're manipulating lyrics, you're manipulating using the AI Creatives Haven to get some styles, some real thick gumbo that will give you so much satisfaction when you hear the output that Suno generates. And, here in my Creative Haven, I have Prompt Starter, which is a very quick prompt for you to just take and put in Suno. It gives some pretty original, unique stuff. Over here, I also have a world music prompt generator, which is bananas. It's ridiculous. This thing can give you some banging world music hits. Then I've got the vocal prompt designer. If you really want to spend some time crafting vocals from scratch, you can use this prompt generator to do that. And over here I have the prompt supersizer, which enables you to blend genres. Or I should say, it enables you to narrow down the genres. This is not my genre blender. If you do want genre blender, you got to go to my membership, and there I have a whole different set of tools for those of you who have joined membership. And then I have my regular prompt generator, which is just basic. It doesn't have the drill down of the subgenre if you just need something quick, going straight to the point. All right, my friends. Well, I hope this made sense to you. I hope it gave you some hope about Suno and how you can use it, how you can employ it, how you can get great things from it. Again, let's click on more. So here we have invite friends. You can invite friends to Suno. Share your invite link to earn credits. When your friend signs up and creates 10 songs, you both receive 250 free credits. There's a limit of 2,500 credits per person. Okay, here under more, we have earn credits. If you click on that, it shows you that you have 100 tasks available. You can listen to songs, share your preferences, and earn credits for your feedback. If you click on Start, it will open up this window where you have to choose between a song A and a song B. You would have to listen to both A and B for at least 15 seconds, like this. So you would listen, and when you listen sufficiently, at the end of the day, you submit. And let me just demonstrate how that works. So you would need to listen to A sufficiently. So it says listen for 7 more seconds. You got to listen to the whole thing before you make a judgment call. See that? Listen for 1 more. All right. And then you would also have to listen to B so that you can compare. See that? So when you have decided which track is best, so A obviously sounds better. So I would choose A if that's the one that I feel is best. and explain your selection, you could just say mastering is better. And you don't have to do this, but I just like giving my best opinion so that the tool can learn and hit submit. And the ka-ching just means I've earned some credits. So it's completed one task. So I earned 5 credits from my actions there. So if you listen to 10 songs, you can get 50 credits, right? So that's pretty cool. Okay, what's new? If you go to what's new, it tells you what's new, latest and greatest in the world of Suno. That's under what's new. All right, what else? Help. Click on help. How can we help? Making music, account and billing, mobile app. So you just go over here if you need help. There was someone who needed help with hooks. Click on that. And this will explain to you how to use that functionality. All right, what else? About Suno, they've got a blog, careers, for those of you who want to work at Suno. Okay. Senior graphic designer, data scientist, market analyst, product designer. Okay. Design engineer. They're hiring, all right. Wow, they are staffing up. My goodness. Huh. Wow. Okay, they've got an internship position. That's cool. Oh, finance. They're looking for a controller. Director of product marketing, legal, machine learning, operations. Wow. Suno is growing like crazy. Suno talent community. Submit a general application. It's kind of cool. That's cool. Okay. Design engineer. You have your hand in almost everything from our web app to our mobile app to experimental product and marketing experiences. Suno is definitely off to the races. This company is going to be around. They are growing in leaps and bounds and doing very well as we can see. Yeah. All right. Feedback, TOS, and privacy, and those are links to their social. So again, just to let you understand, I was very resistant to artificial intelligence in the beginning where it comes to music. Everything else with AI was fine. I was very deep into AI in other respects, but music, because music is what I do, I had quite an opinion about it, and I didn't want to get into any of this. But it started cropping up more and more, and Rick Beato had talked about it, and I saw it. My daughter pretty much showed me my first experience with AI music because I couldn't believe you made this. How did you make this? And I was encouraging her to keep learning her piano, but I felt now that she's found this AI thing in music, good luck getting her to learn keyboards. And I kind of got into a resistant mode until I started thinking differently, and here we are today. I've come full circle. I've realized policing people with their AI use is just no good. Let people do what they want to do, and you just do you and let them do them. And if AI is your thing, go for it. If it's not your thing, fine. But I was determined not to be left behind. Jump on the bandwagon, learn as much as I could, and here I am. All right, my friends, I hope this made sense. I hope it was useful. I wish you all the best in your Suno journey. I also have a book out. So there's the book. The book is called Suno AI Music Production, The Definitive Guide to Intentional AI Creation in Suno, Suno Studio, and other AI music tools. What I do in this book is I walk you through my creative process, and I walk you through the process for maximizing creativity in Suno. This thought process will propel you in any tool that you are working in, whether it's working in Producer AI or Toonie, what have you. This will guide your thinking and will definitely help you. That's the book. Grab the book, and I'm going to be making more announcements about the book and about, education of people who are looking to get more into artificial intelligence music. Thank you very much. I wish you all the very best. If you've enjoyed it, remember to go to musicspiration.com. All right, remember to go to my affiliate link, suno.philc.net, and I look forward to seeing you next time. Bye for now.
There's a lot to talk about concerning Suno, and I have chosen to spread it out across several sessions. And today, we're going into some details to give you even more clarity. So far, we've covered lots of the core uses of Suno, but there's more that I haven't covered, and today we're diving straight in to how you can use Suno as a movie, drama production, film score, you name it, assistant. We're going straight into Create. Let's hit the Create button, and right here at the top left, you see Simple, which we've covered, Advanced, which we've covered a lot, but we haven't touched Sounds. Let's click on Sounds, and when you get into Sounds, you see you have the option to create short samples, effects, loops, and one-shots, ready to drop into anything. So here we can choose Sound. We can also go to Advanced Options and choose further categories. But let's jump straight into creating a basic sound you hear every day on TV. Audience, applause, and laughs after a joke. You then have the option of choosing whether you want to put this on loop or whether you want it to be a one-shot. A one-shot just plays without needing to loop. A loop goes on and on. You also have the ability of choosing other parameters if it's music, like beats per minute or key. For now, we're just going to choose one shot and we're going to hit Create. And because these are very short clips, within seconds, Suno has created what you asked for. And that's it. Barely waited. Let's listen. Second one. It's that simple. That's how it works. All you do is prompt for whatever you want. Let's try this. Short drama soap stinger with slap bass, funky and clean, energetic. Very short prompt, and let's hit Create. And Suno does this in seconds because it's just a tiny snippet of sound. It's not a full song, so it does it at warp speed. Let's listen. And now if you wanted a loop, all you need to do is hit loop. And if you wanted a certain BPM, you could put in your BPM. And if you wanted a specific key, you can choose the key and you can choose whether it's major or minor. Apply and hit Create. And let's give it a few moments. Let's listen. And the idea is that these will loop endlessly when you put them on a timeline of a DAW or similar. Let's try one more. This time we're going into the orchestral.
we're going to say high tension strings in a movie scene with a villain. Dissonant strings, alarming sounds. We're just going to say this is a one shot. We are going to say this can be on any key because we don't want to limit its creativity. And the BPM, I am not going to dictate the BPM. And let's hit create and listen. I've found that these may need a few tries before you get exactly what you're looking for. Let's listen. That's pretty much what I was looking for. And let's say you want a stinger, smooth jazz stinger for soap opera. Let's hit create, and then we're going to say funk stinger, and then we're going to say classical stinger, and then we're going to say neo soul stinger. You see how easy it is to rapidly create ideas if you're into that world of drama production, music for film, especially TV. Get ideas. Even if you don't use these exactly, you take these, put them in your DAW, and you replicate what you're hearing, because I know that there's syncing and licensing issues with Suno right now in that industry, but you can take these ideas and you can blow them up real good. All right, let's listen to them one by one. We'll just let them play through. That didn't work very well. That was good. Nice. Oh. Yeah. That is nice. Oh yeah, that's good. So this is what Suno is capable of. Now, when you talk about elements, you can say thunder and heavy rain, stereo, wide, pan. So we can do that. We do that a few times. You know, what I've noticed is you got to do it a few times to get the best of the best. And then we can say heavy New York traffic and rush hour traffic. And we just hit create. Again, the trick is doing as many to give you options, okay? And then you can also prompt for things like disgruntled manager yelling at his employee, hurry up, we don't have all day. Okay, so that prompt, and you create a few times, and then you can say wah wah wah, sad trumpet sound with flute response. And then you can also prompt for things like comedic band sound with percussion, flute, and clarinet. And if you really want to lean into this stuff, you got to do it a few times. And after that, you will have better options to choose from. That would be my suggestion. Okay, so let's sit back and check out these interesting sounds from Suno. Here we go.
We don't have all day. We don't have all day. We didn't have all day. We don't 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 have all day.
All right, so that is the lot, and you can see that depending on how you prompt, you get different results. So in the United Kingdom, we talk about horning, but Suno took that to mean something else. So I'm going to take this prompt, I'm going to try the word honking, because that's how we use that word here. So I'm just going to say honking. I think horning gave it a totally different idea. So you learn from the language Suno understands. So I'm going to hit create. We're going to try that one in particular again, because that gave me some rather unusual results. I was hearing someone playing a horn, like a saxophone or a trumpet in traffic, which doesn't add up. Not quite. It kind of got the idea. Now, my friends, there's one more thing. For those of you who are members of the YouTube channel, you know that when you join membership, you've got access to Phil's Playground. So if we go to Phil's Playground, there's a tool here called Phil's Sound Fix. And Phil's Sound Fix just allows you prompt like a pro. You've got the Foley, you got the movie scores and stingers, you've got environments and roads, you got human and vocal, and you got sci-fi. So whatever you're looking for, you're likely to find it here. Footsteps, right? All you need to do is copy that prompt, and as usual, you go straight into Suno. You don't have to do much thinking or do the heavy lifting. You just do that, right? There's so many things that you could do, like water pouring, for example. There's your water pouring. Boom. Back into Phil's Playground. You can get so much stuff. Okay, male grunt. Let's do that. Back into Suno. You see how quick it is for me to get what I'm looking for here. You know, I'm just stacking up on different sounds. And if you're into this world, you know the advantage of having all of these already done for you, so that when you're editing your movie, you just pick from all these sounds that you create in advance. It could be extremely helpful. Abstract and sci-fi or magic. Let's do magic. grab that. You see, I've stacked up with over 10 different clips in such a short period of time. Portal open. Copy that. Boom. Just like that. These are all one shots. You see, this is the way to create with speed and with acuity, with direction and focus. And then if you didn't want SFX or scores, you can go to music and drums. So if you wanted, let's say, a loop, and you wanted a hip hop loop, copy that, jump back into Suno, boom, create. Go back, choose another genre, jazz, copy that, boom. Control A, Control V, and you are stacking sounds like no man's business. Country, we haven't done a whole lot of country. So distance, you can also choose that. You can also choose a duration. Suno may not always be as compliant, but eventually it will, and you'll have all of these sub options for prompting sounds. All right, now you get the idea. Let's take a listen to what we've done. Not quite. That doesn't sound like a forest. Very dubious. From what I've seen, the BPM and the key, they work pretty well. Very, very close, almost 99%, definitely as far as the key is concerned. So once again, for those of you that are not aware, all you need to do is join membership on this channel. And when you are in membership, you will have access to Phil's Playground. Not only do we have Christian music prompters, we have simple, subgenre prompter, vocal design, Silk Vocal Designer, which goes into those softer side of vocals. We have a composition blueprint app and so many other. There are too many apps for me to go through every single one. We even have a DJ lounge where you can drag in your MP3 here, and then you can fade in and out. And I've demonstrated this on the channel as well. I also have Phil's Lindrums. You know, the original Lindrum sound, like from way back. Over here, we've got different options. And it's just fun stuff for you to play with. But that classic Lindrum sound, I thought, why not? Let's create an app for that. And then we have Phil's Funk, Phil's Jazz Vault. These are like for epic prompts, right? And then I also have one for trap. If you want to go crazy in trap, I demonstrated this prior. You can create variations of trap till the cows come home, like real great trap. I'll give you one quick demo. Okay, here's a prompt that you saw me create on the fly right here, golden error, right? All you do is go back in here, you go to advanced, and you just put this in styles. You can just say instrumental and trap demo. Without much work, you're going to get a solid banging trap beat. Not only the beat, but of course everything that comes with the beat. Let's check it out.
I mean, crazy, right? Here's the second one. You get the idea. So become a member. You have access to these tools. You can create till the cows come home. All right. For those who ask the question, how do I join membership? Let me show you how to join membership. You go to join.philc.net. Right over here to join.philc.net. That's where you go. At the moment you go there, you'll be able to join this channel as a member, and then you will get access to Phil's Playground by watching the video that you can also find on musicspiration.com. And when you click on that video, it has all the explanations as to how to get into the playground. When you hit join.philc.net, you'll be able to join this channel. It's a very minuscule fee for the kind of tools you get. We have the AI Creative, the AI Aficionado, and the AI Music Mastermind. So you jump in and you have access to those tools. It's that simple. And try out the tools. You do maintain your subscription to be able to maintain those tools and have access to them. But that's all you do. It's low risk. All you do is jump in and off you go. Okay? Thank you for joining me today. I'll see you next time. This is a very short masterclass today because I'm just going to show you the power of Suno Studio. I have an old recording from 2023 with me playing the alto recorder, and it's outdoors, and I extracted the audio and I put the audio into Suno. So I'm going to play a little bit of it just so that you hear the raw recorder playing, so that you know what Suno is working with and what happens. So this is the recorder playing. So you get the idea. So I put that in, and then I decided to add a track with Suno Studio. So Suno Studio ends up putting this track, and it did 2 takes. Now I'm going to play the actual recording so you see me playing the recorder and you understand how raw this recording was. But when you hear the composite of what Suno did, you understand why I say Suno Studio is a must for any musician who wants to retain their identity as much as possible, because Suno Studio will take your playing, your singing, and it will add a mind-blowing background. And all you need is a few tries to get something decent. So let's watch. For those who may have forgotten what we learned in the last Suno Masterclass where we talked about Suno Studio, to add a track to an instrumental, you would hit Add Track, and then you would select this area, and all you do is you go in here and prompt. What I did, I prompted song, and I put in world music vibe with orchestra, something like that. You just hit done, and then you hit create, and Suno Studio creates a backend. You'll have two options, and you could choose either one. You can find additional Suno Studio classes on the channel. And the lesson, my friends, that we can learn from today is retain your original sound, couple it with Suno, and you will get some mind-blowing results. And you can always take that and you can remix it in Suno itself. For example, if I exported this, right, as a full song, just like that, it goes into Suno 5.5. When you get into 5.5, if you wanted to give it a new lease on life, at least it is going to retain a lot of your original idea, your original composition. Now, I could use it as is with my recorder, but if I wanted to do a remix, I could get even bigger bang for my buck by having like a buy one, get one free. So why don't we do this? Let's click on this. Let's hit remix. And we're going to do cover. And we don't need to do too much. All we need to do is prompt it. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to prompt Suno. We're just going to leave it. We're just going to leave it. And I'm not even going to do much. I'm just going to say, oh, it says traditional Chinese music. I'm just going to say smooth jazz alto recorder. And I'm going to increase the effect of the actual music so that it retains as much of its identity. Okay, and I'll just say punchy drums and bass. And over here, you know, you can just get rid of what's there so it doesn't mess around, and just say instrumental and hit create and listen to what Suno does. All right, let's listen. was really crazy. Well, there you have it, my friends. This is why I recommend every musician try out Suno Studio. Try and feed your solo playing, whatever it is, and see how Suno transforms it. It puts an orchestra behind you. This is what I call a level 4 in my AI music taxonomy. And honestly, there ain't no shame in the game. I use arranger keyboards all the time. No difference between me jamming on a keyboard with a back-end from an arranger versus with Suno. So when all the litigation and all that stuff is settled, I wonder what the naysayers will say, because the general consensus from the naysayers is you're stealing. But not when WMG, UMG, Sony, Indie, everyone has agreed. Now what are you going to say? You're going to still continue with the stealing narrative? Give me a break. All right. That's all I've got for today. Let's listen to the second one, and I'll take it out with this. Thank you, my friends. See you next time. Suno is a phenomenal tool. However, many people use Suno in ways that may not be optimal. You could say not the best. Let's jump into Suno and let me show you the different degrees of creativity. In our last lesson, we covered a lot of the basics. Today, we're covering some of the aspects of Suno that a lot of people don't use. In advanced, in addition to clicking on audio, you can click on voice and you can click on inspo. If you click on audio, as we saw last time, we can either record our audio directly to Suno or upload our audio, as I demonstrated last time. Clicking on voice allows you to create a persona. And if you click on voice, you can see we have personas here that can be selected. These are my personas that I have created. You can also click on create voice, record or upload your voice. In this case, if you wanted to create a persona, this is what you would do. Voice, and click on create voice, and you have the opportunity of singing in a style and language you want. Of course, you should use a good mic and pick a quiet spot. And you need to record at least 10 seconds. Assuming you are going to do this, you click on I understand the voice involves processing of voice-related data, and you would hit on record, and you would sing. And you click on start recording, and you record something in your natural voice. Let's take it for a test spin. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound. I think I am singing a copyright song, so Suno may get crazy. I hope it does not. Okay,
And I'm going to hit done. And I'll select use voice. Now, sing a joyful tune with bright and cheerful sounds. Sing a joyful tune with bright and cheerful sounds. Sing a joyful tune with bright and cheerful sounds. Okay, it may not like the fact that first part of my song was a copywritten. Well, it's public domain, but there's so many arrangements of it that it might not allow what I did. If it does, well, it must be a great day in Suno land. So I'm going to select this, and it actually did go through. Probably because I corrected my foolish mistake of using a song that it's in public domain, but yeah. So I'm just going to name this Amazing Croon, and I'm just going to say jazz. Description, jazzer. And let's edit the image here, and let's choose something to generate. Baritone crooning in a jazz lounge at the piano. Let's go ahead and hit generate, and it's going to generate an image for us. There's our image. You can make it bigger. I don't know why he's surrounded by flames. I'm going to hit save and save, and there is our amazing croon. Now, to go a step further, I want to introduce you to some changes I have made in my Suno instance. First of all, I got tired of having to dictate everything somewhere else and bring it into Suno. So I installed an app that will enable me do voice to text. So I can just click in here, and with this app I installed, which is called Voice Dictation for Gmail, it's an extension. I'm just going to go ahead and click on it, and I'm going to create a song. A beautiful day in the land of Suno. A beautiful day, and Suno is acting great. No crazy dropouts. No crazy freakouts. It's a beautiful day in the land of Suno. Now, what I'm going to do next is use this feature, the AI editor. I am going to click on it, and I am going to select an option from here, Edit Lyrics. When you click on Edit Lyrics, it gives you an option of typing in what exactly you would like to do. This is very important, so let me make it a little bit bigger. So if I want to add another verse and chorus, I could do that. Just click on the up arrow, and Suno will take it from there. You can see Suno has edited everything I did and added another verse and a chorus, and it has organized it to make sense, if you will. So I have that property of Suno activated, and you could go down to your styles and select a style. Again, I could just read in the style I want, or I could use this. This style automator, as I call it, will automate this based on what your preferred taste has been through patterns that Suno has detected. I like a lot of hip hop. Let's click on it again, but I don't want this to be hip hop. I like a lot of neo soul. So it might think, okay, neo soul. So you can see it's giving me all these suggestions, and that's not bad. However, today I am going into musicspiration.com, which is free to my subscribers. So subscribe and you'll be able to use this. When you get into Musicspiration, click on AI prompt tools and look for either the music prompt generator or the supersizer. You can see it goes straight to Neo Soul, and there's some other options here. But if you don't find what you want, you can go back to the supersizer. The supersizer has a lot of subgenres. So I'm going to choose jazz. I am going to choose cool jazz or even free jazz. Let's make it a little bit edgier today. Let's make it hopeful and optimistic. Soulful, laid-back male vocals. We don't want any reverb. We're just going to go for warm. And the structure, that should do, even though we already have our structure in there, which will be overridden. And let's make it warm and analog, and let's hit generate supersize prompt. Let's copy our prompt, and let's jump back into Suno. Now we paste our style in here. Okay. You can see these look a little bit different from what we had in the first session, and that's because this is Musicspiration. Okay. All right. Now that we're done with that, we are going to click on more options, and we have the ability for the audio to be heavily influenced by what we had or not that much. Remember, we are talking in this context of the amazing croon style, which is a voice clone that has been developed from what I sang. Now we're done with all of that. We're going to go ahead and type in the title. We'll just say Another Bright Day. Another bright day. And now we can do a couple of things. We can use our amazing croon, and we can also, from the drop down, select the Suno model we want. Right now, all the previous models are available. I don't know if they'll be available forever, but some of them are very good. Right now, we're on version 5.5, which has been rather controversial because of a lot of dropouts that people have experienced and a lot of things people complain about. But nonetheless, I find 5.5 to be the absolute best, and I've found my ways around it. But let's go ahead and click on Create. And that spurs Suno into motion to create our song. Takes a few seconds. And let's see what Suno has done. Bear in mind, this is my voice clone. This is not one of the Suno voices. It's a voice that has been synthesized from the voice as you just saw. Let's listen. And this is the work of my clone singing Another Bright Day in the land of Suno. Let's check it out. Listen.
Beautiful day in the land of Suno. A beautiful day, and Suno is acting great. No crazy dropouts, no crazy freakouts. It's a beautiful day in the land of Suno. Oh, what a sight when the tracks keep flowing. Everything's right and the sound keeps growing. No more glitches, no more sudden fall in the land of Suno. We're having it all. Another bright day, and the vibe is steady. The beats coming clean, and the mix feels ready.
No weird surprises, no tangled wires, just smooth little grooves and warm glowing choirs. Oh, what a sight when the tracks keep flowing. Everything's right and the sound keeps growing. No more glitches, no more sudden fall. In the land of Suno, we're having it all. Beautiful day. Beautiful day in the land of Suno. A beautiful day and Suno is acting great. No crazy dropouts, no crazy freakouts. It's a beautiful day in the land of Suno. Oh, what a sight when the tracks keep flowing. Everything's right and the sound keeps growing. No more glitches, no more sudden fall in the land of Suno. We're having it all. Another bright day and the vibe is steady. The beats come in clean and the mix feels ready. No weird surprises, no tangled wires, just smooth little grooves and warm glowing choirs. Oh, what a sight when the tracks keep flowing. Everything's right and the sound keeps growing. No more glitches, no more sudden fall in the land of Suno. We're having it all.
Things will get better, just hold.
And that's how it's done. So today we have learned about using a clone, how to clone your voice, and how to select a persona. On top of this, we can go a step further. We can also take this track that has just been done and do a number of things with it. So if we click on Remix for start, it immediately puts that track into the production line again, and you could remix it by altering the style. As I have shown previously, we did a lot of style alterations in our first part. So do keep that in mind. But something else you could do is click on the three dots and you could edit this song. You could crop it, you could cut it, you could adjust the speed, you could fade it in and out, you could replace an entire section, you could even get stems or even MIDI parts. You could remaster it, you could even open it in Suno Studio. For now, I'm just going to go ahead and choose Open in Editor. You do need a pro account to do this. Let's click Open in Editor. Suno will open this song in a very user-friendly graphical editor where you see everything. You see the verse, you see the chorus, you see the verse. If I wanted to shorten verse 2, all I need do is just click and drag, and that's it. It's been shortened. If I want to get rid of a section altogether, I can just click on it and hit delete. That gets rid of it. I can also choose to get rid of chorus, the second one, by deleting it as well. I could also click at the top and do things like that. I could hit fade. That would fade it out. I can also use the typical undo command at the top, like that. This will clear all changes and return to the initial stage. Or I could use this one. I could undo the last change. So you see, this undoes it incrementally, while this reverts all the way back to the beginning where I had everything intact. You could fade in, like I said, or fade out. You just need to make sure you are gripping the right part of the section and hit fade, and that could fade in that section for you. And that's pretty much all about the editing. If you listen to the details, you could cut at places that you want. So you could also replace the entire section by clicking on this. That would replace the entire section. And if you right click on it, you have the ability to change the colors of the sections as you will. You can duplicate the entire section. You could copy and you could go somewhere else and you can just Control V it in. But that's pretty much it as far as the editing capabilities. Let's go back to where we were before. So this is library. If you want to hone in on a particular workspace, click on workspaces, find what exactly you're looking for. For me, I'm looking for the Masterclass, and that's it. I just click on that, and here I am. So we've taken a look at cloning, we've taken a look at editing a song, and the next thing we'll do is look at extending a song. To extend a song, click on those three dots and hover over edit and then select extend. And this shows you the part of the song that you will keep, and this is the part that you're going to recreate. Let's zoom in so you see it really good. So you're going to keep this, you're going to recreate this. If you're fine with that, you can always listen to it to get a feel for where exactly you are in the song.
Little grooves and warm glowing choir. No more glitches, no more.
So if you're fine with it recreating from there, all you do is put the extended lyrics in here. Let me just say, bright day, happy morning in Suno. So assuming I do that and I want to use this, and I could say, write new verse and chorus. Okay, I don't do this. This is only for demonstration purposes of the capabilities of Suno. So if these are the lyrics I want to extend by, and I'm fine with the style, and I'm fine with what has been selected here, create. So another bright day extension, hit create. This shows you by default, you can see extend one and extend one here as well. It just shows you that both of these are extension tracks. And if you like what you hear in either of them, you choose the one you want, and then you take one more step. Let's listen to what it did from here.
Another bright day, the sky is open wide. Golden rays are dancing on the world outside. another bright day, the sky is open wide. Golden rays are dancing on the world outside. Every
So
little
there is
shadow
something.
fades and slips away.
There's something you might notice about the voice. It does sound different, right? And that's likely because the persona does need to be selected. So if I was going to extend it under exactly the same conditions, I'll need to make sure my clone is in place, and I'll need to kind of doctor up these for best results so that it exactly matches what has already been done. And then I can go ahead and hit create, and this will be a different extension, and then you realize that the voice matches the clone